Destination, the beach is surprisingly dangerous.
What we do here is...
They're fake. He was right about that. That's not...
Speak up.
So go fuck yourself. About it.
So Ethan is having this back and forth with his liberal audience.
Weird. iDubbbz did a content cop after all this fucking time. Maybe we'll go through that later. Frank Tufano is just a fucking mess, dude.
7 Lithuanian men walked into a bar. Buckle up. We got a good one today. This one goes, Why Employees at Car Dealerships Are Quitting in Droves by Thomas Schreiber.
What up, everybody?
I wonder why.
Did you hear about some new study that tattoos could increase the risk of cancer? What do you think of that claim? I mean, it's possible. Do they mention what particular type of cancer? I'd imagine there's huge confounding variables there, like if they don't appropriately adjust for socioeconomic status and drug use. That would be a huge issue, because I'm sure people who get more tattoos also are probably more likely to be like degenerate retards, do drugs, drink, you know?
I wonder why. Is the money dried up? Probably.
Sales staff at dealerships right now are quitting in droves. They cannot sell this overpriced junk. Because of the last few years, dealerships took full advantage, charging market adjustments, addendum stickers, all this stupid stuff with stupid charges like nitrogen-filled tires. We've seen all sorts of stupid stuff.
What? That's
nitrogen-filled tires? What the fuck?
New to me. I ain't never heard of no nitrogen-filled tires. Could you imagine? Could you imagine having to be a car salesman? And like, oh, this one's a lovely choice. Knocks on the tires. He's like, we got a 4 lug nut bolt kit on there. Keep the tires on real nice like. And nitrogen. Yeah. I would be like, what? I wouldn't even buy a car just for that shit. Nitrogen-filled tires. Come on, dude.
No tint for $1,500. All sorts.
Do you think a Red Dead Redemption 2 movie would be good? No. That game sucked. It was fucking boring. And the story was worse than Red Dead Redemption 1. Red Dead 1 had a better story. So yeah, fuck that game. I can't stand Red Dead 2. Just sucked, bro.
Of crazy charges. And on top of that, the manufacturer rose the MSRP to the moon, so now they're way overpriced to begin with, and the dealership trying to make all their money. So it's not like that anymore. Now customers are negotiating. It's getting harder for the dealership to make what they used to call 10-pounders, 15-pounders.
$120,000 for that big bloated piece of shit. Bro, who the like, what kind of fucking idiot would pay that kind of money for that garbage?
Where they would make $10,000, $15,000 on front-end gross profit. Before 2020, the only way a successful car dealership really made it, especially franchise, was volume. They took a volume mindset, so the mindset was to sell as...
CDG $2. Finally, you're on. I was in a bad mood earlier, went to cancel my gym membership, and they're like 30 days notice, so I'm going to be charged for another month that I'm not going to use. Whatever, I tried it for 2 months, got sick of people, work out at home better. Apparently that is illegal. They are not allowed to do that. So if you're... Here's what I would do. I would search online for some established kind of case law. See if a lawyer has ever written a letter to a gym about that, like, stupid 30 days notice thing. And then basically just adjust some of the language to suit your particular case. So just to make it sound very professional. And send them an email saying that you're going to sue them. Basically, use like a template, you know, legal threat to do with that particular case, and they'll probably just refund you. because that is illegal. They're not allowed to do that. They can't just say 30 days notice arbitrarily for no fucking reason. Gyms just do that to steal money from you. But thanks for the donation, CDG. Appreciate it.
As many cars as possible. We can lose in front-end gross profit, but we'll make it up in the long run because we're going to sell more cars, we'll get it more from the manufacturer, and we're also going to get more service customers. But they took a different approach. 2020, less cars were available. They needed to make as much money per car, especially the greedy ones that did the market adjustments. I sold cars. Guess what? We had the C8 Corvette, no markups. That was super rare. Pretty much every Chevy dealership was doing market adjustments. But guess what? We had a 2-year waiting list. And other dealerships, they would get them in stock, but they would have
a 2-year waiting list? What? I'm going to say this again. My theory behind it is if, let's just say this Corvette here, okay? Or fuck it, not even this Corvette. Let's say that the Honda Accord.
Apparently those C8 Corvettes are actually going for pretty good money now, used. So you might be able to get a used C8 for a pretty good deal at this point.
Let's say it was 17 grand. People are still getting a loan on it. Here's my conspiracy. I'm going to say it 1,000 more times. You couldn't afford it. You had to get a loan anyways. Why not double it? Double the price. They're going to get it. And they did. Most people fucking did. You know what I want to know? When did it become common practice to get a new car every 3 to 5 years? Or like every 5 years, more likely. More like that. When did that become the normal? I really would like to know. I think this had a big thing to do with it. You remember? Hold on.
I think based on current data, people are actually purchasing cars less often. At least new cars. So people are using their car for a longer period of time before actually trading it in or selling it or getting a new one.
You remember these shits? Hey, how are you? You remember these? I remember I had the same one of these for like 5 years. Now, I know some people keep these for 5 years, but realistically, I think... When did these come out? Like 2007? Since it has all changed. Yeah. And before we keep going, I just want to say I got the Caddy Daddy t-shirts out. This Cadillac is 40 years old. It's actually my car. Got it for sale. Link down below. Thanks to everybody who bought one. It came out great. But my point...
They're trying to ban THC products in Texas. Yeah, that sounds like a Texas thing to do. You know, it's so strange. No one ever thinks rationally. Across, like, all political spectrums, everyone's just, like, an insane ideologue. You'll have, like, really progressive liberals that want to legalize all drugs. You can do cocaine, heroin, meth, like, you fucking name it. Legalize it, but let's ban all guns. Guns are evil and bad, and they make people do bad things. But let's legalize all drugs. Do whatever drugs you want. If you want to shoot up heroin on the side of the road, and then slump down on the fucking ground and nearly die, and then, like, have a kid, like, fall on your needle or something, that's fine. But ban all guns, and then you have the opposite end, where it's like, conservatives are like, legalize all the guns, we need the machine guns, we need the anti-material rifles, you should be able to buy fucking tanks. Like, they want to legalize all fucking guns. Marijuanas, we gotta ban the marijuanas. And they try to make it like a fucking Schedule 1 fucking drug and give you a 20-year sentence just for, like, personal possession. It's insane. Like, no one can think fucking rationally, dude. There's nowhere you can go, like, no fucking state, no country, nowhere, where you will find people thinking sensibly about fucking anything. It's always some double standard and stupid fucking horse shit where you have to, like, just accept some dumb fucking compromise. It's just fucking crazy how people think, dude. Dang, he's an anti-Semite. Donated $2.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, like crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys.
The other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
So Ethan is having this back and forth with...
Were you supposed to give me a timestamp to that? I was gonna watch that later. I'm not sure what iDubbbz has to say on that exactly, but I'm assuming it's gonna be like cucked and gay and retarded since his bitch wife Anissa basically turned him into a gay retard. Thanks for the donation though, dang, he's an anti-Semite.
Point about it is this car's 40 years old. I drive it all the time. Still fucking holds up. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying keep your car for 40 years. I'm just saying it was possible. This shit, I can't even turn, this doesn't even, if I could turn this on, but there's no service. There's no network. Yeah.
There's no chance you can do regular driving, and I mean averaging 20,000 kilometers per year with a 40-year-old car. That thing's gonna be trash, guaranteed, by 200K. You might get lucky and get like 300K out of it, but yeah, no, a car made in the 1980s is not gonna hold up like that. There's some diesel engine cars that have been made up until fairly recently that can probably handle that abuse. And there's some just normal petrol engines that were made in the 90s that could handle that, but there's no chance you're going to be able to get an average of 20K kilometers per year for 40 years out of any fucking car made in the 80s. So this guy just barely drives.
Anyways, back to the 2-year waiting list for the fucking Corvette. Sweet ride.
Of a $20,000, $30,000, or $40,000 market adjustment on a Corvette. It was insane. And to be fair, a lot of times the management of the owner would not let the salesman get a piece of that, but still, the salesman's interacting with that transaction. I couldn't do it personally, but I couldn't be involved in car sales anymore because really the finance department, it's so bad how they screw you over left and right. You go in that box, they're going to get you to buy all this sorts of junk, and you charge an arm and a leg, and it's not worth it. They rip you off 15 ways from Sunday. And so...
First of all, they charge you an arm, a leg, and money. And money. Just remember that.
They ripped all their customers off for the last few years. Even if you were a smart person and you negotiated, it was super rare to get it below MSRP, especially 22, 23. And so all these customers paid super high prices. Now they come back in, they're upside down. So negative equity is all over the place. So people can't buy a car even if they want to. And people are not necessarily making the smartest financial decisions when it comes to cars. Generally speaking, I think over 80% of buyers...
There's no way this shit's worth $100,000. Who the fuck... Like, I guess nobody's buying it. It's on the lot. But, like, holy fuck, bro.
Are payment buyers. And the average interest rate at a local Chevy dealership in your area is probably over 12%. So
80% financed. Classic, man. I'm part of the 20%, man. You know what I mean? Hey, if you can't afford to pay a car, you know, you could at least afford to wear one. You know?
Dude, cars are way too fucking expensive. No shit, people are financing. Bro, isn't the average car price in the United States like something like over 30 grand? Average car price, US... No. Holy fuck, 48,000. That's the average. If you look at like the mean, like I'm sure this includes some luxury vehicles and shit that might drive up the price, but maybe when you're looking at the mean, like let's just assume it's 38,000, so just slash 10,000 off of that. Bro, who the fuck has the money to pay cash $38,000? Fucking nobody. Like, most of the people in my fucking age group, they were kind of born, like, especially if you're younger, you're born at the wrong fucking time. Like, you can't make money, and, like, just cost of living is way too fucking high. But, yeah, 38,000 for your average person who's making, like, what, I think average income in the US is around 58,000. You're spending over half your fucking salary for an entire year on a shitty-ass fucking car?
You know what I'm saying? Link down below. Just kidding. Not really.
So they screwed their own customer base, and now the banks are finally saying no, not approving loans, making it harder. So a salesman works a deal, tries to get the person approved. They say no, can't get them approved without a down payment. And the dealership will have to pay a bank fee to get bad credit approved. And bad credit's becoming more common because of student loans, because of all this stuff. Everything's getting more expensive. Credit card debt, all this stuff going on is making it harder for car sales. And believe it or not, US sold less cars in 2024 than they did in 2016. And I can guarantee you one thing, there's a lot more car salesmen. In 2020, 21, 22, so many people got into car sales. It was a get rich quick, basically. Make $100,000, make $200,000, make $300,000 selling cars. Well, that stuff's over, and it really wasn't even like that. but some people were making some money, but still, it ain't nothing like that anymore. And so every dealership has way more staff than they need because salespeople are on commission, generally speaking, at 99% of dealerships. And
oh, geez, that sucks. Think about that. You're on commission, right? 80% of people have to get the payment, right? Okay, hold on. I got to find something out. How much does an average car salesman make? Let me see. I can't spell for shit. Okay, here we go. The average car salesman's salary can vary, but in Florida, I'm in Florida, so the average car salesman makes around $40,000 per year. However, it's important to remember that the income can fluctuate based on individual sales and performance. God, that's got to be, I mean, I guess my job's kind of what I'm doing here. It's like 1 month could be, car payments become normal? No, that's what I want to know. We're going to look this shit up. Hold on. When did car payments become normal? That's what I want to know. All right.
All right, let's get into the nonsense. So let's watch some Frank Tufano shorts first.
Man, I am convinced all of these auction companies are run by complete scumbags. I spent over $50,000 at PCI auction last month, and they wouldn't even give me a few days to pick up my items. They said, oh no, you have to pay storage fees of $100 a day. And at this second auction, I only bought like $300 worth of items. So I said, you know what? Forfeit my items. I'm no longer doing business with you. And they agreed to it. What kind of business do you run where your customer spends that much money and you treat them like complete crap? I don't know, maybe.
I'm assuming they have a terms of service that he never bothered reading.
If you guys leave enough negative reviews on PCI Auctions East Coast, they'll start treating me like a human being.
Dude.
I heard iDubbbz is the leader of Gay Nigger Faggots for Gaza.
Not anymore. He's the leader of Cucked Whip Bitches for Gaza. Thanks for the donation, Nigar.
As opposed to making an excuse at every corner to overcharge me, they wanted $150 per item to palletize it. You know what that takes?
LLL lava chichi chicken Steve's lava chicken yeah tasty as hell mamacita you're ringing the bell crispy and juicy and you're having a stashu. Super spicy it's a lava attack. Chicken jockey chicken jockey chicken jockey chicken jockey you ooh. Hurrah.
Alright, well thank you for that, Steve. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, but thanks for the donation. KM Donatellar's recent Last of Us TV show was fucking hilarious with Ellie attempting a triangle or some shit with this. Isn't even fucking close, and as if she could really pull it off against a grown man. Let me see if I can find the clip. That looks really silly. Wait, Last of Us Season 2 fight?
It's finally his show, as he did with season for attract from the show. The game
Can't find it. That doesn't look like she's actually performing a triangle choke. She doesn't have her knee high enough up, and she doesn't have her leg wrapped around her other leg. So I don't know if there's even a... I'm not even sure if there was like a choreographer on set. I'd have to see the scene, but yeah, the idea that a small girl like this would actually be able to fight against a grown man. Like, this sort of thing didn't even happen in the video game. The only time Ellie was able to ever overpower anybody was by, like, using her knife or some other sort of melee weapon where, like, yeah, if she had a baseball bat, she could just smash somebody across the head. Like, who couldn't fuck somebody up with a baseball bat or, like, an axe or something? Or if somebody grabbed a hold of her, she just stabbed them with her knife. She never overpowered anybody by, like, wrestling them and doing some jujitsu move. So, yeah.
When you say Taban did...
Shit's just stupid, dude. I don't know why there's this, like, narrative that has to be made now where women can beat up grown men. It's just... I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Thanks for the donation, Cam. CDG donate $2, like your idea, but the contract I signed when I signed up for membership is binding, so I'm just going to have to take the $60 loss for 30 days. It's not. Just because something's written in a contract, it doesn't mean it's legal. So if they write in your contract that in order for you to cancel your membership, you need to suck the gym manager's cock, they can't legally hold you to that. Like, if it violates consumer protection laws, then they can't include that in the contract and have it be legally binding. So just because they have a clause in the contract saying 30 days notice, that doesn't mean you actually have to give 30 days notice. So just send them some threatening legal letter. Worst case scenario, they just ignore you, and then you have to pay the $60. Best case scenario is they won't charge you $60, and then your legal threat worked. So you might as well just send them a legal threat. Just find some sort of some template letter online that covers like a similar situation with like a cancellation fee, and then, you know, go and then just alter it as needed for, you know, your particular situation. But there's nothing to lose and you can only gain from it. So yeah, don't be complacent. Just try whatever you can do. What you can also do is, if you're paying with your credit card, freeze the credit card. You can usually just do it on your online banking app. Just sign into your online banking app, go to your credit card, press lock card. It will freeze any payments that are going to go off, and then they won't get their money. So again, like, why would you ever let them like get away with it and just like, oh, $60, I guess that's that. Like, no, just don't let them fuck with you. Thanks for the donation though, CDG. Thanks for the donation. Donated $2.
You ever wonder what happens when you mix hot lava and chicken? I did, and you're about to find out. Mm-hmm.
I have a small business too. The one thing I try to do is not have my jingles suck butt.
That's actually in the movie? Oh my god. How did they make this? Dude. This is why I only watch old movies. Most of the movies I watch are from the 80s and 90s. Like, what is Hollywood fucking doing? Does this make money still? Are people retarded? Like, is this the kind of crap that everyone thinks is good? I don't know. I just know that I don't belong on Earth anymore. Thanks for the donation, though. Thanks for the donation. Grey Knight donated $2. Here's the BMC page about tattoo linked to cancer. Let me take a quick look. Tattoo ink exposure associated with lymphoma and skin cancer. That kind of makes sense. Lymphatic cancers. twin matched analysis. 14 twin pairs discordant for tattoo ink exposure. 1.33. Okay, so that was not a statistically significant finding. They only had 14 twin pairs, but that might suggest this is likely, this could very well be a lifestyle thing, not something directly from the tattoo ink. Because they didn't actually find that association with the twin studies. For skin cancer and lymphoma, increased hazards are found for tattoos larger than palm of the hand. So they only found... Okay. So they didn't actually find a statistically significant relationship for smaller tattoos. Yeah, I've seen similar things. I could imagine some tattoo inks do have some carcinogenic property, but are you gonna be like a lame ass and not get tattoos? Are you gonna just do what society expects you to do just to not get skin cancer? So, yeah, just get a tattoo. Get skin cancer. Who cares? Don't be a fucking poser. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight. F donated $2. Pretty please do donations when reacting to the Frank vid. Oh, pause donations when reacting to Frank. Yeah, okay, I can at least do that for the shorts. Thanks for the donation, F.
And people call us nostalgia-tards for not liking new stuff.
Destination.
Yeah, the new stuff is just terrible. It's all just so bad. Like, I remember when I was a kid, there were, like, you know, movies made for a younger audience, but they were still good. Like, even your parents would not mind watching the movie. But now it's just... It's like just pop culture rot trash. Oh, Minecraft is popular. Make the Minecraft movie. Our data analysis shows us that the IP would increase, you know, the probability of like a 40% market share by 87% because of the popularity of the IP. And if we include Jack Black and Jason Momoa, we'll capture a 12 to 37 year age audience because the people who watch the game also watch Jack Black and Jason Momoa and da-da-da. Like, it's all just corporate studio bullshit, and there's no creativity whatsoever behind it. All they're doing is just trying to exploit some known intellectual property, and like, the movie industry is just such a fucking business now. They used to actually try to make good shit, but I think studio budgets and shit have just become so fucking overblown. They're pretty much forced to do this stupid, greedy nonsense because the risk of not making money on a film is just way too dire. So everything is just becoming fucking trash. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
A $4 pallet and 5 minutes of a worker's time. $150 per item. Completely gutting their customers. It's disgusting.
Still botched after 10 procedures. By the way, when he says 10 procedures, he's gotten filler injections around his eyes. That wouldn't technically be like a corrective procedure for the condition he has.
Did this, you need to stress that this is after multiple corrective procedures. What he did was way worse than what you have right now. Yeah, I keep forgetting that not everyone has watched all my videos and knows the entire backstory. I've had over 10 corrective procedures since the botched procedure. And if you guys go to botchedbytobon.com and see those initial pictures of how I looked after the surgery, it was much, much, much worse. It was really, really horrific and horrible what this guy did to my face, and it's probably going to be 15 procedures before I can try to get looking back to normal. It's completely ridiculous and disgusting how I've been treated, and how these doctors seem to treat all botched patients. It's just, I have a platform, I have a social media presence, so I'm able to speak up for myself and prevent this guy from doing this to anyone else in some capacity. So botchedbytobon.com if you guys haven't watch the full story on how this guy ruined my face.
PPL electric lawsuit. So he claimed his electricity company charged him like $5,000, and that was for his personal property, according to him, not his warehouse.
Just got out of the Scranton courthouse. We had a hearing for the temporary restraining order so that the electric company doesn't turn off my power while we're trying to settle this dispute. They basically charged me $5,000 for 3 months of residential electric service, and when I tried to call them to get them to double check it, make sure it wasn't a billing error, they just danced around, basically extorting me, saying, hey, you have to pay us $5,000 or we're going to turn your power off. Nothing reasonable whatsoever. So I had to file the lawsuit. And at this hearing, my assumption was, we just have to see that there's a clear dispute, that there's a clear issue that needs to be settled, and then we can grant the restraining order. But for some reason, the judge was allowing the electric company to make arguments against the case. And I'm like, hold on. If they're making arguments against the case at all, that means there is a dispute here. So grant the restraining order so I have power while we settle this. But I mean, I think this, the judge is just going to protect the.
So I'm assuming he has no fucking idea what he's doing and he didn't hire a lawyer. If the hearing is about whether or not there's a legitimate dispute, then wouldn't they make arguments about why this isn't a legitimate dispute and say, look, this is clear cut, here's the evidence we have, we should be able to cut his power? Like, that's what you'd expect?
The electric company, they're going to try to screw me. You don't really have any resolve against these people. What's crazy to me is they probably paid $10,000 to $15,000 in attorney fees, just the retainer to their attorney, instead of just giving me the few $1,000 that would have resolved the issue. So this whole scenario is really crazy. I guess we'll find out what the.
I don't even understand how this would need to go to court. Like, there's a meter on your property that tells you the kilowatt hours that you've consumed. You can just look at the meter, take a photo of the meter, and then show them, you're overbilling me. Like, it's that simple. How is this even a fucking problem?
Judge says in a week or two. I guess worst case scenario is I'm going to buy a generator and bill my daily gas bill to PPL.
What an idiot, dude.
So, is it long and or short Frank vids? Did you buy a scale?
I have not bought a scale. I just haven't bothered. I don't know how much they go for on Amazon, but I'd just rather not spend the money, because, why bother? Let me see. So, God damn it. I don't know why it does this. That's the latest physique update from today. So I just took this while I was working out. So that's what the body's looking like right now. Do I have more definition in my midsection? So I've definitely lost some weight. You can also see like more veins in my arms and shit. Some more like definition in the shoulders. So I'm getting leaner. I don't know exactly how much I weigh right now. I'm assuming I'm around 195, give or take, you know, a few pounds. But, I don't know how much more weight I'm gonna want to lose. Like, I do want to look harder and grainier. But, you know, we'll see. My strength keeps going up. I'm actually not getting any weaker. I'm getting stronger as I've been dieting. And aside from just having very low energy after I work out, I'm super, super motivated and hyped when I'm actually training. So I'll just keep getting as lean as I can until I start getting like really bad side effects from the dieting. So like libido goes down, training gets really shitty. Or if I'm, you know, just perfectly satisfied with the way I look, you know, I'll stop when I feel satisfied. Thanks for the donation though, James.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling fucking great tonight. So, there's this debate going on in my state, but it's about 3 hours away and I'm working that day lol.
Huh. That is going to be AIDS. That'll be minty and fun to watch, probably, but that is going to be AIDS. Bro, Andrew Wilson, when he starts, like, just yapping about Christian values, oh boy. Like, it's bad. So, yeah, this is going to be pretty awful. That's funny, though. Thanks for the donation, Ben. What state is that in? Tennessee, Knoxville. Okay. Well, thanks for the donation, Ben.
And Hollywood wonders why independent films are now more suck useful.
Well, yeah, they're better. They don't have overinflated budgets, and they're able to actually make interesting films. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Have you ever seen the mob movie The Bronx Tale with Robert De Niro and Chaz Palminteri? That was a good movie.
No. I find most, like, fictional crime dramas are pretty uninteresting. Like, The Godfather was not good. I don't know why that film is just so highly regarded. It is so fucking overrated. The Godfather is just fucking boring. Goodfellas was based on a true story, which kind of made it more interesting because it, like, to some degree, and the film did accurately portray what actually happened. And it was actually exciting. Like, a lot of things happened. There was a lot of, like, really weird, funny shit that just happened constantly throughout the film. Even when there wasn't, like, high action and stuff, just, like, the amount of tension, odd, funny behavior from all these characters. Like, that girl getting super turned on by him for, like, beating the shit out of some dude with a gun. Like, it just constantly, there was interesting things going on that actually kept your attention. The Godfather. And then you just see somebody driving somewhere, and then there's like some argument, cut to some other bullshit. It's just not, it's not exciting. And like the actual shit that does happen, it's like, okay, it's not shot particularly well. I know it was kind of an earlier film, but the cinematography just isn't that great, and the action scenes are just meh. Like, they're shot pretty flat, and nothing's particularly exciting. Like, compare the assassination scenes in The Godfather to History of Violence. History of Violence didn't have, like, long drawn out, super intense action scenes like in John Wick. They were very quick and snappy, and they're, like, kind of spread out too. But it was just so quick, so violent. Things happen just so fucking quickly and in your face, and like in an unexpected way. It's like, oh fuck, that just happened. The Godfather, it was just shot so plain and flat, and you could like see it coming from so far away. It's like, okay, well, whatever. It just wasn't good. It's just boring, melodramatic crap, and then the action scenes that did take place is like, eh. So I don't like most crime dramas. They're just not interesting. True crime is a lot more interesting to me. I don't know if The Bronx Tale is any good, but like really the only, like, I think there's only like maybe 2 gangster movies that I actually liked. Maybe 3. There was, I don't know if you could technically include this, Gangs of New York. That was based on a true story, so technically true crime, sort of. It's more of like a history movie, but it was like a gang movie. Goodfellas and American Gangster. All the others, I like, unless I'm forgetting something, I just didn't really like it that much. Yeah, Scarface was actually entertaining. Yeah, Scarface was entertaining. I wouldn't say it's like remarkably amazing, but it was like good enough to watch. Like, it's a fun kind of popcorn movie. So that was pure fiction. That's the only one I can think of that I actually like enjoyed. I gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Krabs. All right. Oh. I lied. I also had to take a shit. American Idiot donated $2. Let me see.
This is an individual tragedy as well. Autism destroys families. More importantly, it destroys our greatest resource, which are our children. These are children who should not be suffering like this. These are kids who, many of them were fully functional and regressed because of some environmental exposure into autism when they're 2 years old.
Oh, this is a complete fucking myth. There's parents that claim their kid was normal up until 2 years of age, then they suddenly became retarded and they got diagnosed with autism. And then they associate that with, like, vaccine exposure. Like, oh, my kid was normal until the vaccine, then at 2, they were retarded. They probably just didn't notice up until that age, because how are you going to tell, like, a fucking infant is retarded? They're, like, babies. So it's not until they're older that you actually pick up on, okay, they're not developing like a normal kid. So he's spreading just anti-vaccine nonsense. He wants to say, oh, the vaccines did it, but he can't.
And these are kids who will never pay taxes. They'll never hold a job. They'll never play baseball. They'll never write a poem. They'll never go out on a date.
We need to give these children heroin. I wasn't able to read in school until I started injecting heroin. Now, I stopped taking heroin 10 years ago and I got sober. And that's why I can't read anymore.
Many of them will never use a toilet unassisted. And we have to recognize we are doing this to our children.
Most people with autism can wipe their ass, ass, by the way. Like, oh my god. How is this guy, that, like, America's just fucked, dude. Like, holy shit.
Have roots in the community. A judge holds him and says he's a flight risk and a danger to the community. And a confidential informant.
Jesse Waters claims Chicago Bulls hat signals gang ties? You can't be a Chicago Bulls fan? What?
Informant tells the cops, the gang unit, that he's MS-13. And then a second judge upholds that he's MS-13. But CNN says he's just a Bulls fan.
According to court documents, Garcia and 3 other men were arrested in 2019. He was asked if he was a gang member. He said no. Garcia had been deemed a gang member by the Prince George's County Police Department in part because he was at the time wearing a Chicago Bulls hat and a
Dude. This is fucking psychotic. Imagine if I was, like, traveling to the United States and I was wearing, like, a fucking Ottawa Senators or Toronto Maple Leafs hockey jersey, and then there were, like, clearly you're a fucking gang member. Some gang in Canada wears hockey jerseys. Like, wow, you can't be a fucking sports... Like, you're not gonna fucking tell me this isn't racially motivated. If this was a fucking white guy, would they have said this? Like, this is just racism. Like, nothing more, nothing less. The cops are just fucking racist. And rather than them actually having any proof that this guy is linked to any gang, they're just like, you watch sports. You wear a fucking sports hat. That's what fucking Mexican gangsters do. Like, oh my god.
hoodie.
Garcia's a Bulls fan, but he's from El Salvador, and he lives in Maryland, not Chicago.
What the fuck does that matter?
Bulls lost 60 games in 2019, so why the hat? Can Garcia name anyone on the team? Anyone on any Bulls team besides Jordan?
Do you think, like, it's at all possible that this is just a fucking hat that he bought? Like, my grandmother, by the way, has given me fucking sports sweaters because she gives a shit about baseball and football. And she's gifted me... I remember she actually gave me a Chicago's Bulls basketball sweater at one point. So she's given me some, like, football shirts and sweaters before, like, because she's into football. Like, do you think it's possible that, like, maybe he just picked this up at a convenience store because it was cheap? Somebody might have gifted it to him?
Everyone
like, it's just
from El
clothes.
Salvador knows what it means when you wear a Bulls hat. It means you're MS-13. When you're in Compton, you don't accidentally wear...
Dude, this is insane. Republicans have lost their fucking minds.
The bull riding community is mourning the death of a rider in Texas this weekend, trampled to death at a fair.
Oh, that's some good news.
Dylan Grant was competing at the Extreme Bulls event at the Wharton County Youth Fair, and he got reportedly bucked off the bull and then was trampled to death.
Dude, imagine being such a fucking loser. Then rather than getting like a fucking Ducati or a Yamaha or something and like riding sport bikes or dirt biking or something, doing motocross, you fucking go on top of a fucking bull for entertainment? Like, why doesn't this guy just get a dirt bike and do racing? Like, these people are just losers. Good riddance. Fuck you, fuck your family. Hope they get trampled by fucking bulls too.
A helicopter took him to the hospital where he died. According to his bio on the Professional Rodeo Cowboy Association's website, Grant traveled from rodeo to rodeo competing in bull riding competitions. He was 24 years old.
Yeah, good. He probably didn't have kids, so he didn't breed and spread his fucking cockroach genes and infest fucking planet Earth. Bye-bye. Nice knowing ya. There we go. Darwinism's working again. Fucking asshole.
If you compared a natural lifter who's doing everything...
Oh, great. Yeah, this is gonna be great. I fucking love Martin Rios. Thanks for the donation, American Idiot. Mystery Box $20. Were you ever a fan of zombies? You mean Call of Duty zombies? No. I remember when it first came out, I had a couple friends who were into it, and I had a little bit of fun on the first map, but all the other maps were just fucking retarded. The difficulty scaled in a really annoying way. It annoyed me too that some of the like zombie dogs and shit took like 1 billion fucking bullets to kill, and like at the end of the day there's no point. It just goes on indefinitely and you're gonna lose. So it always felt like a waste of time to me. I never really enjoyed playing it. Yeah, I never enjoyed Call of Duty Zombies. Holy fuck, we played the Coliseum yesterday in Black Ops 4, and man, it was intense. Black Ops 6 looks fucking dope, though. Yeah, I never liked zombies. Thanks for the donation, Mystery Box.
The new iDubbbz video is really gay, really cringe, unfathomably retarded. Also, the Trump admin keeps doubling down calling the Garcia guy an MS-13 member, when he testified against them and fled El Salvador because of MS-13. Due process applies to everyone.
Assuming there's only two things that could be going on here. Overt, retarded, insane racism, or this is part of some bigger plan to have the police act as like a Gestapo police force and basically skirt around the law. So it's either just plain simple racism, or what Trump wants to be able to do is unlawfully detain people who are political dissidents so that he can just control the population and act like a dictator. Those are the only two possibilities. I think the second is most likely. Like, he's talking about detaining American citizens, so non-immigrants, people who are born here, and sending them to El Salvador, even though they're American citizens. So, that's probably what he's thinking. It's insane. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Is Jedi Fallen Order good? What upcoming games do you want to get? Thoughts on solo leveling?
Don't expect anything great from it. It's better... Or no, Jedi Fallen Order is okay. It's not very good. Jedi Survivor was better. Fair bit better too. The biggest problem with Jedi Fallen Order is this is around the time when Disney fairly recently took over the Star Wars IP, and they're trying to make it very kid-friendly. They wanted to come out with a Jedi game, and they were uncomfortable with the idea of you killing stormtroopers, dismemberment, decapitation. So they tried to make as many enemies in the game non-humanoid. So the amount of like giant space spiders that you end up fighting rather than stormtroopers was just fucking ridiculous. So it just wasn't very fun. Most of the enemies in the game were just fucking annoying. It was okay. It's kind of like a 6.5 kind of game at best. Jedi Survivor was much better. So I'd kind of skip Fallen Order and maybe just watch a story synopsis for it and just play Jedi Survivor. And I haven't seen Solo Leveling. Thanks for the donation though, Farce. Oh, and what upcoming games do you want to get? So the new Doom Dark Ages, Metal Gear Solid Delta, there's a couple smaller indie games. There's like a... You're some guy in like a weird spacesuit, and it kind of reminds me of Dead Space. Can't remember the name. There's a few others that I'm forgetting. But yeah, in the near term, Metal Gear Delta and Doom Dark Ages are probably the two biggest ones I'm looking forward to. Thanks for the donation, Farce.
You and Peter Griffin would both agree on something then.
Oh, yeah.
But since we're all gonna die, there's one more secret I feel I have to share with you. I did not care for The Godfather.
What?
Did not care for The Godfather.
How can you even say that,
Didn't like it.
Peter, it's so good. It's like the perfect movie.
This is what everyone always says. Whenever
It is not the perfect movie.
is it?
Robert De Niro, Al Pacino. I mean, you
listen-
never see Robert Duvall.
No, fine actor. Did not like the movie. Why not? Couldn't get into it.
Explain yourself. What didn't you like about
It insists upon itself, Lois.
What?
It insists upon itself.
What does that even mean?
Because it has a
valid point to make. It's insistent.
It takes forever getting in. You spend like 6.5 hours, and then I can't even get through. I can't even finish the movie. I've never even seen the ending.
You've never seen the ending?
Well, how can you say you don't like it if you haven't even given it a chance?
I agree with Stewie. It's not really fair.
I have tried on 3 separate occasions to get through it, and I get to the scene where all the guys are sitting around on the easy chairs.
Yeah, it's
and
a great scene. I love that scene.
Not a great.
The fundamental problem that I have with The Godfather was it was Al Pacino's character, right? Michael had he was kind of similar to Assad in Syria. Bashar al-Assad never intended to become a dictator of Syria. He was actually getting his medical degree in the UK. His father ended up dying, and then he was next in succession for the throne. So he ended up going to Syria, taking over for his father, and then he became this crazy dictator. Similar thing happened in The Godfather, but like there was no motivation there. Like, I can understand they would make Michael seem like this unassuming kind of guy that seems kind of timid. But then when he gets into a business that requires like a lot of violence and cunning, like that's what he really is. He just needs something to activate it. But like there was no motivation for him to actually get into the business. Like his father didn't die. There was like no real reason for him to do it. He kind of just decided to do it. And they never like showed any indication beforehand that he was that person, like this very cunning psychopath. They just made him seem like this very timid, shy sort of guy. And when he committed his like first killing, he was clearly fearful and everything. It didn't make sense to me. So what they should have done was they should have established his character as like just normal, but made some kind of justifiable motivation for him to actually get into the family business. And then, oh, turns out this is who he is. That would have been more interesting, but instead, like, the way they played it, it just didn't really make any sense to me. And then aside from that, like, it's just boring and not very well shot. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo Donators, can you go to one of those town hall Q&A events like the Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro do, and can you debate them on veganism? I'd love to see you clown them and embarrass the ever-living shit out of them. Yeah, that's, yeah, that's, exactly the types of people who are pro-Palestine. Gay. Well, Ben and Charlie Kirk and shit, they don't do those sorts of things in Canada, so I don't know if I'll ever have an opportunity to do that. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
For the love of God, autism is not a virus.
That is true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What's Sergey's opinion on sports massage therapy? Does it really do anything to the fascia, i.e. improve blood flow temporarily, blah blah? Personally, I just get Thai or Chinese massages with cum extraction ending.
I don't know of any research on deep tissue sports massage therapy. I haven't looked into it. I would suspect if you did a like trial on that sort of thing, so, you know, get a bunch of injured people, have one group get a massage, another group just do, I don't know, some sort of standard recovery thing, you probably wouldn't really see much of a difference. I think it can certainly have psychological benefits. I've gotten deep tissue massage therapy done, and it definitely made me feel better, and it made me feel a bit more confident, and it might have motivated me to kind of get back into training sooner. And some of those psychological effects might have a benefit for you personally. You might not be able to detect those benefits in that kind of study design, but if you feel like it benefits you, that alone may make it worth doing. I mean, I could see how it could potentially promote blood flow. So that sort of trauma to the area where you're applying like a lot of pressure and really working in, you know, some soft tissue or tendon that is kind of inflamed and bothering you, that may promote blood flow and promote more healing. I don't know to what degree and whether or not it would actually be beneficial. If that's the mechanism of effect, you'd probably have to do it very frequently for like at least a week. So and again, I don't know if that would be any more beneficial than doing like very, very high rep exercises. So if you have like a bicep injury, doing like, you know, 50 sets of sets of 50 or more with bicep curls with a band where you just go like up, down, like 50 times with a band, that may be just as useful and also cheaper because it's basically free than getting like a deep tissue massage. Because if all that's needed is promoting blood flow to the area, then doing something like that, in my mind, would probably be just as, if not more, efficacious. And if you're just an average everyday jerk off and you don't have to worry about drug testing, you could just take peptides like BPC 157, which literally cause angiogenesis. So you can just inject BPC, new blood vessels will form around the tendon, and then you'll have improved healing practically indefinitely. So, versus other therapies, I don't see any reason why it would be any more efficacious, but if you like the way it feels and you feel like you get a benefit from it, that may be worth it enough to do it. Thanks for the donation, Jacked Up. Forgot my namification, $22 this one too. Recent weeks, Health Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has said that very, very strong studies linked food dyes to cancer and ADHD. That's not true. Experts are concerned about the impacts of unhealthy diets and obesity in the U.S., but some say Kennedy overstates the role of food dyes in chronic disease. Well, yeah, there's basically no evidence for it. Like, especially considering food regulations in the US have improved dramatically. The shit that they used to be able to add to food is fucking crazy. In the early 20th century, they were literally adding radium to certain dietary supplement and food products. You could buy radium-infused water, and people were drinking water spiked with radioactive material and getting some of the most horrific cancers you'll ever fucking see, where people's faces literally melted off. I'm not going to show it on stream, but like some of the photos are just fucking horrific. One of the dudes who is promoting this irradiated water, his jaw literally fell off. He was supposed to have a court date, but he couldn't go because his face fell off and he couldn't talk. His tongue was just hanging out of his mouth and he didn't have a jaw anymore. And then he died soon after. So there was also a lot of lead contaminants and shit in food, and some of the food dyes they were using actually had lead in it and crap. So, I mean, if we're freaking out about autism right now, about like these food dyes that are being proven to be generally considered safe, But, you know, like 100 years ago, people were literally drinking radioactive fucking chemicals that were added to food, and then nobody was freaking out about autism. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. There's probably some other thing going on than food dyes. It may be microplastics. Some of it might be genetically related, where, I don't know, people with shitty genes might have died of, like, viruses or something, but now because there's vaccines and everybody lives to old age, like, you just have more people that have, like, autism genes living. I don't know. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification. There was that cough medicine, and people's skin turned blue. I met a security guard with blue skin. Was that, ionized silver? Because I know ionized silver will do that, and there used to be a lot of colloidal silver supplements that weren't actually colloidal silver, they were ionized silver. I've never heard of a cough medicine that turned people's skin blue, but I know ionized silver does that. Open up the Discord, somebody wants to debate. Yeah, sure they do. I've heard that one before. Bambus Stony Tillers, holy shit, they are people. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're so person. Oh my god, look how person. Oh. Oh my god, he is so person. Oh. They're so person. Look how person they are. Oh my god. Oh wow. Oh, cats are just great. I love cats. Oh, cats are good. Oh my god, kitties are just the best. I love kitties. Oh my god. Oh, I love cats. They're so person. Oh my god, that is a flat cat. Oh my god. Oh, cats are so good. Oh my god, you can't get better than cats. Oh, Jesus, they're so good. Oh my god, they're good. Oh, wow. Those are good cats. Oh. Oh, is he dreaming? Wonder if they sleep with their eyes open. It's a nice Hyrax. What the hell's going on here? Those are donkeys. Oh, those are nice donkeys. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of donkeys. Oh, and that's a dog with the donkeys. Oh my goodness. Those are really nice donkeys. Oh, wow. That's a nice dog. His donkey friends. Thanks for the donation, Bambus.
The movie Donnie Brasco with Al Pacino and Johnny Depp was also pretty good. That was also based on a true story. It's about the undercover cop Joe Pistone who infiltrated the Bonanno crime family.
I think I've heard of that one. I cannot make any guarantees that I'll commit to watching something like that, so I might see it, I might not. It's, it is what it is. Wait, what the fuck? Who the fuck are you?
I wanted to talk.
Okay.
Let's talk.
About what?
Let's talk about Christianity.
Okay, do you
I
want
just
to
have
talk
some
about how gay and
questions.
retarded it is or something?
What?
You want to tell me how gay and retarded it is?
Do you feel that way about Islam or Judaism?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah. They're
Same
all
exact
gay and
way?
retarded.
If you would join a denomination, which one would you join out of Christianity? Which do you think is like the most interesting?
Current denominations or all past and present?
Like Protestant, faith alone, or
That's
Catholic,
not what I
or
asked.
Eastern
That's not what I
Orthodox?
asked. All past and present or only current?
Current.
Then I have no idea.
Do
Definitely
you know
not
about like
Catholic.
Catholicism? Why not Catholic?
Well, I don't know. They rape kids. For some reason, they think they commit cannibalism whenever they eat crackers and wine.
I think that's a cool thing, though. Drinking the blood of Christ and eating the flesh. I think that's a cool poetic thing.
I don't
I
think
think that makes them very
most of them
different.
actually believe it's poetic. They literally think they're committing cannibalism.
No, even if it's in a literal sense, it's a very beautiful thing. Yeah, Protestants think it's more symbolic.
Do Protestants
Orthodox
even
believe more
do
of like
that?
spiritual. They do it as a like memorial. They do it at church. Yeah.
Yeah, because most
No,
of
maybe not all.
the Catholics I've talked to, they like literally consider it drinking the blood and eating the flesh of Christ. And I've asked them, like, at
Yeah,
what
they
point
do.
when it goes down your throat does it actually turn into human flesh? And they can't give me an answer.
They think once it goes in the stomach, it decomposes, then it stops being it. So, that's what they think. I looked it up.
Okay.
Yeah, do you like the concept of simply believing in Christ and all your future sins are forgiven?
No, that's stupid.
Do you think because you need accountability?
No, it's just stupid.
Well, what about the Catholic view where you have to repent to a priest if you commit sins or else you go to hell? You're cut off. Do you think that's practical or not?
No, just fundamentally it's stupid. If God had an interest in eliminating the world of sin, he'd just do it.
You mean like he would just come back now and just judge everyone?
No, there's no reason for him to judge anybody. He could just put everybody in their own, like, space where they can't harm anybody, and they could live their best life. There's no particular reason why he'd have to judge anybody. There's no basis in which he needs to do any of this. So the idea of judgment is fundamentally fucking stupid.
Yeah, we would say that God's very nature, he can't change. Like, he is just, he is good. And if he doesn't judge us, he would be going against who he is. And he doesn't change. So he has to do that cosmic justice.
There's no need to judge anybody.
Weird.
He could just put everybody in their own little universe where they can't harm anybody and they can live in their own personal paradise. There's no reason to do it.
Yeah, well, we would say God knows best, and we can't really.
Well, no, I
don't
know
know.
better than God because, again, there's no way you could justify him putting everybody on one little planet where everybody has their own stupid little ideas, gets in everybody's fucking way, and then he'll judge each individual based on things that they may not even have full control over, and then send people to eternal damnation for committing finite crimes that he can only consider crimes based on his own fucking arbitrary standards.
Yeah, we would say that because of the fall, and don't leave, this is interesting. Because of the fall of man, humans now know good and evil, and humans choose to do evil with their free will.
Well, no, they don't. What is so evil to who?
To God.
Yeah, so do you know God? Have you asked him personally what is and isn't evil? And that's only his opinion.
Yeah, well, he is like existence himself. So what he says is good, we have to follow. He's God. We just gotta trust
So
that.
if God said child rape is okay, then child rape would be okay?
He would never say that though.
How do you know?
It's just not because it's written on our hearts. He wouldn't say
No,
that.
it's not.
It is. We know it's not.
No, it's not. You can find communities of pedophiles who try to say it is okay to commit pedophilia.
Yeah, because they try to
genuinely
justify it in
do
their
not
heart.
think they're
They know
committing an
it's
act
bad.
of evil.
Oh, yes, they do. They know it's bad.
No, they don't. You can talk to these people. They genuinely do not understand why it's an act of evil.
They're suppressing it on purpose.
How do you know
Culturally,
that?
yeah.
How do you know that? Prove it.
Because everyone knows it's bad. We know it.
Prove it. What's the evidence that just because somebody has a disagreement with you, they're actually just coping and they agree with you? What's the evidence?
Because you also know it's bad.
That's not evidence. You're making an assumption. So again, you're claiming everyone knows X is bad. Prove that everybody knows X is bad. What's the empirical evidence for that claim?
All right, let's move on from this topic.
Okay, so
because
you can't. So you admit you can't read minds, and you're just making assumptions.
No, because it's just you're playing a game.
Can you or can you not read minds?
Dude, you're playing a game.
Can you
Forget
or can
Let's
you
move
not
on,
read
okay?
minds?
It's okay.
Can you or can you not read minds? Okay, if you don't give me an answer, I'm kicking you.
Why? I can't read minds.
Okay, you're
no.
banned.
Why? I can't read minds.
Who the hell are you? By the way, I linked somebody said, oh, open up Discord, you're running away. I linked the Discord thing in the chat, so whoever the fuck wanted to debate me in Discord, there you go. I don't, who the fuck is this? Are you here to talk? Who the hell is
Hello?
this? Hey.
Hello? Yeah, so I was in your chat the other day, and you were making fun of Jesse James West and some other guy for genetics, and then I said, what's the symmetry breaker between making fun of someone for their race and like their height or something? And then you just gave a tu quoque fallacy and then didn't address my argument.
What tu quoque
Then you banned me.
fallacy did I make?
So you started saying like, bro, have you never made fun of someone for their personality, the way they look, or anything like that? All of that is genetic.
Well,
And
no,
said,
I mentioned
don't.
intelligence specifically.
Yeah, you mentioned multiple things, but that's just a tu quoque fallacy. That doesn't address my argument at all.
What's
so I
the
want
argument?
the symmetry breaker. Well, name the trait that makes it acceptable to make fun of someone for their intelligence or height, but it's not acceptable to make fun of someone for like being black, for example, something like that.
Well, I vaguely remember what you asked. You didn't quite phrase it that way.
Yes, I did.
But yeah, but if you're going to call somebody, haha, you're a blackie or something, generally speaking, when people are making racist comments, they're making some sort of statement about racial superiority, as in one race being superior to another race. So generally, it goes along the lines of like black people are less intelligent, more prone to violence, and are like lazy. Those are the typical stereotypes. That's a statement about an entire race of people, not one particular person. And I see a different set of circumstances where you're assuming negative traits applied to an individual on the basis of them being part of a larger group, rather than just identifying whatever undesirable traits they personally have, regardless of their race. So those seem like two completely different fucking things. making
what's the
fun of
trait?
somebody for being stupid is a lot fucking different than saying all black people are stupid. You're black, therefore
No,
you're
it's not,
stupid.
because if you make fun of someone for being stupid, then that kind of entails that you don't like stupid people, and that would apply to everyone.
Yes, I don't like
So what's the
stupid
difference?
people.
Yeah, so what's the difference between someone saying I don't like black people and I don't like stupid people?
The difference is
Morally speaking,
so
morally.
the difference is you're attributing negative trait qualities to an entire race of people and judging one individual on the basis of you associating a race with negative trait qualities, rather than identifying whether or not that person actually has the negative trait qualities. Like, unless it's going to be something like insanely
you're doing the same
superficial,
when you
like
call someone stupid. So what's the trait? What's the symmetry breaker?
the trait
You're
is
morally equivalent.
Yeah,
they can't
no, it's
control
not.
being stupid or,
I
or
already
short or ugly or anything.
I
like that.
already
So when you
explained
call
this
someone
to
ugly,
you.
No. If you call someone ugly, then that entails you don't like ugly people, right? So that applies to all ugly people. Same for race. So if you make fun of someone for being black, that entails that you don't like all black people because they're black.
No one.
So you're
Okay,
going to
so
have to get
first
the
of
symmetry
all,
breaker. And
so
you're attributing negative traits on you saying I'm attributing negative traits on an entire race, and that's why it's bad. But you're doing the same for people who are like retarded, like dumb,
no.
So why is that
I already
bad?
gave you
No.
the symmetry
What do you
breaker.
mean no? No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You're doing the same. You're doing the same thing for intelligence.
Yeah, so I already gave you the symmetry breaker. The symmetry
No, you didn't.
breaker is race is not a determinant of negative trait attributes of an individual.
You realize Africans have an average IQ of 80, so why is it wrong to point out the trait stupid as it pertains to like
Because
Africans?
not all Africans have an 80 IQ.
Majority, on average, you can look it up.
So first of all, that's an average. There's a bell curve. There are going to be 50% of blacks over 80 IQ. So
Okay, prove
claiming
it. Can you
most
prove
black
it?
people
Can you
have
prove it?
80 IQ is kind of a misnomer.
Can you prove it? You prove that.
What do you mean?
they
You can
will
just
have-
look up intelligence bell curves. About 50% of people are above average, 50% of people are below average. Do you know how an average is calculated?
Nobody says they do. Nobody says all Africans do. We're talking about on average. I know that.
What are you fucking talking about?
What are you talking about? You didn't give an adequate symmetry breaker.
Yes, I did.
Whatsoever.
The symmetry
didn't.
breaker is when you're pointing out an individual has negative trait qualities. That is different
Yeah,
than
and-
saying somebody has negative trait qualities on the basis of them being part of a race, which isn't necessarily true.
Let's say, listen. Is it wrong to say, I don't like the color of black people. I think it looks ugly.
No, that's a personal opinion.
Okay, what about like making fun of them for it?
I don't know. You can do whatever the fuck you want, really?
No. Because you literally shame like racist people. You're like, oh, this guy's a racist. I've seen you multiple times shaming racist people. Okay, rightly so, because I'm against racism.
I
too. But you do the
genuinely
same thing when it
do
comes
not
to like
care
genetics.
if somebody said black people have poop-colored skin. Haha, you have poop-colored
That's not
skin.
what I asked. I didn't ask if you cared. I'm talking about, do you think it's wrong? That was the
Yeah,
question.
the issue that I have with racism is that you are treating an individual differently on the basis of part of being a part of a racial group of which you generally attribute negative trait qualities to, when that may not be the true of the individual. So,
Oh my gosh. You literally do the same thing when it comes to ugly people, stupid people, or short people.
no,
You're
that's not the same thing, because an ugly person
You're
is
making
ugly.
fun of them
Somebody
for it.
An ugly
So let me
person
ask you
is
this. Are
ugly.
you-
A stupid person
are
is
you-
stupid. Someone isn't
you
stupid
morally-
because they're black. They're just
Listen,
stupid and
listen,
happen to
listen.
be black.
Listen, Richard Burgess, listen. Are you morally equivalent to someone who makes fun of someone for being black and says, "Oh, I don't like the color of black people," when you make fun of someone for being stupid, ugly, or short? Kind of like you. Answer the question. Are you morally equivalent? Because if you are, then you have no room to judge racist people for making fun
Yeah,
of black
so
people.
again, Usually when racist people are making racist statements, it's in the context of like qualities that people generally care about, like intelligence. Like again, if somebody said, I don't like the color of black people's skin, I think it looks ugly, and then they made some sort of joke like, oh, they have poop-colored skin, I really don't fucking care.
You're dodging the question. I didn't ask if you cared. I said, are you morally equivalent to that person? So therefore, if you're morally equivalent, just like how non-vegans can't shame people who kill animals and torture them because they're doing the same thing by not being vegan, you also can't do the same thing because you do the same thing when it comes to dumb people, short people, ugly people, etc. So are you morally
I don't
equivalent?
see how
By
that
definition,
is
that's a double
at
standard.
all fucking equivalent. Making fun of somebody for the way they
I
look or
literally
something
just
is not
pointed
the
it
same
out.
thing as murdering somebody.
Bro, bro, is your brain like you can't comprehend what I'm saying? Is that what it is? Is that why you won't take an IQ test? Because you know like your brain is so slow? I literally just laid it out for you and explained how it's a double standard.
What's the double standard?
And you're just saying,
what is the
oh,
double
I don't
standard?
care. Okay, the double standard. Okay. So P1, you make fun of, you don't, you shame non-vegans who call out, like Moist Critical, for example. He calls out So Young for torturing animals, and you pointed out his hypocrisy because he's not vegan, okay? So that is a double standard because he himself tortures animals and pays for it, right? So P2, you shame racist people for making fun of like black people, for example. But you make fun of people based off genetic traits like ugliness, intelligence, height, etc. Okay, so you are also morally equivalent to a racist. Okay, unless you can give a symmetry breaker. So conclusion, that's a double standard. And
Do you know what
are a
racism is?
No. That's a deflection.
No,
so that's
no,
my
it's
argument.
not, because
Refute
this
it.
is completely relevant to the symmetry breaker. Do you know what racism
No, it
is?
isn't. No, it isn't. I don't. Give
That
an
is
argument for why.
entirely relevant to
Give an
the
argument.
symmetry breaker.
Okay. Asking me a question
I'm just asking you if you know what racism is. Do you how are you defining racism?
I don't have to answer that. I'm not talking about the racism.
Well,
I said
no, you
racist
have
people.
to. So
I don't.
sorry. If
I
you're
just
claiming
laid out
I'm
the
equivalent
argument.
to a racist, and then you're not willing to define what you mean by racism, then
You don't have to
how
use
in
the
the
word
fuck am I
racist.
supposed to
You're
respond?
You're equivalent to someone who makes fun of someone for being black. Okay, we'll say that. Okay. Now what?
No. The one premise you made in your
no.
argument is that I'm equivalent to a racist. How are you defining
Okay,
racism?
so I can change it up, so I don't have to define it. We could just say you are equivalent to someone who makes fun of someone for being black. Boom. Now what? I don't have to define racism.
What do you mean making fun of somebody for being black? What is meant by that? Like literally just having
What do you mean what is
melanin
meant
in their
by that?
skin?
Being black, being an African.
Okay, being black and being an African are two completely different things.
Okay, well, that's what I mean. So.
You're not explaining
Yeah,
what
what's
you
the
mean.
symmetry
Like,
breaker?
I like if you made making fun of somebody for being black
Having
can be
brown-
many
having brown skin.
many
Having
different
brown skin.
things.
Having
That
brown
could
skin.
only
Having,
involve
big
insults
nose.
about somebody's skin color, but that could involve insults about someone's skin color and relating that to other trait qualities like intelligence. Like, oh, all black people are stupid. That is making fun of black people, but you're making a general statement about the intelligence of black people, and it has nothing to do with their skin color.
Is pulling your eyes apart to mock like Asian people a racist action? Because you're making fun of their racial looks. Would you say that's racist?
So
And if you say no, not necessarily, then and that's fine. Then you're permitting racism.
So the generally accepted definition of racism is having an ideology in which there is racial superiority. So white people are superior to Asians, or black people are superior to whites and Asians. You could have a mindset in which white people are racially superior to other races on the basis of attractiveness, and not involve intelligence. I guess that would technically meet the definition of racism. But
Can you refute my argument?
I don't see that as like a moral issue. You can think Asians look ugly if you want.
Can you refute my argument or not? I didn't ask if you cared. That's completely irrelevant. I didn't.
Well,
ask. Can
I
you just
answered your
refute the
question.
syllogism I gave?
As far as this idea of racial superiority when it comes to attractiveness,
Oh my god.
I don't see that as a moral issue. I see that as morally
Okay,
neutral.
can you just refute my syllogism or not?
Okay, let me write
You
out
didn't.
your stupid fucking syllogism. Give me a
See,
second.
so that whole time you didn't even pay attention to my syllogism.
No, I paid attention. It's just we're a bit distracted.
define the
What's
racism.
what's the
How
syllogism?
do you define the racism?
I'll write it out.
Okay, P1.
Right.
You call out Moist Critical and other people similar to him who shame people for torturing animals because they are not vegan themselves, so it is a double standard. You do the same thing by shaming people for making fun of someone for example, being black, but you do the same thing by making fun of them for being short or ugly or stupid, etc.
What's P2?
So that's a double standard. P2, did I give P2? That was P2, the one I just gave.
Right, explain that again.
You do the same thing that the non-vegans do by virtue signaling, essentially. You call out those for making fun of people for their racial traits, like, for example, being black or something like that, being Asian, whatever. But you do the same thing when it comes to other factors that are out of their control, like such as their height, their attractiveness, and their mental capacity. So that is a double standard. Yeah, that's a double. It's a double standard because it's a double standard because you make fun of their genetic traits, and you say it's wrong to make fun of them for racial traits, right? You'd agree? It's racist. And it's also a double standard because you call out non-vegans for shaming people who torture animals. So it's a it's a triple standard.
Okay, so first of all, intelligence is it is incredibly fucking difficult to say intelligence is a racial trait. Even height, there are height differences between races, but even that's not a racial trait. Like, yeah, Chinese people tend to be shorter, but Yao Ming is like 8 feet tall.
I never
So-
said it was. What are you talking about? Just refute my syllogism, please.
Yeah, okay, so P1, you call out Moist
Thank you.
Critical and similar actors who shame people for killing animals despite killing animals themselves. P2, you partake in similar actions of making fun of people based on height, attractiveness, mental capacity despite criticizing racists. Q, therefore, vegan gains as a hypocrite. So I would say this is just a non sequitur. I disagree with the
Okay.
conclusion.
Also, it's a complete sequitur. What are you talking about?
No, it's a non sequitur because
No, it's
the conclusion doesn't follow from the premises.
Yes, it does.
You
Okay,
didn't
explain how it
actually
doesn't.
point out any
Yes,
hypocrisy in
it
the
does.
premises.
It perfectly follows.
No,
What are you talking about?
P2 does not demonstrate any hypocrisy. Because the problem here is
it
making fun
does.
of somebody based on trait height, trait attractiveness, trait mental capacity
Oh, it's not
is
the same
different
thing?
than making fun of
Okay,
somebody
okay, so give,
based on
okay, so
trait
give the
race.
symmetry breaker. Okay, so give the symmetry breaker then. What's the morally significant difference then?
Because race
Making fun
has
of
nothing to
someone
do
for
with
their
height,
race and their
attractiveness, or
genetic-
mental capacity.
Okay, it doesn't matter. We're talking about morally. What's the morally distinctive difference? Go ahead. What's the
I don't
difference?
even understand why I'd even have to give an
That's what I'm
answer to
asking.
that. Race is not the
Because name
same
the
thing.
trait.
Sorry?
That's like saying, oh, humans and animals aren't the same thing, therefore I can kill and eat animals. That's not the trait. You have to give the trait.
So you're just asking me What is the difference between making fun of somebody based on their intelligence
Morally.
versus making fun of somebody based on their race?
No, not just intelligence, genetic features, like the way they look.
We could
the height,
include all genetic
whatever.
features, sure. So, like,
Yes.
height,
So what's the morally
attractiveness,
significant difference? But
Yeah, so it really depends on what you mean by race here, because you still haven't given me an answer for, like, how you even define racism. But the idea behind racism is that certain
I'm not talking
races
about
are
racism.
superior to other races. So when you
I'm not
make
talking
a
about
statement,
that.
so when you make a statement about a race and you criticize somebody based on their race, you're assuming they have. Oh my god, can you let me fucking finish? So you're assuming they lack certain trait qualities like intelligence, like attractiveness, or whatever other fucking qualities you value based on their race, and you're making an assumption about them that they're lacking in intelligence or something because they're part of a race. Now, there's no evidence for that. There's no evidence that that particular individual is lacking in intelligence or any other trait you value based on their race. That is entirely
Nobody's saying
different
that.
than pointing
Nobody's
out that
saying
somebody is
that.
lacking in
Oh my-
intelligence.
Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that. I'm asking you the morally significant difference between making fun of someone based off racial features and making fun of someone for other genetic features that don't pertain to race. You didn't give it. You're just saying,
What?
oh,
Okay,
your race,
what?
your intelligence isn't predicated on your race. I'm not
What
saying that.
quality pertains to race?
No, that's a deflection. So name the trait, please. What's the morally significant difference?
What?
You're trying to
Well,
turn it
no,
around
that's
on
not
me
a deflection.
because you can't
What
give a trait.
quality
You're a
pertains
sophist.
to
You're a big
race?
sophist. No. You answer my question.
No, what
You're
quality
the one
pertains
you're
to
making a
race?
positive
Because
claim
you're
that there's a morally significant difference.
here's
You're
the
making a
issue. We're
positive
going
claim,
off
not
of
me.
two completely different definitions of racism, clearly, and you're
We aren't talking about racism. We're talking about making fun of racial features. Racism didn't come out of my mouth. I said racist person.
what
Because I would
quality
say,
pertains to race?
oh my gosh, I don't have to answer that. Give
Yes,
the
you do.
argument that I have to answer that. Okay, give the argument. Why do I have to answer that? Go ahead.
Because you're saying you're saying there's a substantive difference between character qualities like intelligence and you're claiming there's no moral difference between making fun of somebody based on character qualities like intelligence or racial qualities. What do you mean by racial quality?
Okay, listen. Nobody said height, attraction, nor intelligence is a racial trait. But however, it is true that certain
Yes,
races
I'm asking you
possess
what you
specific
mean by
traits.
racial quality.
Listen, I'm not claiming these races inherently possess it due to biological
I'm
function.
simply
Again,
asking what you mean by racial quality.
Skin color, for example, hair texture, nose size, etc.
So if I made fun of somebody for having fucked up hair, I'm being racist?
So would you say pulling your eyes back to muck an Asian is racist, for example?
It could be.
It could be, but not always.
Yes.
Let's say they're doing it to mock all Asians.
Yes,
they don't like
then
the way they look.
I guess by definition that would be racist.
Okay, I agree. So you are morally equivalent if you make fun of short people, because when you make fun of one
Are
short
short
person,
people a
you're making fun
race?
of all the short person. It doesn't matter. I'm asking you the morally significant difference. They're morally equivalent. That's like a
Well, they're
non-vegan
not.
saying, are animals humans? That's like a non-vegan saying, are animals humans? It doesn't matter. That's the point. Name the trait.
Yeah, the issue is short people aren't considered a distinct race of beings.
Nobody's saying that. Bro, are you even comprehending anything I'm saying? Is that? I don't think you're tracking the conversation, bro. I really don't. Because
I
when you
am.
run name the rate on people, you actually know what you're talking about. You're not this stupid when it comes to that. But I think
you are
anything
talking,
outside of name the trait, you're just a
buddy.
total retard.
You are
So stop calling
talking.
other people retarded.
So,
You're retarded.
dude, you
Why
are
you won't take an IQ
talking
test?
about two different things here. Usually, when people mention
God.
racist issues, they're talking about attributing qualities that are generally negative to an entire race of people. That is a unique problem to attributing negative qualities to an individual.
You're doing the same thing for short people. What's the morally significant difference between making fun of racial features and genetic features that don't pertain to race? Give the symmetry breaker, please.
Again, you're talking about
Bro.
two distinct problems.
Oh my god.
There are two distinct problems here.
Oh my
Problem number one is that you have a problem with making fun of somebody based on a quality that they cannot change. Problem number two is that race issues revolve around the idea that a race has negative qualities attached to it, and they ignore whether or not any individual in that race actually has that quality.
You are literally repeating the same thing, and that does not answer the question of what is the morally significant difference. Let me ask you this. Is pulling your eyes back to mock an Asian, is that morally acceptable? You agree
That's
it's
a
racist?
fundamentally different issue than what
You
you
think
were
it's morally-
just talking about.
Do you think, no, it's not. It pertains to the conversation. What are you talking about? Is it morally acceptable in your worldview, yes or no?
To pull your your eyes apart to look like an Asian?
To be racist. Yeah, because it's racist. You said a minute ago, right? It's racist. So would you say it's
Well,
wrong
it would
to do
fit.
that?
It would fit the general definition of racist, and it kind of
Yeah.
depends
So
on
is
the
it wrong?
context in which it's done.
Is it wrong to do? Is it wrong to do?
So if
It's very
somebody,
simple. Do you think
so,
it's wrong to do?
Well, it's
No, don't
it's
turn
neither
the
right or
percentage.
wrong. It depends on the fucking context.
Okay, let's say they just do it to. Okay, let's say they just do it to mock Asians because they don't like the way they look. That's the context. Is it wrong to do in your worldview? I think it is because you're making fun of someone over their race, which they cannot change. Likewise, you are making fun of short people for things they cannot change.
I would probably say in many circumstances it is morally neutral, and in some circumstances it would be a moral bad.
It's neutral. Why would it be neutral?
Because a lot of the times it's just a fucking joke.
No, but let's say they're being serious.
Yeah, so if they're being serious, there's greater social implications where if you're willing to disrespect an entire race or culture like that, it's probably
way-
going to have some downstream effects where Asians
way-
are generally treated more negatively.
By the way, I'm not asking if like the act itself is immoral, because they could like be doing it and not really be causing any harm directly. But I'm asking you, like, is that person, like, would you say they're a morally immoral person according to your world?
It entirely depends on the context in which they do it.
I just gave you the context.
What, just saying Asians look ugly?
Like, you know how you react to videos on your stream, and occasionally, like, you'll see someone who's, like, ugly or something like that, and you'll be like, oh, he's so ugly, or something like that. Oh, he's so stupid. Oh, he's short. Let's say someone else was doing that, but they were making fun of someone for racial features. Would you say they're, like, wrong?
Well, I mean, that's
Wrong for
very
doing that?
vague. I mean, a lot of black people have big noses, but if I make fun of a big nose person who happens to be black, that's not necessarily making fun of a racial
Oh my
feature.
god, no one's saying that! I literally said if they do it intending on mocking all Asians.
Yeah, so all Asians have
Answer the
slanty
question, you
eyes, all
focus.
black people have big, like, pig noses or
Oh my
something.
gosh.
Like, yeah,
Nobody's saying that.
I guess.
They are intentionally doing it to mock Asians. That's what I'm saying. Would they be wrong
Okay,
for
I
that?
would say that leans in the area of bad. I wouldn't say it's the worst thing you can fucking do. Like
No, I'm not
making fun
talking
of
about the
how a
action.
racial
I'm not
group
talking about the
looks is
action.
very
Stop talking
low
over
on the
me.
list of bad things.
I'm not talking about the action. If the action is immoral, I'm asking, do you think they as a person are immoral
What's
for,
the
for
fucking
doing that?
what's the difference? They're doing something bad then.
Do you think they are bad?
Well, they're doing something bad.
Yo, Jackson Skyscraper, yeah, I know I'm destroying VG. He's a retard. And he
No,
calls other
you're not
people
destroying anybody.
That's why you won't take an IQ test. Because you know you're retarded.
Right,
No offense to
yeah.
all those
Well,
people.
how about me and you take one and then we'll see. Yeah,
Yeah, let's take one right now. Let's go.
Like again, there's two separate issues here. One is that you just
Oh
generally
my God, you're going to repeat the same thing. The same
yes,
thing, right?
yes,
That's what's
yes,
coming?
because this is important.
You're retarded.
Issue
You're retarded. That's
yes,
all it comes down
you
to.
keep
You're retarded.
conflating. The problem here is you keep conflating two different
You're soy
issues.
raging right now.
You keep
Mickey
conflating
Mouse, calm
two
down,
different
Mickey Mouse.
issues, and you're muddying the discussion to
Mickey
just
Mouse, calm
like
down.
win on just optics.
Mickey Mouse, raising your voice and being estrogenic doesn't make
Yeah,
you win the
and
argument.
talking over me also doesn't really help you
You're the
win
one
the
talking over me.
conversation.
You're
So
the one talking
again,
over me.
you're conflating two different issues. Issue number one is you just generally have a fucking problem with somebody making fun of somebody for a trait that they don't really have any control over. The second issue is that you're conflating this with making fun of an entire racial group that has completely different social implications. Making fun of somebody for being short is entirely different than making fun of all Asians for having
That's a nice
squinty
strawman you have.
eyes that you think are ugly, and you're trying
That's a
to
nice
demean
strawman.
them and make them seem like less of a person by pulling your eyes apart and saying, haha, squinty-eyed fuck. That is entirely different than making fun of somebody just for being short.
That's a very nice straw man. That's a very nice straw man.
That's not a
Do you
straw
have
man.
anything
You're
else?
conflating the
It
two
is.
issues.
it
One
is.
does not have the same social implications as the other.
I've already responded to this, so there's no point in me continuing.
Well,
You
no,
know
you
that you're in the
haven't.
wrong.
You just
You're
keep
intentionally
no.
You're intentionally
You just
being
keep
assaulted
asking
because you
me
know you're wrong and
leading
you have an ego and
questions.
you don't want to.
You
don't
just
want to
keep
lose your
asking me leading
That's why.
questions and conflating the topic so that
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can get
whatever.
optics points in the argument.
So, chat, I think you have all seen it. He's retarded, and he shames others for being retarded. He can't name a morally
I'm
significant
sorry.
difference
Do
between
you
making fun of someone for the race and making fun of someone for
so
their genetics.
if you
Everyone
think
sees it right
if
now,
you
and you're
think
being
it's
assaulted.
wrong, wait, if you think it's wrong to make fun of somebody based on qualities that they cannot change, then is it okay to make fun of them on qualities they can change?
Yes.
So I can make fun of somebody for being weak and skinny.
Yes.
So I can make
As long
somebody
as
for
it-
being
as long as
fat
they
and
aren't-
lazy.
As long as they aren't genetically like that and presupposing free will exists and they have the option, then yes, I would say that's fine.
So it's fine to make fun of somebody for being skinny or fat or lazy, but it's not okay to make fun of somebody for being stupid.
That's my opinion.
Okay, and you don't think there
Yeah.
are genetic interlinks between some of these things? Like maybe the reason
Yeah, I do,
somebody
I
is
do.
skinny is because
I do.
their genes cause them to have a low appetite?
Yeah, I do agree. So in that case, it's wrong because they're naturally ectomorphic.
You realize 80% of obesity can be predicted with genes.
Yes, I know that. I know
So-
that. That's why I said presupposing they could control it and free will exists. That's why I said that. Are
Okay,
not
do you
listening?
believe free will exists?
That's a separate topic.
Well, we don't have to go
I'm
into whether or not
agnostic.
free will exists. I'm just
I'm
asking you
agnostic.
if you
I'm
think free will
agnostic.
exists.
I'm agnostic. I don't know. Presupposing it does.
Okay. So, supposing it does, you could say that somebody could put more effort into being more intelligent. So if they just increase the amount of knowledge they have, they would score higher on an IQ test.
Yeah. I agree. Maybe, if free will exists.
So then it's okay to make fun of somebody for being stupid.
Well, no, it depends. Like, if they are, like, autistic or something, that's something they can't really control. So, in that, it's pretty,
there may be an
it's
upper
like a
limit to how much
self-justified.
they can actually increase their IQ or their knowledge on a given subject. But, again, if they've done no
But technically-
research and are being
But
stupid...
technically, you could also bleach your skin or something if you're black, like Michael Jackson. Actually, no, he was white from birth, but you get what I mean. People think he bleached his skin. He didn't, but
He had vitiligo.
no, he was black. He was white. He was white all along. The black.
No,
Michael
he had
Jackson, that's not-
vitiligo.
No, the black Michael Jackson. That's not him.
That is
different
him. He
person.
got vitiligo.
No, he's not. No, he was white. He was a white man.
Okay, I'll
Anyways.
take your word for it.
Anyways, okay, where is this conversation going now? This is completely tangential to the syllogism.
Yeah, so I would just ask you, why the fuck is it wrong to make fun of somebody for being stupid?
Well, presupposing free will exists and that they're stupid because of their genetics, I would say it's wrong because that's my preference. Because I think it's just wrong to make fun of something that you can't change. That's my preference. I'm a moral subjectivist, I guess. What about you?
I'm
think
a
it's wrong?
moral anti-realist as well, but again, I think there's certain social standards that I want, and making fun of somebody for being stupid is a strong deterrent for them being in my social groups. So if they're trying to enter my social group and I call them stupid, then
don't
that
like
will
stupid
reject
people?
them from the social group, and that will maintain the IQ threshold that I want in my social group.
What's your IQ threshold? Around what IQ? Not specifically, but around what?
A bit above average.
Okay, so how about you take an IQ test right now in front of your whole chat, and we can
There's
see
no way
how
to do
smart
that.
you are.
There's no online IQ test that you can take that would be accurate.
Well, it's not 100% accurate, but it can give you a rough estimate of, like, if you score a below average, then it's a good sign that you are, like, below average in IQ. So why don't you do that? 'Cause
No,
even
I'm
if
not
it's
gonna
not
bother.
Ah, of course. You know why? Because you know you're not you have low IQ. That's why. Yeah,
no.
fake laugh. Yeah. Yes, you know it. You know it, and I know it.
So, by the way,
Admit
you
it.
weren't actually able to point out any hypocrisy.
Ah, so change the topic now because you don't want to get called out for having low IQ.
You're
Typical
claiming I have low
PG.
IQ when you weren't able to demonstrate any hypocrisy
Clearly
on my
do.
part.
You clearly do.
There was no hypocrisy that you could demonstrate.
But hey, it's fine because guess what? IQ is genetic, so I'm not gonna make fun of you for that. I'm making fun of you for being a hypocrite.
Well, you
That's
just
what I'm
did.
making-
Well, by
No,
the
I
way,
didn't.
that could be genetic.
When did I make fun of you? Can you prove it?
You literally just did with the IQ test thing. Oh, you're not going to take it because you know you're an idiot, so you just made fun of me
Yeah,
for
how
having
does
a low IQ.
how is that making
Oh,
fun?
so I guess
yeah,
you're a hypocrite now? You literally just said it's wrong
you're
to
the
make
hypocrite.
fun of somebody for having a low IQ, then you made fun of me for having a low IQ. I guess you're a hypocrite now. Oh.
Yeah,
So,
me
yeah,
making
it
fun-
is
even
okay.
If, even if
Yeah,
I,
right,
Even
so
if
you
I wasn't
violate
making
your
fun
own
of you,
standards.
that wouldn't make. Yeah, that wouldn't make me a hypocrite. Do you know the definition of a hypocrite? That wouldn't make you a hypocrite. That just means you violated your moral principles. So how about you learn on
That
what
would
those
be
terms mean
hypocrisy.
first before using them? No, it wouldn't.
Yes, that would be hypocrisy.
Define hypocrisy for me.
Yeah, it would be not holding. So it would be either having two different standards for yourself or others, or two different standards for someone else and someone else.
So when did I do that?
Just now, when you said it's wrong to make fun of somebody for having a low IQ, then you just made fun of me for having a low IQ.
Okay, one, I didn't make fun of you. Two, even if I was, that wouldn't make me a hypocrite.
You did just. So I'm sorry. You claiming we all know why you won't fucking take an IQ test. It's because you know you're gonna score low.
Yeah, how is
That's
this
not
making
making
I'm
fun
saying
of
that-
me for having low
No, it's not.
IQ, but then
No, it's
you
not.
just
I'm
went on a
pointing
whole
out
spiel about how it's wrong to
Yes,
make
no,
fun of
it is
somebody for
wrong.
having a low
It
IQ.
is wrong. It is wrong. It is wrong. And now you're mocking my accent. It is
I
wrong.
wasn't
I'm
trying.
not making fun of
I
you.
wasn't
You know
matching
how-
your accent.
You know how? Listen, you know how you make fun of Frank?
So are
Tufano
you
for
admitting
being
your
gay?
accent
You're
sounds
not-
retarded?
you're not-
I was just making a
you're not-
general retarded voice. So now your
Hold on,
accent is
hold on,
retarded?
Hold on. Well, no, it sounded like you were doing an exaggeration of my accent. Not necessarily. You didn't sound like me, by the way. But I thought that you were doing an exaggeration.
Well, that's because you're retarded.
But anyways, hold on. You know how you make fun of Frank Tufano for being gay? You're not making fun of him for being gay.
I
You're
didn't
making
make fun of him for
a
being
hypocrite.
gay.
I know that. I'm saying you point out that he's gay. Sorry, I worded that wrong, I'll admit. But you point out that he's gay, not to make fun of him, but to point out that he's a hypocrite because he hates on gay people. I'm doing the same thing. I'm not making fun of you for having low IQ, okay? So it's okay. It's genetic, bro. I'm not gonna shame you for it, you know? But speaking of Frank Tufano, I thought I told you the other day, stop reacting to him.
Okay.
And you're still reacting to him, so
Uh-huh.
so something's coming is what a storm is coming for you if you don't stop.
Okay, that's great.
And you can think I'm joking.
Uh-huh. Alright, well thanks for the chat,
I'm
dude.
just giving you a warning.
Alright, let's get through some of the donos. There's some people waiting in Discord. I guess I'll fucking respond to them later.
So Beaksley Trump wants to turn this country into a white-only country.
Pretty much. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. 21st Savage, $22. Radical idea, but what if Trump is just trying to stop crime? Wow, that's a new idea, isn't it? If you don't want to be sent to El Salvador, then don't be a criminal, lol. Okay, so why doesn't he just make the death penalty for all crime? If, that'll stop crime, right? All criminals will be killed. Yeah, okay, you're a fucking dumbass. Thanks for the nation, stupid. You donate $2, let me see. Katy Perry exiting the rocket capsule.
Katie! Woo!
Yep. People who can't defend themselves physically, women and low-T men, parse information through a consensus filter as a safety mechanism. They literally do not ask, is this true? They ask, will others be okay with me thinking it's true? Available to brute force manufacturer. So it's probably true to some extent. Thanks for the donation, E. Just random vids, donate $2. That's snake.
My snake hates carpet. Watch, I'm gonna prove it to you guys. Carpet. Can I pick you back up? Can I? Hey. Tofu. That wasn't necessary. Hey, buddy. Okay. What? You wanna? Okay, there you go. Ow. Let's get out. Okay. Ow. So much pain. What the heck? Why do you hate carpet? Hey, you're fine. I just stuck my finger in your mouth. Hey, dude, come here. Okay, I'm just trying to pick you up. Now watch how he acts anywhere else.
Okay. I hate this guy. I'm not turning the audio on. Okay, well that's some nice attention-seeking behavior. I do the same thing, lol. Yeah, I'd kill everybody on the plane. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
Once again trying to appeal to the racists who believe in white replacement theory.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. American Idiot donate $2. Did you see this? He didn't give me a link. If you give me a link, I can take a look. Thanks for the donation, American Idiot.
Dem senator visited El Salvador this morning and was denied access to the prison. They let Kristi Noem film propaganda in front of a bunch of prisoners there, threatening U.S. illegals to self-deport.
Yeah, the Trump administration is absolute cancer. I saw that. 4 more years. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Did you already talk about the Frank Tufano Freakout stuff? Loved his intros lol. I met Frank a few years back.
Missed Formality, donate $2 debate, missed formality on Discord. They say you're a psychopath who abuses your animals, psycho threatens to kill people you mate. They don't show up, ban them. Okay, what the fuck do you want?
I want to ask you a few things.
Formality.
Something about Penguin Z0. Do you consider yourself to be a good person?
Yes.
Well, I think it's funny how one of my friends told me how you clearly saw her messages, but she told me it's ironic how you're denying the truth. You're clearly a bad person, and you tried to threaten Penguin. Fuck. Hate my stutters. Penguin Z0, you threatened to kill him. You said, if you guys come near me, I'll kill you with whatever those type of items were that you had in your hand. And Penguin Z0 clearly dominated you in that debate you had. That's why you didn't speak to him.
We never debated. I challenged him to a debate, and he came up with the stupid fucking excuses to dodge debate with me, and all he did was make a series of personal attacks. So exactly how...
Well,
so the debate never happened, he only made a response video. Exactly how did he dominate me in his response video?
Well, I think it's just ironic how he said many things in his argument to you, and after that you had nothing else to say back to him because
Yeah,
you
I
couldn't
did.
think of.
I made a response back, and I refuted each and every single one of his fucking claims. So do you want to go point by point what he said and my refutation to it?
You also do realize
Yeah, so
that
can you even give me
regardless-
one argument he made that I wasn't able to refute?
Hold on, I think I can find it right on here for you. Because I clearly know he has some arguments against you. I also know that when I was looking into a few things, apparently someone even said that you said if you lift weights, you can take down a bear. If you actually said that, you're fucking stupid.
Yeah, I never said that. I think I said that as a joke. Somebody asked me if I could fight a bear, and I said yes as a joke.
Would literally jizz my pants if I heard a vegan ended the existence of Penguin Zero or all the way to threatening literal babies. And when I see babies in a stroller, especially when they're crying, I just...
What does this have to do with Penguin Zero?
No, it seems ironic to me how you tried so hard to annihilate him in your argument
Yeah,
with him, but you
so
still
I asked
failed.
you. Yeah, so I asked you, what argument did he make that I wasn't able to refute? Name one.
You know, I am gonna try to find that for you. I think we all know that Penguin Zero has dominated everyone, and apparently you tried to complain about Su Young.
Penguin Zero is a fucking retard. He couldn't even win a debate against Sneeko on Age of
And this
Consent.
is where this came into play.
Most inhumane ways possible because she likes to watch them squirm around and put Facebook royalty-free music behind it as a
Here's a little example of him.
Squid in particular. She cuts the hood
Yeah,
off and then
so
sets
I'm
the body
asking
down.
you, I've heard this before, I'm asking you, what argument did he make in response to me that I wasn't able to refute? Can you even
Apparently-
name one?
Zero tried to say that you complained about him apparently supporting animal cruelty. And he did try to say that the way you're going about it seems like you're no better than him.
What the hell are you talking about?
Basically, he said that because you complained about him because he complained about Su Young, apparently with live animals, he said he tried to complain saying you're no different than he is. And to be honest, you really are no different.
How am I no different
You're
than him?
You're just as stupid as he is.
So he is stupid.
Well, in a way, yeah. Even though he has completely...
Okay, that's one thing we can
got
agree
rid of-
on then, that Penguin Zero's stupid.
I'm gonna just be honest, I only go by what people told me. But
So
in
you
a
never
way,
even watched the video.
I do say...
So you
that
never
most of the
watched the
things you
video, and you're claiming that I wasn't able to refute any of his arguments, even though you never saw the video. Do you
I
think
have
that
seen the
sounds
video multiple
stupid?
times.
You literally just said you didn't watch the
I think
video.
I found the right one. Apparently, this might be it. Might be.
End this conversation by saying I have nothing but respect for veganism as a whole, but it's people like Vegan Gains who are overly aggressive and the feral monsters in his comments section that really give vegans a bad rap and a negative reputation in the world. They vilify anyone who's not a vegan. They treat it like a cult where you're a huge piece of shit, evil and wrong if you're not in their club. Now, of course, I'm not talking about everyone who is a
This
vegan. I am
isn't an
talking
argument.
about this community that Vegan Gains is.
Apparently, the way he sees it that you make veganism look like a disappointment.
I don't care what he thinks. What is an argument that he made that I wasn't able to refute?
I'm pretty sure that was the argument, because right
That
after
wasn't
that,
an
I'm pretty sure
argument,
you
that was
didn't
just his
take
personal
any other one.
opinion.
Yeah, but it's an opinion that apparently I thought you would have had made a comeback about, but clearly not.
I don't care if he thinks I make veganism look bad. I care whether or not he has an argument to not be vegan. What's an argument that he has that gives him moral justification to kill and eat animals?
Apparently, I can't seem to find one, but you also can't justify
So you never
anything
watched
that
the
you've done in
video.
the past. I guess you can say that, but I can also say you can't justify anything you did in the past.
Like what?
Apparently threatening lives of YouTubers, and apparently knowing very well
I never
a lot of
threatened
people
to kill
online.
anybody.
No, you did.
Yeah, who?
You apparently tried to say. Apparently, you tried to say that you said I'll kill you to apparently your camera if someone tried to do something. I don't know what was said.
So
but
you never
apparently many
saw the
people
fucking
online-
video, and you're accusing me of this.
No, hold on. Did you not see?
So
did
you
not
never
hear that
saw a
fucking audio?
video, you never saw me say this, you just heard it from somebody else and you assumed it was true.
You literally said it yourself. You had some type of weapons, and the last line you said is "I'll kill you," not really directing that towards anybody.
Where? When? What video?
I am going to find that video. You tried to say a lot of things.
I had the opportunity to kill him. Slit his fucking throat with a scene. He really likes to use this knife on him. Like, he really This deserves to die. Like, you're such a smug.
Well, that's not one of the first things you have said.
Yeah, so that was the Onision thing. Never threatened to kill him. I said I'd like to kill him. And that was in response to him making false copyright claims against my channel when I was just frustrated. So I never said, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to hunt you down and slice your throat open. I was just expressing my frustration saying, I'd like to kill him because he's an asshole. That's not the same thing as a fucking threat and saying I'm going to kill somebody.
To try and kill me, so if you think you have the fucking guts, come to the fucking Toronto Bridge Fest. I don't.
Yes, that was a clip where I was making a joke. Thank you.
Well, realistically speaking, they tried to say that if you did try that, apparently a lot of people online tried to say online they dare you to show up and see what happens. Because they don't, apparently they didn't take that lightly.
Have you ever watched, like, an action movie, like Terminator 2, and then when, like, Arnold Schwarzenegger says, I'm going to terminate you, have you ever thought, oh my god, Arnold Schwarzenegger's gonna kill someone? Like, you understand some of this is taken out of context, where I was making a joke, and it was for YouTube?
Oh, about the video where you said I was accusing of. Here's the video I was talking about.
I think there was something that the majority of the human race, I just have absolutely no respect for. So don't get on my bad side, make some vegan gains, and be nice to animals, or I'll kill you.
Yes,
so the only use I can see.
You think I was being entirely serious there? That I'm going to hunt down and kill non-vegans? So again, when you go to the movie theaters and you see an action movie, do you think the actors are actually going to kill somebody? Because on screen they say they're going to kill people? Okay, so then why would you take anything and everything I say on YouTube seriously?
Okay, well, that's the thing. No, let me explain that. That's the thing. Because you're past, a lot of the things you say, nobody can take that as a joke.
Yeah, they can, if they're not stupid.
Well, then again, they also said if that were a realistic situation, you wouldn't have done anything in the process anyway, so...
So what the hell did you want to come on here and tell me?
Then all I can say is, most of the things that you have said, I can most likely agree on, except for weird, bad, out-of-line jokes that you see as a joke, which clearly, in nowadays society, that's not one anymore. But most of the things you have said, I can agree on.
So you just wanted to come here and complain that you didn't like some of the videos I made?
Most likely every single video, because every single video you had anger problems.
Okay. Do you think it's a bigger issue that I have anger problems, or a bigger issue that people like Penguin Zero kill and eat animals?
Then again, Penguin Z0 hasn't really tried to brutally murder one slowly like Su Young did.
Yeah, that's right. He just pays other people to do it for him. So what do you think is the bigger issue? Me having anger problems when I make YouTube videos? Or Penguin Zero paying people to murder animals?
Well, I hate to break you to you, but that's how most of this life works, and you're not going to change that.
Okay. I don't know what that has to do with the question I asked. What do you think is the bigger issue? Me being angry, or people paying for animals to be murdered? What do you think causes more harm?
Well, animals getting slaughtered is bad, but you also having issues is also very bad. Because you're the type of person to just punch somebody in the face for no absolute reason, since that's something you would do.
So I am 30, I'm turning 34 years old in 2 months. I have no criminal record. So I've never killed anybody. I've never been charged with assault.
Again, shocking.
So, again, what do you think's the bigger issue? Me being angry or people killing billions of animals? Who has worse behavior?
Well, if you say behavior-wise, then you have the worst behavior, but generally, I'm gonna pick the animals getting slaughtered.
Okay, well, at least we could agree on that. Take care. This is what life is. Just retarded.
I'm becoming a personal trainer soon. I know it's kinda gay job, but I feel like it's easy way to make good money if you know what you are doing. Should I feel like a loser?
Most personal trainers aren't making jack shit, especially if you work for a commercial gym like Good Life. So, if you know how to set up your own business and make sure you're receiving most, if not all, the money the client is paying, yeah, you can make good money. But most trainers that work for commercial gyms aren't making jack shit. And should you feel like a loser, I don't know why negative self-talk is ever going to be beneficial to you. So all you really have to focus on is what you want and do what you need to do to achieve your goal. And win or lose, as long as you're doing whatever you can to, meet your goals, I wouldn't consider negative self-talk at all helpful to you. Thanks for the donation, though, Jacked Up.
King Richard, did you hear King Putin went vegan? He is on a potato cleanse. CTFU, potato emoji.
I did not hear about that. I'm not sure if that's true, but thanks for the donation, JC. Thanks for the gifted memberships, JP. Appreciate that.
Wow, that's horrible. What happened to those people 100 years ago, VG? And to think these ton nut jobs love to say hat science isn't real.
Yes, it's bad. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
J Masters Instagram ments.
He would post something like that. Thanks for the donation, Richard Burgess.
Good God, we are a stupid species. I honestly don't know how we have lasted for over 1 million years.
Yeah, that's why we need eugenics. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Fuck that guy and his gay threats. Let's react to a random Frank vid.
We're going to, don't worry. I want to get through this Martin Rios vid. This is a really stupid topic. Maximize your testosterone naturally. Thanks for the donation, React to Frank. Joey Donatillers, have you watched Black Mirror? No, haven't watched the new Black Mirror season. I'm probably going to start watching it while I do cardio. Thanks for the donation, Joey.
Everything right with a steroid user who has no idea what they're doing in the gym. The steroid user is still gonna put on way more muscle. A good example of this is Togi. Togi claims that he doesn't even lift weights anymore, yet looks better than 90% of gym goers. Larry Meals is on a bunch of PD.
Togi says a lot of things. He's clearly lifting weights,
Which is a huge reason why he's able to lift so much weight. Based on these examples, you can see how much of a role testosterone makes on the progress that you make in the gym. Over the past few weeks,
Dude, I love how this, like, pencil neck little shit is talking about optimizing testosterone.
I've been doing a ton of research on endocrine health and read multiple books on maximizing testosterone naturally. And after implementing what I learned,
Yeah. Listen to this guy who can't even grow a full beard on maximizing testosterone.
I'm currently in the best shape of my life and I'm the strongest I've ever been. Because I'm here to make fitness great again.
He's not strong. He can't lift anything.
I'll be giving you a complete guide on maximizing testosterone as a natural lifter. The first way to maximize testosterone naturally is exercise. Everybody knows that exercise is important, but when it comes to maximizing your testosterone, the type of exercise that you choose to do is super important. And if you're a regular viewer of my channel, you already do this, but weightlifting is one of the best ways to increase testosterone. The reason for this is that weightlifting
Struggles to deadlift 315.
causes the greatest increase in free testosterone and total testosterone, with the least increase in cortisol, which is super beneficial, as cortisol is essentially the arch nemesis of testosterone levels. As cortisol increases, testosterone decreases. When you're in the gym, you want to prioritize heavy compound exercises where you hit multiple
Can barely bench 225 for reps.
muscle groups at once, and that will stimulate the maximum hormone release. Another beneficial form of exercise is HIIT training. When it comes to building an aesthetic physique, walking and HIIT training are probably the most beneficial. Walking is really good for body composition as walking burns fat for fuel, and because it's low intensity, low impact, you can do it multiple times per week without it having a huge effect on your body. Although HIIT training is obviously very intense, there are a ton of studies that show that it's very beneficial for testosterone levels. So if you're able to incorporate HIIT training with your weightlifting routine, when exercising, the duration of your workouts are actually really important. You ideally want to keep your workouts to 45 minutes to 1 hour. Studies show that if you work out for too long, testosterone levels can drop from 20 to 40%. If you're someone who's working out for an hour or 30 minutes or 2 hours, you're
Yeah, so literally doing anything will in the short term lower your testosterone. Eating food will lower your testosterone, and by like a pretty substantive amount. Staying awake will lower your testosterone. Your testosterone just gradually goes down throughout the day. Exercise will lower your testosterone, but again, this is just a temporary effect. Again, the next morning it'll just peak again. So this doesn't matter. You should exercise as much as you need to achieve whatever fitness goals you have. Like, if this is your concern, then you shouldn't exercise, you shouldn't eat, because those things will temporarily cause your testosterone to dip. Stupid. Thanks for the 10 more gifted memberships, JP. Appreciate it.
your workouts are way too long. A good way to make your workouts shorter is to incorporate supersets for full body workouts, or lower the volume that you're doing and just focus on training more intense. You also want to make sure that you're optimizing rest times for
God, it's hilarious. This guy is so weak.
Testosterone levels. Rest times are super important for keeping cortisol down, which I mentioned earlier is terrible for testosterone levels. For intense compound exercises, I would advise keeping your rest times from 2 minutes to 4 minutes.
I was gonna say, oh, there he goes, using bumper plates to make it look like he's using more weight. It looks like, for whatever reason, this gym just has bumper plates. I'll give him a pass there, but...
And for less intense exercises like isolation lifts, I'd keep your rest time to about 90 seconds. A question I do get asked is, do warm-ups count as workout time? And my answer to that is I don't personally count it. But again, try and keep your workouts from 45 minutes to an hour. An hour 15 is probably okay, but an hour and 30 minutes is way too long in my opinion. And again, you want to be mindful of doing too much volume or overtraining. If you're working out too intense with too much volume, you're going to cause adrenal fatigue. Adrenal fatigue is when you're causing large spikes of cortisol and adrenaline in your body. And again, cortisol is terrible for testosterone levels. So definitely don't train 7 days per week and make sure you include rest days. And make sure you notice symptoms of overtraining such as fatigue and decreased performance in the gym. If you want workout programs that follow all these guidelines to help you build muscle and maximize testosterone, be sure to check out my 90-day steady body blueprint. With the 90-day
Yeah, so you can be weak and skinny like him.
Steady Body Blueprint, you get access to my private community, new monthly workouts that include a 2-day all the way to 6-day workout splits, and if that's not enough, you get direct access to me and my brother Mario. If you're interested, I'll leave a link in the description. Second way to maximize testosterone naturally is through your diet. Diet is probably the most effective way to maximize testosterone, and it's where I've seen the most progress. I'm not gonna lie, before I did all this research and read those books, my diet was pretty mid to say the least. I wasn't really enjoying the food I was eating, and in hindsight, my diet wasn't the best. After doing all this research, I've completely transformed my diet to where not only do I enjoy the foods I'm eating, but I've noticed an increase in energy levels and of course greater muscle
broccoli, plain potatoes, plain steak. Yeah, very appetizing.
You want to make sure you're having a well.
Is this a plug for some stupid meal service?
Balanced diet with all 3 macronutrients. First, it's fat. The best kinds of fat are monounsaturated fat and saturated fat.
Saturated fat is not good for you. You're supposed to be minimizing your saturated fat intake as much as you can.
Saturated fats are probably the best for increasing testosterone as they are high in cholesterol. These can be found in nuts.
What?
Saturated fat and saturated fat. Monounsaturated fats are probably the best for increasing testosterone as they are high in cholesterol. These
Monounsaturated fats do not contain cholesterol, you fucking moron. Buddy, was that a mistake he made where he just did an oops? Did he mean it increases cholesterol? Because monounsaturated fats also don't increase cholesterol. Look up the cholesterol content of nuts. It's 0. This guy is retarded.
These can be found in nuts, avocados, coconut oil, and olive oil. Saturated fats low-key have a bad reputation, but when you get them from good sources, they're amazing for testosterone levels. These can be found in foods such as
saturated fat does not boost testosterone.
Butter, animal meats, eggs, and other organic animal products. The 2 kind of fats you want to avoid are trans fat and polyunsaturated fat. Trans fat is the
polyunsaturated fats are fine for you.
Worst kind of fat that will absolutely kill your testosterone.
Yeah, so what's funny is he's not mentioning that animal foods have trans fats. So there's industrially processed trans fats, and there are naturally occurring trans fats. They're most commonly found in dairy. Dairy has the most amount of naturally occurring trans fats. I think particularly cheese, but all animal products have some amount of trans fats in them. That is in it's in steak, it's in chicken, it's in pork, it's in butter, cheese, milk, yogurt. So if trans fats are bad, then I guess you shouldn't eat meat, huh, dipshit?
And it can be found in junk food and fast food. Polyunsaturated fats have been shown to significantly decrease testosterone and are found in
They have not been found to decrease testosterone.
terrible oils like canola oil and vegetable oils. Now the carbs in their
Yeah, again, canola oil is not bad for you. Vegetable oils are not bad for you.
are also important for increasing testosterone levels. Some people get confused because when low on carbs, testosterone levels actually do increase. But free testosterone levels, which is what actually matters, significantly drops. Low carb diets have also been shown to elevate cortisol levels, so yeah, make sure you're having good clean carb sources in your diet. For protein, just make sure you're having 0.7 to 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight, and if you're someone who's looking to lose weight, go up to the higher end of this, and prioritize.
There's no need to eat more protein when you're losing weight. This is a myth. What ends up happening is when people diet, protein, what is it? It's like protein turnover increases, but the actual amount of nitrogen that you can utilize doesn't increase, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't make a difference.
It's quality protein sources over quantity. In my 90 Days Steady Body Blueprint, I have a list of my 20 favorite foods to increase testosterone, but I'll go ahead and give you a few of my favorites. For protein, my favorite sources are beef and eggs. For beef, try and get grass-fed, grass-finished beef, and for eggs, try and get organic pasture-raised eggs. For carbs, I like to have fruit, with my favorites being banana.
Yeah, so these are just foods that are bad for you. Don't eat them. They will not increase your testosterone levels. They will increase your risk of heart disease.
I'm sorry, but at this point I just can't see our species making it to the 22nd century.
Well, maybe that's for the best, Dodo. It's not like we deserve it. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Like, again, this guy's a skinny, weak little prick, and then he's like, oh, these foods jack up your testosterone. Is that why you're so weak and skinny?
And sweet potato. Vegetables like broccoli and spinach are also pretty good. And for fat, you do get a good amount of fat from beef and eggs, but avocados, Brazil nuts, coconut oil, or olive oil are really good options. To maximize testosterone, there are some foods that are terrible that you need to avoid. You want to avoid fast food, junk food, seed and vegetable oils, artificial sweeteners, fried.
Seed and vegetable oils do not lower testosterone. In fact, none of the foods he's talking about lower testosterone.
Foods, microwave ready meals, and plastic bottled water. And of course, you want to avoid alcohol. We all know how bad alcohol is because it disrupts testosterone.
Yeah, alcohol is the one thing he mentioned that actually lowers testosterone.
Production and fucks with your sleep. But if you're someone like me, you like to have a drink every once in a while. For a lot of people, abstaining from alcohol completely may not be necessary, but it's important to be mindful of the impact it has on your endocrine health. One tip I will give you is to avoid beer because beer contains hops, which is a highly estrogenic plant. And another thing you want to avoid is sugar. Sugar can be beneficial for performance because it's a high digesting carb, so it's quickly available for use. But you do want to limit sugar consumption. The third way to increase
Sugar does not reduce testosterone.
testosterone naturally is through supplementation. While I'm not a big fan of huge supplement stacks, from my experience there are 3 supplements that are way better than all the other ones. First, it's creatine, but it's actually creatine and HMB combined. On its own, creatine doesn't have an effect on testosterone levels. But according to studies, when combined with a compound called HMB, they increase testosterone significantly. The second supplement I really like.
What study? Where? Show me. Creatine, HMB, testosterone. I've never heard of HMB. Long-term effective combination of creatine monohydrate plus beta-hydroxy beta-methylbutyrate. Exercise-induced muscle damage in anabolic/catabolic hormones in elite male endurance athletes. 10 weeks, creatine, HMB supplementation, anabolic, catabolic. Blood samples were collected. No significant differences in EIMD markers. Aspirate, aminotransferase, lactate, among groups. So they're giving the statistics here. What was the difference, though? Let's see if they just have a chart. Testosterone nanograms per deciliter. I'm very confused. .2 nanograms per deciliter? That's not even... Like, women have higher testosterone. What are they talking about here? I'm not understanding what the fuck... Oh, is this percent change? So nothing. It literally made no actual clinical difference. Oh, this is change percent to placebo. That's impossible. There's no way they had a 400% increase in testosterone. Oh, I see. Wait, so the creatine and HMB made their testosterone go down? By 37%? And only the creatine group saw an increase. Okay, wait. I don't know. The charts they have here are fucking confusing.
Is vitamin D3 and K2. Vitamin D is so important for the production of testosterone, but so many people are deficient in it. I take 10,000 IU per day, which may seem like a lot, but
There's no benefit to taking 10,000 IUs of vitamin D, and that amount of supplementation can actually cause bone loss.
the toxicity of vitamin 3 is actually really difficult, even with dosages as high as 50.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're meeting toxicity. When you're supplementing vitamin D to that degree, you can actually cause bone mineral loss.
50,000 IU per day. Make sure you're taking it with vitamin K2 though, as without it, excess calcium can float around in the bloodstream, leading to calcification of arteries long term. And the
There's no evidence for that.
last supplement I recommend is a ZMA supplement. This is amazing to take right before bed, and it fixes many common deficiencies that people have like magnesium and zinc that are related to having higher testosterone levels. The third way to maximize testosterone naturally is to live a great lifestyle, and this starts off with getting great sleep. The endocrine system, which is responsible for hormone production, is particularly active.
Well, that was a stupid fucking video. Alright, let's go back to Frank.
Can you please explain that again?
Document fees are taxable. Any document fees.
So if I pay a document fee for the auction company to give me a title for the vehicle I paid for separately, I have to pay New York State sales tax on the title fee.
If it's on that bill of sale, on the invoice, we charge.
The
that.
invoice states that I paid $100 for the vehicle. I had to pay the company separately $115 for the title fee. That's not included in the price of the vehicle.
It's a document fee. You get charged.
Give me 3 out-of-state sales forms, please. I'm not going to pay anything if you want to do it that way. These vehicles are purchased in the state of Pennsylvania.
You're done doing that. You're
Okay, so I understand that, and you guys gave me a hard time last time. So I'm coming here today, and I'm saying I will pay taxes on the purchase price of the vehicle. I'm not paying tax on a title fee that the auction company charged me separately.
not going to pay the tax on what we're saying is taxable, then you can go to another.
That's not taxable.
Then we're done. Go to another office. We're not doing it.
So I've driven up here 2 hours 3 times, and you guys are going to have to explain to me why you're not accepting my forms. I came here with a valid title. I gave you a bill of sale. I said I'm willing to pay tax on the value of the vehicle. Okay, I'll leave.
He could have just acted polite and then not gotten escorted out by security. That was an option for him.
Am I doing something wrong?
Yeah, you're not going to create a disturbance and yell at our clerks.
I'm not creating a disturbance.
No,
I was
you are.
trying to get it
You're
filed.
yelling at the clerks. Okay, leave the building.
Am I yelling?
Leave the building. Come back in today, you'll be arrested for trespass.
I'm not coming back here, that's for sure.
Well, good. Then there won't be an issue.
So you guys basically hold people hostage for, you guys just make up what you want to pay. You guys make up what you want the people to pay on, and when people argue or say they don't want to pay it at all or try to get what's fair, you kick them out of the building? You don't care at all. She has no clue what she's talking about, and all you said was
we all have to pay taxes. Take it up with someone other than
I was going to pay
doing their
taxes.
job. Like, have a good day. We're done here. You're free to go.
This DMV office really must not like me, dude. This is actually crazy. Let me make sure I have all my documents here.
What in the fuck were they even asking him to pay?
Did they keep my fucking license in there? No, I haven't. Okay, I got everything. Absolutely fucking disgusting. So you guys saw the short I posted last week where I drove down to the DMV. They gave me a hard time. They wouldn't let me fill the out-of-state tax forms. So I said, okay, fine. I came back with my bill of sale. I was willing to pay New York sales tax. And Then the lady starts arguing, oh, you're not paying tax on just the value of the vehicle. You have to pay tax on the separate title fee that the auction company charged you to give you a title for the vehicle. Which, to me, I don't know.
Okay. Like, by the way, title fees are not much. That couldn't be more than like $20 or $30 you'd have to pay.
If that's legitimate or that makes sense. I purchased the vehicle from the auction company for $100. Broken vehicle, complete trash. Then I paid $150 for the auction company to give me the title fee. And the DMV is saying that I need to pay taxes on that separate title fee that the auction charged me. And when I said, no, that's not fair.
So he may only have to pay like an extra $20. He made that scene and got kicked out of the DMV because he didn't want to pay like $20. $802, how do you track your workouts? Like, what do you mean? I have a pretty good memory, so I don't write everything down, but basically what you just want to do is write down the amount of reps you got each set, and then just try to at least beat either the repetitions you got on at least the first set or add weight the next week. At the very least, you want to at least match what you did the prior week, but ideally you want to at least add 1 rep to the first set or add weight. So that's generally going to be around 5 pounds. You could use microplates and go up by much smaller increments. You're probably going to have to do that on some exercises like overhead press. But that's all you want to do. You just want to like know what amount of repetitions you got on each exercise and how much weight you used, and either match or beat the amount of reps or weight you did the week prior. Thanks for the donation, eh?
Great news VG. I just received the invoice from the clinic I go to for my annual physical/wellness exams, and it turns out that my bill without insurance was going to be about $1,400. With my insurance through my employer, I owe, drumroll plaza, $0.
Well, that's pretty nice. The American medical system is actually a complete racket. They artificially jack up the costs of procedures for one thing, but they also artificially jack up the cost of medication. And they do that so that you need insurance, and it just ends up making the insurance companies more money. It's absolutely fucked. Medication in Canada is generally 4 times cheaper. And even if you're paying out of pocket, procedures are like half the cost. So, but at least you didn't have to pay anything. Thanks for the donation, Ben Overbitch.
Imagine going to your shitty job, and to make it even better, some cross-eyed creature wearing a Wi-Fi shield starts giving you shit over something you have no control over.
Yeah. Buddy, it was like $20 that he might have had to have paid. It's insane. Like, what is wrong with this guy? Is he that broke that he's like freaking out over $20? Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu. Because I've bought a bunch of motorcycles. In order to get the title and license plate, I think it was only like $120 per vehicle. Like, that's usually the cost. One time I had like some bullshit unpaid parking ticket, and I had to pay that off first before I could get the license plate and title. But yeah, it's like $120. Like, what is he complaining about? He's just insane. Like, everything is just has to be so dramatic, complain about fucking everything. But thanks for the donation, Majin Buu. Kid Boo donate $2. What are your thoughts?
Is it insecure of a man not to like or want you to dress sexy in order for you to be his wife?
What's sexy?
What I got on, like what I got on right now.
Oh, let me, I gotta get a good look at you. Let me see, where your shirt at? Kitty, what do you think?
I think that sometimes some of y'all women really don't understand how territorial men are. It's different if you were covered up, but baby, you got tape on. So yes, of course, a man who knows how men are going to look at you, knowing that there's going to be men who are going to be predators or going to pursue you, he's right for saying that. That's not meaning that he's insecure. He's territorial. That's a man's nature, and that's absolutely okay. It's your responsibility as his woman to understand his nature.
Like, I could understand why a dude wouldn't be comfortable with her dressing like that. Like, yoga pants and shit, yeah, whatever, but she's literally not wearing anything.
Nature, and to also have boundaries with yourself, knowing what you are exposing yourself to. I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna be quick. I'm so glad I can have conversations with my husband because I asked him, we had a deep conversation. I said, what is it about women that will make you not wife her? And the first thing he said, the way she presents herself. That's coming from a man. Men will tell you that if you dress provocative, they're going to see you as an object. Stop calling men insecure. That is their God-given right to say, I don't want my woman to present herself out here because not only is she a representation of me, she's a representation of herself.
Yeah, that was an alright take. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
The lady started arguing with me, and then the police officers kicked me out, which is completely fucking crazy. I am 100% going to file a lawsuit now. What the fuck am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? I've been trying to get this vehicle registered for a week. It's necessary for my business operations. So now I'm going to have to include in the lawsuit my missed revenue from business, all the freight fees and stuff I'm going to have to pay because I can't use my own truck now. It's completely crazy. It's disgusting. I was wondering, hey, why are there police officers here? Do they hire these people just for me to bust my balls? It's completely ridiculous. I'm trying to. It's so disgusting, dude. It's so disgusting. It's so ridiculous. I have like these 3 vehicles and these 3 titles. And I've driven up here twice now. It takes the whole day, guys. I got to drive an hour and a half up here, get the paperwork ready, hang around for an hour or 2, filled out all the paperwork. It's completely disgusting. It's crazy. Is it just this DMV office? They told me to go to a different office. This is so fucking stupid. It's unbelievable. All right, there's another New York DMV.
He only had to pay taxes on the title fee. Title fees are like $100. Just pay the taxes on the title. It's like $20.
Be about half an hour away, so I'm supposed to get back to work and run my business, but we're gonna drive over there today. Hopefully they don't give us our time. Worst case scenario, if they're gonna make me pay the tax on the title fee, and I would have done it at this DMV too, I'm just gonna pay it's gonna be like 10 or 20 extra bucks. It's not worth the headache.
Why didn't you just do that? He even admits it's $20. What the fuck? This guy is
By
fucking
that same
problems.
logic, couldn't a man call a woman insecure if she disapproves of him watching porn or following IG models?
I don't think women generally call men insecure for doing that. They just have an issue with it. And it's usually because they feel jealous about it or something. So if anything, they're the ones being insecure. But thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. E donated $2. Why is Frank such a whiny little loser? What do you think Nietzsche would think about him? Can you do an analysis from a Nietzsche perspective on him? Nietzsche would just call him a fucking bitch. Like, Nietzsche would just say, buddy, you're a fucking beta male. He's clearly a victim narcissist. So, yeah, Nietzsche would definitely say that he has, like, a slave morality, and rather than having the strength and power to just, dominate and force his will on others and, impose his own moral system, he has to act like a victim and try to get sympathy from people more powerful than him. That would be Nietzsche's perspective. Thanks for the donation, though, E. Like, again, why... He threw, like, a huge fit, and then he has to do more driving and waste more money in, like, gas mileage just for, like, a $20 fucking fee that he would have had to have paid anyway.
But they didn't even give me the chance to do that. They just kicked me out. Like, they're just making stuff up. And it's like, these...
He's lying. He said in the fucking clip that he refuses to pay.
That I paid $100 for the vehicle. I had to pay the company separately $115 for the title fee. That's not included in the price of the vehicle.
It's a document fee.
Give me 3 out-of-state sales forms, please. I'm not going to pay anything if you want to do it that way. These vehicles are...
Yeah, he said he's not going to pay anything.
Purchased in the state of Pennsylvania.
We're done doing that.
Okay, so I understand that, and you guys gave me a hard time last time. So I'm coming here today, and I'm saying I will pay taxes on the purchase price of the vehicle. I'm not paying tax on a title fee that the auction...
Yeah, he said he's not paying. So he's lying. It's on video. He's the one who recorded it. He literally said he's not paying, and then he lies and said I would have paid it. Thanks for the membership, Ben Overbitch.
Frank has this weird self-fulfilling prophecy going where he assumes everything is going to be a problem and he's a victim, so he ends up making that the case for every situation.
Oh yeah. He very much creates his own problems. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
Since we are not going to make it to the next century, all I can say to that is goodbye flying cars.
Well, we do technically already have flying cars. I think one of them have actually been approved by the Department of Transportation. So they can legally be sold in the US. I think you need an additional FAA license, though. So we already have flying cars. The problem is they're electric, and they're basically like very large drones, and practically nobody is using them right now. I'm not sure if the company that's selling them is actually officially selling them at this point. But we do, in fact, already have flying cars, so we reached that milestone. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. R donate $2, no email required. Are you an Ubermensch? Start quiz. This website seems super shady. I'm not gonna use this website. Thanks for the donation, R.
as much as they can. Whatever document you give them, they're going to say, oh, you got to pay for this, this, and that. It's completely crazy, completely ridiculous. I think, honestly, I think that DMV is just... That DMV has something against me. I was literally complying with what they want to do. Okay, you don't want...
He was screaming at the clerk and refusing to pay the necessary fees. He's the one who filmed the video.
Want to let me fill out the legitimate... Which they let me do already. I got 7 titles already for my other vehicles, just junk trucks, basically scrap metal, that I did not have to pay any sales tax on because it's an out-of-state purchase. The vehicles were not purchased in the state of New York, and the sales tax was paid separately in Pennsylvania. But these New York crooks are trying to get me to pay New York sales tax too. So they already did it 7 times, but then they changed their mind. They said, oh no, you can't do these out-of-state sales tax forms anymore, so come pay the tax. So then I said, okay, I'll come pay the tax, fine. Here's my bill of sale. I paid a few $100 for the truck. So even 10% tax is going to be like 30 or 40 bucks. Fine, I'll pay it. Then they say, oh no, the auction company charges you $115 for a title fee to give you the title for the vehicle. So you got to pay on that too.
No email required, donate $2, nerd test. Yeah, I'm not doing... That seems like a super shady website. And all of them try to get your personal data. Like, they all tell you to put in your email and shit. I don't want to give my cookies and shit to a website like that. Thanks for the donation, though. No email required.
I was like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, if you buy a vehicle and someone charges you like a delivery fee for the vehicle, you're not paying tax on the delivery fee. You're paying, it's completely disgusting. So hopefully we drive over there. Look, if they say the same thing, I'm just going to pay it. I'm not dealing with this anymore. I'm spending more money in gas. Like, it's completely crazy. So I drove over to this town. It's like an abandoned town. There's like no one here. New York State DMV deposit office closed for lunch 12:15 to 1:30. That's my luck. So now I'm gonna sit in this parking lot for 45 minutes and hope these people will help me. There's no one here. They're closed. Hold on. Is everything here closed for lunch? I just want to ask someone to make sure that I can get my car registered here. I'm just really confused because there's no other cars parked here. It says closed for lunch 12:30 to 1:30. Maybe they all just left for lunch. I just don't want to wait here for 45 minutes and then no one shows up. This is fucking weird, dude. Should I just drive to another DMV? This is turning into a real adventure.
He could have just paid the $20.
Looks like we're waiting, boys. This is so fucking stupid, dude. I was actually thinking in my head, it didn't say they were like closed for lunch or anything online, but I was like, you know what my luck is? My luck is I go over there and it's some BS. Like I would actually thought this was a possibility before even driving here. I was like, you know, what if they're closed for lunch or some bullshit? And I ran out of water because I didn't think I was gonna be driving around all day. Go to the gas station. As I suspected, that Binghamton DMV was completely full of BS. I handed this DMV the same exact forms, no problems whatsoever. They didn't try to charge me tax on that auction fee, the title auction fee. So it was literally like $8 in tax on one car, $4 on another, and then, you know, $30 on the car I paid for that was actually running and functioning. So New York State Deposit, DMV. Deposit is the name of the town. Best kept secret. I would drive an hour or two here just to not have to deal with the craziness of the other DMVs. However, you know, there's two nice ladies working here, so who knows how long you're going to have to wait because it's just them trying to handle everything. And I'm not saying they're like super nice, but you know, I always go in, I'm polite, I smile, I make jokes, and when I gave them that energy, they matched it back. However, the Binghamton DMV, I did the same thing. Polite, listen to them, smile.
It's all on camera. He was not polite and he was screaming at them.
But at the Binghamton DMV, they didn't match. At the Binghamton DMV, they didn't match my energy. They were just instantly rude and argumentative, aggressive. What's the word? Combatful. They were just ready to they were just ready to argue and make your day miserable. Doesn't matter how nice you are, doesn't matter how polite you are, doesn't matter how you question what they're doing. Like, because the first few times I said at the Binghamton DMV, hey, are you sure? I said it very nicely. Hey, are you sure I'm supposed to pay tax on this? And they're like, no, you pay tax. It's like no arguing, no questioning whatsoever. You do what I say or I'm going to make your day miserable. And now it's 2 o'clock and I left my house at 9 in the morning to try to, but it's all done. We got the 2 junk vehicles and my 1 junk truck that I actually registered to pick up some equipment and stuff. So it's all done. Now I know next time I come back, I'm just going to drive over here instead because no issues whatsoever. Completely ridiculous. So like this whole video would have been kind of crazy and questionable if this didn't happen. Like the fact that I went to another DMV in New York State, which, you know, assumingly they're following the same regulations, and they didn't try to bill me for everything. It's completely ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous. I get extorted and threatened to be arrested at the Binghamton DMV. Then I drive half an hour to a different DMV and everything's fine and dandy. Fucking cocksucker.
Bruh, WTF is this in my timeline? Music is a banger toe. No shown bodies and probably animal blood, but yeah. Cavemen.
I don't know. They're probably just savages. Thanks for the donation going, Anders.
Is all I have to say. And now I know to never go to the Binghamton, New York DMV. Not that I can, because they'll allegedly arrest me for trespassing. Because even if you have a 100% legitimate transaction, they're going to try to screw you, extort you, rip you off, get more money than they're supposed to be, charge you for things they're making up, and directly lie to you. And if you don't want to pay it, they'll use their police officers to kick you out, the goon squad. But the bigger question is this an isolated incident? Or is this how most New York DMVs are running? Are they all corrupt and trying to screw you and mean? Or, is the one in Deposit how it's supposed to be? Is Deposit DMV the only one doing things the right way? Are they? Or is that how most of them are? I don't know. Hopefully you guys in the comments that are in New York that have gone to various DMVs can post your own experiences. Like maybe it's really, really subjective and it depends on how the DMV is managed and if there's some crooked stuff going on with the higher ups. Hey, these people don't make, a lot of money. If you give them a few thousand more a year, they'll do whatever you tell them. I should have said that to a police officer, like, hey buddy, how much you make an hour? If I give you a few more dollars an hour, you're gonna point that gun at who I tell you to?
This was over $20. He had to freak out, act like a baby, make a big deal out of everything, make a whole video complaining over $20. What in the fuck is his problem? Holy shit, dude. Dodo donate $2. Oh, we as a species are so civilized. Bull fucking shit. Yeah, I'd say, a lot of humanity is certainly not civilized. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
He was the biggest freak on stage. Ball. What's it gonna be?
Most muscular.
Most muscular.
It's too bad you have to take so much fucking drugs to get that huge. And it also comes with other problems too, like you can't wear normal clothes. Like most things just don't fit you. It's harder to ride a bike, walk upstairs. Be pretty fun to be that jacked though. Yeah, dude, Marcus Rule looked fucking insane. His best physique was that Night of Champions after the Olympia. He actually won that.
And it's obvious that a lot of MILFs find me super hot. I usually have people who say that I look like a Greek god. That's a line I've heard from multiple women. I've been told that I...
Yes. Women tell Jason Blaha he looks like a Greek god, I'm sure.
have a really impressive aesthetic physique.
Yeah, Jason looks like a Greek god. This guy will never get better. He has a fucking mental condition, and he will never, ever get better. He will be like this until he dies. Yeah, he looks like Greek yogurt. Somebody said that in the comments, too. Greek god looks more like Greek yogurt. Oh, that's embarrassing. All right, let's watch the iDubbbz thing next. I just have to go take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh. Let's watch this terrible, terrible content cop.
The beach is surprisingly dangerous. Consider the
fucking thing in our defense. Like, actually, Hila's not a baby killer. Actually, accusing Ethan of killing his dog is maybe too far, because they have mobilized such an insane harassment group that anybody who says any fucking thing, they will attempt to ruin their lives. And once again, I'm the crazy one. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people.
What we do here is go back.
Pretty good physiques need Richard. If you didn't have bad chest genetics, you could be competitive on stage. How many days a week are you training? 666. Hail Satan. Say it's need. Hail Satan, bitch.
I wouldn't say I have bad chest genetics, and I train 3 days on, 1 day off. So that works out to like 5-ish days per week. Thanks for the donation though, Sneed. Motive, donate $2. What do you think this guy's motive was? And do you think he was actually a lone actor, or do you think it was a false flag?
We talk now about Stephen Paddock. Who was he? His brother revealing Paddock was a multimillionaire and a big spender at casinos who often received free rooms. And we've also learned that he has connections to North Texas and lived here in the early 2000s. Investigative reporter Brian New live in Mesquite right now with that particular connection.
Yeah, Kaylee, Paddock.
Stephen Paddock, 7 years ago. Oh, that's the Vegas shooter? Dude, if you're honestly asking me, was this a false flag, you're a fucking retard.
Not only lived here at this apartment complex, but he owned it until he moved away about 7 years ago. He made millions, we're told, when he sold this complex. But those who knew him from his time here in Texas told us he was just a regular guy, someone that would cut someone a break if they were late with their rent. He had no strong political affiliations, no strong religious affiliations. He was described to us today, time and time again, as simply a nice guy who, for some reason, snapped. When he fired down on the crowd from his Las Vegas hotel room, authorities say Stephen Paddock had 19 weapons, along with a hammer he used to break out the windows. It's one of many facts that those who knew him say they're struggling to comprehend. When Paddock moved into this retirement community in Nevada, his brother said he had at most 2 guns, both legal, both kept till 2014.
He just got depressed and was thinking fucked up thoughts and just killed a bunch of people. That's all there is to it.
What's up, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker in this Austin. I broadcast coming to you live from a cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. I have a very important announcement. I've finally done it. I watched Ethan Klein's Content Nuke, and I'm not going to call it context puke as I normally do because the reality of the matter is it was brilliant. Nothing was out of context. Everything was correct. I am an Islamist, fundamentalist, radical terrorist. I am a vicious anti-Semite. It's true. Most importantly, Ethan is more attractive than me, both physically and also mentally. I've been lying about everything, including my glasses. They're fake. He was right about that. That's not even in the Content Nuke. And he was right about that too. How did he know everything? How? Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
Wakey, wakey, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Time to be awake, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up. Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to...
Oh my god, he's working with Hassan to do this?
Wake up. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up. Wake up.
All right. I didn't plan on making a content cop on H3. It sounds very stupid even saying that. H3, content cop, iDubbbz. Ethan Klein's out of control. And then you should do a content cop on Hassan Piker. Content cop on Sargon of Akkad. If I would imagine this in 2016, I would have been like, oh yeah, if I ever do that, it's gotta be because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out it's not me losing the plot, it's Ethan. He's the one who fucking attacked first.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
All right, guys, I'm gonna tell you a story about Ethan Klein. I know some of you have been following him, but there's a lot of people who might not be familiar with the background, with his podcast, with what's been going on.
Now, this is a recession indicator.
On over the past couple of years. So Ethan, as you know, is a content creator who has a podcast where he says all sorts of outrageous stuff. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's fucked up. He's had shows with all sorts of different controversial characters. He's had a show with Trisha Paytas. He's had a show with Hassan Piker. In doing so, he's gathered a ton of different audiences. Now, in his podcast with Hassan, Leftovers, they would mostly talk about surface level, progressive shit and make fun of right-wingers.
And you're telling me he didn't flick their dick once at least?
Oh, as Hunter Schafer's use trans women, I say, oh no! And it was mostly that until they actually had to reckon with a very serious topic. I would say that Hassan was very well equipped to talk about that topic.
Palestinian people living in the West Bank are subject to these horrific conditions, horrific living conditions by the state of Israel, America's greatest ally and the only democracy in the Middle East, if you ask Republicans and even liberals.
Well, the fancy invented was okay, yeah.
Israeli settlers are trying to evict Palestinian families in occupied East Jerusalem. The United Nations says that may be a war crime. It literally is.
It was just eating the toppings. The pizza looked like a burn victim. It was all disgusting.
I don't know if you can make that joke in 2021.
So that isn't true.
It's insensitive to burn victims.
I think it's a good analogy. It's a powerful image.
Ethan was not prepared for this. Ethan, the whole time, is more of the goof guy. And that's fine. You know, we don't expect Ethan to be an expert on the topic. Ethan was obviously caught in this tricky situation.
Right, but we'd expect Hassan to be an expert on the topic. Right, Hassan. CDG donator's back had to do some chores. Why do you engage with the trolls, dude? You could tell that the first Muslim guy and the second guy, the kid, were just messing with you and stalling to stay on the line just to bother you as long as they could. Come on, man. I don't think they were just trolling. I think they were just retarded. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Animal Liberation donator's nice t-shirt. Would you ever react to this guy's videos? How much would it cost?
Welcome, initiates, to the
I'm going to make a zoodle flavor to
like
reason why I enjoy this.
Yeah, I wouldn't bother reacting to this guy's content. It's just trash. There's nothing really to react to. Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation.
Where he is extremely sympathetic to the Israeli cause and what's happening to them. His wife's Israeli. She served in the IDF. He obviously likes the state of Israel. On the other hand, he's just got done capturing a massive progressive audience who are very politically savvy. They follow Hassan. Hassan is strictly a political streamer. So this is something they're very keyed into. So when they see Ethan say things that are just like not accurate and it's just propaganda, they're going to call it out.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going by.
CDG donator, still, my point is why bother? Please, after 5 minutes, just cut them off and save us all the brain-rotting nonsense that makes us want to kill ourselves. Whatever, dude. It's over. We're moving on. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Bye-bye.
So this massive progressive audience...
I'm sorry, is iDubbbz claiming from the river to the sea doesn't mean the destruction of Israel? Please explain what that could possibly fucking mean, you idiot. That is just monstrously fucking stupid. The PLO, Hamas, and other terrorist groups like Hezbollah and the Houthis have all admitted they want the destruction of Israel and they want to kill every last Jew. It was literally in Hamas's charter that they wanted to kill every last Jew. But somehow, Ethan's wrong about the river to the sea? Dude, iDubbbz is a fucking cuck.
Audience that Ethan has, you know, adopted over the years, they're becoming increasingly critical of his position because now he's talking about it not on Leftovers, he's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, like crazy, you know, like.
Yeah, so just because you can show article headlines, this doesn't make it true, stupid.
Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys.
The other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
So Ethan is having this back and forth with his liberal audience, leftist people online, progressive content creators, Hassan, all of these...
CDG donators, please watch all and please give your critiques at the end.
1/3 of the size of the gluteus maximus, but it's still well worth focusing on. It's still quite big.
it has about the same amount of muscle mass as your delts, and since it sits on the upper glutes, it'll enhance that appearance of an upper glute shelf. The glute medius is very active during hip abduction, where you sweep your leg out to the side, and it's a very important stabilizer, so it's especially active during single leg exercises. And there's the even smaller glute minimus, which is about half the size of the glute medius, but also plays a key stabilization role and can add size to the upper glutes. In addition to being split into those 3 separate muscles, your glutes can also be divided into an upper, middle, and lower portion. And as we go, I'll reveal my #1 exercise for each division of the glutes hidden behind these 3 doors. So keep in mind that just because an exercise gets into S tier doesn't necessarily mean it's S tier. There's a pile of studies showing that it is, in fact, very effective at growing the glutes. The hip thrust will activate the entire glute, the upper, middle, and lower, but mainly target that middle meat because it isolates hip extension. It's a great movement for progressive overload. You can almost always add a little weight each week while keeping your form tight. I don't think you need a 500-pound hip thrust to grow your glutes, but if your glutes are getting stronger on this movement, somewhere in the 5 to 15 rep range, then your glutes are also getting bigger. There is a slight issue though. A lot of people find that the barbell pinches their hips. You can alleviate this to some degree by using a big cushy pad, or even rolling up some yoga mats, or by strategically placing the bar in that cushy crease of your hip below the anterior superior iliac spine and above the pubic bone. But even if you avoid that painful pinching, it can still feel awkward. It also takes time to set up, especially if you don't have a hip thruster platform or if you're loading a lot of plates. The hip thrust also doesn't get the glutes into a super deep stretch. Even a deep range of motion hip thrust only gets the glutes into about 90 degrees of hip flexion compared to the 130 degrees of range that's possible for most lifters. But this isn't as much of a deal breaker as you might think. I don't know that the glutes need an ultra deep stretch to grow. A recent 9-week study with untrained subjects found that the hip thrust was just as effective as the squat at growing the glutes, despite the fact that the squat does stretch the glutes more. Now, that's just one study, and other research does suggest that the glutes respond well to deeper training. So like other muscles, I suspect the glutes will grow best from a combination of exercises that challenge them in a more stretched position, like the squat. I think you can solve a few of those issues. The belt is much more comfy than a barbell. You also don't need to set anything up, and because the machine is very stable, you won't need to use any balance and should be able to focus on engaging your glutes better. I personally do these every single week, and I think they belong in high A tier, and I'm actually going to pick them as my #1 option for the middle aspect of the glutes.
Sup big bro, what is your favorite type of bread? Mine is French baguette. Could live eating this shit all day.
Yeah, mine's probably French baguettes too. I like how they're crunchy on the outside, but super fluffy on the inside. I like having French baguettes and hummus. Thanks for the donation, Cap and back.
They're only down.
Someone mentioned this article last night. I looked it over, and it's legit, has sources and citations. Hummus history needs to be researched more.
Corbett Report Substack. Sworn to destroy Israel, won election at some point because of cowards who are lob rockets. Unthinking masses buy into the propaganda. Oh my god. Oh, okay, this is critical of Hamas. This is super misleading. So even assuming this is accurate, that this isn't like an official Hamas charter, just about every Hamas leader, including up until recently Sinwar, who died, they've all publicly committed to exterminating every single Jew. So regardless of whether or not this is an official charter, they all agreed to it. So who fucking cares? Reporter Mashav Takuma. So this guy claims Israel supported Hamas in order to get rid of secular Palestinian leadership. They never had secular leadership. That is super fucking misleading. Like, the PLO was more secular, I guess you could say, than Hamas, but they sure as fuck were not secular. Yeah, the PLO was not secular. I'll just read. I'll just read the rest of it on my spare time. Thanks for the donation, dude.
What do you think of these medical explanations?
Is Ozempic. Ozempic is just a fucking brand name for some shit called semaglutide, and it's probably the reason your rich-ass fat friend suddenly got skinny in a month. By the way, you fuckers wouldn't shut up about it, so I finally made it. PDF to Pickle. Now you can make anything a Dr. Pickle video. Drop your boring-ass PDF, your crusty voice memo, or your half-baked YouTube explainer from hell, and I'll break it down in terms even your smooth little peanut brain can comprehend. And because I already know you're a broke little goblin, your first video is on me, only on pdftopickle.com. Now back to your regular scheduled programming. Semaglutide is a GLP-1 receptor agonist, which for you dumbasses watching, that means this shit tricks your body into thinking it's full. Originally designed for type 2 diabetes, this bad boy got rebranded as Wegovy for weight loss. Same shit, new name. Fuck-ass side effects include nausea, volcanic diarrhea, and if you quit, the weight might come back like a clingy ex with boundary issues.
The main reason for the side effects is because of the recommended dosing schedule. So pharmaceutical companies know most people are lazy, retarded dipshits who won't take medications every day, even if they're just subcutaneous injections. So what they've done is they've tried to extend the half-life of the drug as much as they possibly could, so that you can get away with a once-a-week injection. Now, because you're injecting once a week, that means the drug isn't stable, and you'll have massive peaks of the drug in your serum, and then they'll dip down, and those massive peaks are what cause the nausea and diarrhea. If you just inject a small amount every day and keep the levels stable, most people don't have those symptoms, but they just do that because, again, they know most people are retarded, lazy dipshits, especially fat fucks who have to take the drug.
And now every fucking pharma company and their mother is scrambling to make their own version that's cheaper, smoother, or makes you shit your pants slightly less. Follow Dr. Pickle for more about your fucked up between type 1 and type 2 fuck-ass diabetes. Type 1 diabetes is when your own dumbass immune system goes rogue and nukes the cells in your pancreas that make insulin. So now you don't make any insulin, which means your body can't regulate sugar for shit. You got to inject it or use a pump, or your blood turns into molasses and everything starts fucking breaking down. And no, this one's not your fault. It's just your body being a traitorous little bitch. Type 2 diabetes is when your pancreas does make the damn insulin, but it either doesn't make enough or your body tells it to go fuck itself and ignores it. This one's more about lifestyle. Too much sitting on your ass, eating shit, and carrying extra weight can bring this fuckery to your body. Unlike type 1, you can actually prevent or delay this shit by getting off your fucking couch, moving your meat suit, and not living off donuts and fucking despair. 150 minutes of moving your ass a week and eating like you don't have a death wish can go a long fucking way. That's the difference. One's a betrayal, the other's mostly your dumbass fault. Follow Dr. Pickle for more about your malfunctioning meat.
That's fairly accurate. There are some people who have such a high genetic predisposition for diabetes that even if they're normal weight, they're guaranteed to eventually become type 2 diabetic. It is extremely genetically heritable. It's mostly only obese people that end up getting it, but you have to have the genetic predisposition and obesity, typically. There's a lot of extraordinarily morbidly obese people who do not have type 2 diabetes, and it's just because they don't have the genes. I think there's like 8 genes that have been identified so far.
Shit, do steroids fucking work? When you take fucking steroids, they travel to various organs and muscles, making cells produce more proteins that can absolutely fuck you up. This shit can give you fucking liver cancer and peliosis hepatis.
Yeah, that's only oral steroids.
Which manifests as fucking cysts. Fucking steroids are also terrible for your heart, and overuse can give you atherosclerosis, which is a condition where fat deposits inside your fucking arteries disrupt blood flow. And that bullshit can result in a heart attack or motherfucking stroke. If you want to look like Mr. fucking Olympia, please do it responsibly. Follow Dr. Pickle.
Yeah, so that's the hepatotoxic stuff. That's only for orals. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
Downside, as I see it, is the lack of a really deep stretch, but we'll pick that up with some other exercises. Another really good option is the single leg dumbbell hip thrust. These will hit the entire glutes, but unlike the other options, may shift some emphasis to the upper glutes because the glute medius and minimus will need to stabilize for balance. You can also prevent left to right muscle imbalances by focusing on each glute individually. I don't like to go heavy here. Just stick to 12 to 15 reps and really focus on controlling the movement. They're going in A tier as well. The glute bridge is really just a hip thrust, but with less range of motion. They're a bit easier to set up because you don't need a bench, and they're great for beginners because they require less stabilization. Some people also say they can isolate their glutes more with these by taking some of the quads out, but I still prefer the hip thrust because it has more range of motion. Low B tier. Frog pumps are also kind of like a hip thrust, except you externally rotate your hips and clamp your feet together. This will shift some emphasis to the upper glutes since abducting your hips will engage the glute medius more. I actually don't hate these as a high rep finisher, but they're hard to load, which forces you to use really high reps, and they don't stretch the glutes very well. I'm putting them in high C tier. All right, so let's take a look at some exercises that actually do stretch the glutes quite a lot. We'll start with squats. I think squats are a super underrated glute builder on social media. Like the hip thrust, you're extending your hips, so you'll activate all regions of the glutes, but especially that middle chunk. I would say most of my own glute development does come from squats and my background in powerlifting. The only potential downside of squats is that they don't really isolate the glutes well. You get a huge quad stimulus too. So if you're only trying to grow your glutes without growing your quads, squats aren't your best option. That said, you can make the movement more glute dominant by placing the bar a few inches lower on your back, leaning further forward, and focusing on really driving through your hips. Also, research shows that squatting deeper is important for glute growth, so try to at least break parallel. Despite some limitations, I'm still putting the barbell squat in A tier for glute growth. With the Smith machine squat, you can place your feet further forward to make it more glute dominant, and you never need to worry about losing your balance. It's also going in A tier. The Bulgarian split squat gets a deeper stretch on the glutes than the standard barbell squat, and because they're single leg, in addition to the middle glutes, you'll get the upper glutes more involved. To make them even more glute focused, place your front foot further forward and lean forward as you squat. Again, think about driving through your hips rather than just standing up with your knees. This will help you engage your glutes a lot better. These are very close to S tier, but they are a bit harder to overload, especially if you do them with dumbbells. They also smoke your quads and are a really exhausting movement in general. I usually do 2 sets per leg and call it there. I'm feeling high A tier. Before I get to our first S tier exercise, let's knock out a couple duds. Donkey kicks probably don't grow your glutes very well. They're really hard to overload. Even with a band, you're still getting very little tension while the glutes are stretched, and it's hard to progressively overload using a band anyway. I think they're solid as a warm-up activation drill or to help beginners feel their glutes engage, but as a glute hypertrophy exercise, these are going in low D tier. Fire hydrants have similar issues. They just don't get high tension on the glutes. They can work for mobility or in rehab contexts, but I'm putting them in low D tier as a glute builder. All right, let's look at some exercises that target the upper glutes. Kickbacks are great for the upper glutes, especially if you kick up and out diagonally. That's because the upper glute fibers perform both hip extension, which is the up part, and hip abduction, which is the out and diagonally part. Kickbacks are actually very stable if you brace against the machine, and perhaps even more stable if you brace against a bench. The resistance profile should feel nice and smooth. You don't get the biggest stretch, but that can be made up with other exercises that we'll get to. I don't do a whole lot of kickbacks myself, but I do think they're a really great option if you like them, or if you want to isolate the glutes without hitting quads. I'm thinking low A tier. Step ups will target the upper glutes because you're doing one leg at a time, and the stability requirement engages the glute medius and minimus. They get a deep stretch on the entire glute, especially if you set the box a little higher, at or just above knee level, which will force your glutes to work harder than your quads. If you have a handle to grab onto, you can keep your balance better and overload the glutes even more. They can be a bit awkward at first, but once you learn how to engage your glutes more than your quads, I think they're killer. Low A tier. Machine hip abductions are fantastic for the upper glutes. That's because they really challenge the glute medius and minimus directly through their primary function of hip abduction. If you lean forward by about 30 degrees, you'll improve the line of pull of those upper glute fibers, and you should feel a deeper stretch at the bottom. I usually do these for 15 to 20 reps, although heavier low rep work is also good. You can always progressively overload the movement by just increasing the pin weight, and when you eventually max out the stack, You can use a gym pin to add more. If you want a little extra range of motion, you can add an extra pad on the inside. And while it may not be the best overall glute builder, it's just so good at targeting the upper glutes. And for that reason, it's our first exercise going into S tier. And it's also my number 1 exercise for the upper glutes, making it the reveal behind door number 1. Cable hip abductions do the same basic thing, but I find them harder to overload. They're not quite as stable, and they're a bit more annoying to set up. I'm thinking B tier. The lateral banded walk is the same basic movement pattern, but the band offers virtually 0 tension in the stretch. These are fine enough as a warm-up drill or for helping people engage their glute medius better, but they're just not going to add much meat to your glutes unless you're a beginner. I'm putting them in C tier. Okay, speaking of stretching the glutes, let's talk about lunges. Lunges will hit the entire glute. You'll get the upper glutes because of glute medius activation due to the stabilization demands. You'll get the mid glutes from the hip extension, and the lower glute area from the deep stretch as you lunge. You can accentuate that stretch by taking longer strides forward and by leaning more motivating. And sure, but you can probably get a slightly better stretch with my reps on the spot when I have the option to move through space. That's more of a personal preference thing, but I'm still putting these in high A behind your other leg. This requires more balance, meaning it'll activate the glute medius more. So another good option for the upper glutes. That said, I think because they're harder to overload, I don't think they're quite as good as a standard lunge. They're definitely an option you can include every now and then, but I'm feeling low B tier. Okay, let's cover 3 lower glute builders. First up, the deadlift. The conventional deadlift is a good glute builder since it trains hip extension, it gives a big stretch on the lower glutes, and it's amazing for progressive overload. The issue is it's just such a fatiguing exercise, physically and psychologically. This is why it's said to have a low stimulus to fatigue ratio. You get a lot of stimulus, but you also get a lot of fatigue, especially in muscles other than the glutes, like the spinal erectors. As a strength builder, it's elite, but as a glute hypertrophy exercise, I have to put it in low B tier. The sumo deadlift is very similar. This EMG study found no difference in glute maximus EMG activity between conventional and sumo stances. That said, because of the hip abduction and hip external rotation from the wider stance and the foot flare, the sumo deadlift probably does hit the glute medius harder and might shift some emphasis toward the upper glutes. I'm putting it in high B tier as a glute builder. The Romanian deadlift is the better choice for glute hypertrophy, in my opinion, especially for the lower glutes in that glute hamstring tie-in area. And while it does hit the hamstrings hard as well, it smashes the glute max as a basic compound lift that's very conducive to progressive overload. I'm feeling high A tier, and this is actually my number 1 exercise for the lower glutes, but it's not my number 1 exercise of all. Before we get to that, let's knock out 3 final exercises. One that I love, one that I hate, and one that's just okay. I love the 45-degree back extension. A lot of people think of it as just a low back exercise, but at the bottom and the shortened position at the top. I prefer to overload these by adding reps, but you can still work up, but eventually you'll be limited by how much weight you can hold comfortably. I think they do have some utility for building explosive power, but for glute hypertrophy, you're just not getting enough tension. Kick or the fire hydrant is the worst of the worst, not because they can't have their place as one for muscle growth. I'm actually really trying to bring up my own glutes this year. If you'd like to get
yeah, I'd agree with
different people. He's finding new people every day, basically, to get in fights with.
Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb. Frogan and Denims and all these dipshits. And everybody thinks this guy's awesome, apparently. Even though he looks like Millhouse, fucking dork. Denims, by the way, was the real villain of the video. Evil, hateful, fucking... And I'll say it and I'll double down on it. And people... Oh, no?
No.
Go there.
And it's all culminated, at least for my story, in Ethan burning bridges with people until he burned the bridge with me. Since Ethan and Hassan's falling out, I've been keeping to myself mostly. I don't have many nice things to say. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators, maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace and we can like rekindle our friendship. So that's been my approach. I've occasionally thrown a joke Ethan's way in the form of Hassan Piker versus Ethan Klein for boxing.
I like iDubbbz. He's a good guy, but I don't like this stupid. It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like, this guy's evil and he's doing anti-Semitism. And also he's way out of my weight class.
You know, I just had these thoughts about some roided out bodybuilders at a Gold's Gym I went to a few years ago and wondered why some were successful financially and physically, but their jobs were in scrubs. Come to find out they're nurses. Lol, I'm glad to be one soon.
Yeah, I've actually known quite a few bodybuilders who are nurses. I've seen a few who are actually medical doctors. I've known one who is a chiropractor, which is just fucking bullshit. Kind of makes sense that a lot of them would kind of get into the medical industry because it sort of gives them easier access to drugs. So if they're friends with medical doctors, they can get prescriptions and shit for crap that they don't actually need, but they like need for performance enhancement. But yeah, nurse is a good job. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
He didn't like that, but fucking sometimes you gotta just throw something out there. I used to work with this video editor named Froggy Tonic. I discovered him because he was in the circles online that I was in. And one of those circles is an H3 fan. He watched Ethan's content, he liked Ethan's content, until he didn't like Ethan's content. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that, you know? Like, I'm not gonna endorse it, I'm not gonna retweet it or like it, but fair enough.
I guess I just missed, my old friend. Some wings are too bird feathered colored.
Now that brings us to February 28th of this year. Now my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C word, he said they're trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese, and a bunch of other shit, I'm sure. Ethan at some point discovers that iDubbbz's former editor says this horrendous shit about him and Hila. But no one's asking the question, where does Ethan get this information from? You see, it would be very obviously a problem if Ethan was discovering this content by scrolling through Twitter looking for something to upset himself with. He has maybe set it up in such a way where his employees feel the need to send him this information. And that would be horrible. They shouldn't be doing that. They should be sending you things that are entertaining for your show that don't fucking trigger the hell out of you. Why is there so much work being put into discovering this guy on Twitter who's barely getting any interactions, linking him to me and posting on the Reddit, when there's no work being put into who the fuck is the person on the Reddit who's posting this in the first place? If you do a little bit of research, it seems like it's an account whose intention is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit points this out. They're like, I've seen this account before. This account has scraped its history and it's now trying to make Ethan burn bridges. This is within Ethan's own community. Like, this is the thing that he needs to be critical of. It's not me. So yes, I am willing to admit that my former editor was being very nasty, uncharitable, and fucked up towards Ethan and Hila on Twitter. But Ethan and Hila are doing the same shit on their podcast. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terror supporter. The CEO of Twitch. Pedophile.
No, he's not. He's calling people out for anti-Semitism. That's not the same thing as just making up flat-out lies about somebody.
Oh.
Now I'm going to watch and respond to the 2 podcast streams where Ethan and Hila call us spineless cowards.
Anyway, this guy was saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi, that she kills kids, that she went on like, she's a, like a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit. And that's showing up right up on us Nisa's and iDubbbz's feed. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
You don't know what's on my feed. What the fuck is happening? For all you know, I only use the For You tab. For all you know, I only use lists. For all you know, I'm seeing these things tweeted out by my editor of a year and a half ago and saying, God, that is nasty. I'm just not going to throw someone away because they're having a parasocial weird moment. Just like I'm not going to throw...
Buddy, you know someone who's calling a friend of yours a fucking Nazi, saying anti-Semitic shit, and making up lies about how they're abusing their, like, animals and their children? Are you kidding me? Like, this guy's a scumbag. Like, yeah, he's just a spineless twat.
Ethan Klein away because he's having a parasocial weird crash out.
How many women I fucked? Hassan, by the way, thousands. Yeah, thousands. Let me ask Galia. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Hassan's the type of dude who watches himself in the mirror when he has sex.
Watching me on a 30-second delay on your stream.
Wait, that's what I'm... Wait, how does he know I'm watching already?
Because you've been talking about it for the last 5 minutes.
It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like, this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry.
There are many people, I'm sure, who have unfollowed you for the things that you've said and done. And I'm sure there are even more people who have stayed following you because they don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. They don't want to throw someone away because they've had some hard moments. We're all fucking human.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
And what you're saying to me is that I'm a bad friend and I'm a piece of shit. I'm spineless. I'm cowardly because I am following someone on Twitter.
Because they have mobilized such an insane harassment.
Yes, knowing that they're fucking anti-Semites and making up lies about a friend of yours.
Group. It's not bad enough that I have this group.
How is that acceptable to him? Like, if I found out a friend of mine was saying shit about Isaac or Avi, like, oh, you're a fucking Nazi and you abuse children and shit, like, yeah, I'm not going to be their friend anymore and I'm probably going to call them out for it.
Of people harassing me and everyone in my life is that people outside of this group, journalists, creators, are actively participating in this gaslighting to make it seem like I'm fucking crazy.
I mean, I don't know what he's getting at here. Like, yeah, people are gaslighting you. A lot of people gaslit me when I apologized. That was actually like the #1 type of harassment I got, was people gaslighting me and taking my newfound woke ideology to its extreme.
I probably done in...
Buddy, you are completely and utterly cucked and pussy whipped by your crazy bitch wife. Nobody's gaslighting you. They're just pointing out the obvious, that your wife fucked your brain.
Stood by iDubbbz and Anissa more than anybody. I've stood by them when all the internet hated them.
I don't like that Ethan brought this up because it makes the relationship feel very transactional. Like, you know, we're just meant to support each other online despite our own personal morals or principles.
But I'll say this, I don't think they're fucking any friends of mine. And certainly I don't think they're any fucking friends of mine based on the text conversation I had with them too before I even talked about it. So I have nothing. Like, I don't need any fucking halfway friends, man.
I thought the text conversation that I had with him was very empathetic. I basically just said, like, I know you and Hila are experiencing a ton of harassment, and I essentially empathize with that, and I think there's something positive to get out of the conversation. But he refused to talk on the phone unless I was willing to publicly say something about my former editor and Denims. As much as you don't want halfway friends, I also don't want that...
Denims is a crazy fucking anti-Semite.
kind of halfway friend. I don't want someone who's going to give me like an ultimatum to have a conversation.
Could you not say something when this is like, imagine like one of you guys is like, Hassan actually wants to go to Israel, go to Gaza so he can strangle Israeli babies or some shit like that. I'd be like, you imagine me not saying something.
You're trying to make a one-to-one comparison where there isn't one. This guy that I follow on Twitter is not in the same relationship as you and one of your current employees who is streaming with you 3 days a week, 3 hours a day for the past 10 years. At one point during the stream, Ethan and Hila bring up Adam McIntyre. Now, Adam does basically the same thing as my former editor. He's critical of Ethan and Hila, and he is sometimes uncharitable and nasty towards them.
Adam McIntyre needs to just like disappear. That guy is a piece of shit, like of the lowest order. I never even stood by him when he talked bad about Trisha having a kid and called him like the spawn of Satan. He was supposedly on our side. I would never even co-sign that. I was disgusted by that statement too. I remember when he called her kid the spawn of Satan.
I never said anything.
And I was supposed to be like cheering on, but I wasn't going to cheer that on. That's disgusting.
Why do you forget that he called her children, which is something we would never do, the spawn of Satan?
It's disgusting.
And
piece of shit of a human.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
Unfortunately, they never made a statement. They never said that they disagree with his statements about Trisha's baby until it's useful. Like, what is it, 3 years later? Like, I mean, you're talking about it like you were aware of it at the time and that there was some amount of pressure or enthusiasm for you to get down with that. And what it sounds like to me is that you did see it at the time and you were like, ooh, I don't like that. And you didn't endorse it and you didn't fuck with it. Huh. It's almost like that is a fucking identical situation to me.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
So yeah, the reason I'm bringing this up is because they're trying to like paint themselves as the good guys, and they're saying like, yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies. We are the most immoral people on the internet. Unlike Ian and Anissa, who are fucking keeping to themselves. Also, why the fuck does Olivia get the pass?
What a fucking asshole for putting you in that position, Olivia. You're friends with him, and you don't have to say anything, but like, what a fucking piece of shit. What a bad friend to put you in that position just for some fucking clout. It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit, okay? Olivia did not do anything. And
I want the pass. Do I have to be an employee to get that treatment? Because then you'll just see me as an ally? Or is it because Ethan is afraid of wrongful termination accusations and lawsuits?
And also, I don't mind putting my friend Olivia, who's apparently my real friend, in a terribly weird, fucking uncomfortable situation where you end up getting hate for no reason.
Also, don't frame it as like other people making it hard on Olivia. You're making it hard on all of these people. Please acknowledge your role in this whole fucking thing. Like, it's crazy how warm Ethan is to Olivia and saying how Olivia is essentially just a victim in this whole thing.
It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit.
But me and Anissa are spineless. Ethan, your whole system is scrambled. My intention isn't to throw the employees under the bus. Like, you guys serve as the fucking foundation for calling out Ethan's hypocrisy on the whole subject. And I know that you guys have probably pushed back against Ethan over the years. How often are you supposed to...
Oh, yeah. It's okay if, like, friends of mine and employees and associates are saying anti-Semitic horseshit and spreading lies about somebody. I don't have to do anything about it. Go fuck yourself.
do that? Do you have to do that every fucking week? It kind of seems like it. And that's exhausting. I don't want to confront my boss. It's not my fucking job to confront my boss and say, today's segment on rapists and pedophiles on Twitch was not like not my favorite segment to be a part of.
Yeah, friends like these.
Oh, yeah. And our other good friends.
Yeah.
Anissa and Ian. Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl. I actually stood up for you so many times because, like, why would I not? It was crazy.
Yeah, why would you not? I mean, if that's truly what you believed and you weren't just going to use it later.
Of course I was going to stand by you. That's insane. It's absolutely insane and disgusting. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me.
I'm not going to assume that Hila knows, but I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish. For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression.
Bruh. You've got to be just fucking kidding me. Anissa is a wealthy white woman living in the United States. She has never suffered oppression of any kind. Like, go fuck yourself. She's a millionaire. What the fuck does it matter if she has Irish ancestry? Like, I have black ancestry. You know, my ancestors went through so much oppression with slavery. Does that mean I went through it? Like, that's just so stupid. CDG, donate $2. Skip to 1319. Watch until 1419, please. Look up.
Yo, wait, do what they look, man. Florida made him.
Is this just gonna be burping? Let me see.
Right here. All you gotta do is chug it within
burping.
30 seconds and you get $20. You think you'll be able to handle it?
Yeah.
In 30 seconds. Hold on, let me put my timer on. Hey, make sure you don't spit nothing out. If you spit something out, that's $0. Ready?
Hey, you better not
Yeah.
get a motherfucking
Go.
thing. Don't do it.
Damn. Yeah, they're almost done. You got 10 seconds. How you feeling? Damn, 15 seconds. Oh. What happened? How you feeling?
What I said?
Good.
I'm a headhunter.
You a headhunter? What that mean?
Okay, thanks for the donation, CDG.
Oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not gonna fucking defend you.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that
I
one?
mean, just the other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
He looked mean. I thought he was mean just because he looked mean.
No, it's not.
So yes, you caught us. We're not gonna run to your defense when, I don't know, we follow people. We be following. That's one fucked up thing that you can say about Anissa and I is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
So,
the problem.
Okay, if you want to hang out with those people and have no spine and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new friends.
She's friends with people like Denim.
I know, yeah.
Which I'll
she's
show.
friends with
Denim
Denim.
is actually participating in this whole Child Protective Service lie.
Yeah,
which I'll
and if
show you
you're
guys.
friends.
Like, what's funny, too, is these people are gonna just devour each other. Just wait. iDubbbz is going to have some sort of political view that they disagree with, and then these same people that, you know, he tried to buddy up to, like Hassan Denims, they're all going to call him racist or a Nazi or some, like, crazy shit. It's only a matter of time. Like, these people are just fucking scumbags. These are some of the most manipulative, racist, just degenerate fucking liars. And he's trying to be friends with them because he thinks he's going to get ahead somehow.
With them, then you're seeing what they're saying.
You'll notice that Ethan and Hila start talking about this Denims character. Originally, the complaint was about my former editor. He's been chatting shit about Ethan and Hila for the past year at least. They only care about it now because I guess it was spoon-fed to them via their Reddit that's clearly looking out for them. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We are friends with Denims, but I would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Hila. It's like kind of an internet friendship. We think that she's a good person like we think Ethan and Hila are good people. Kind of a tricky situation. How can you possibly think that they're both good people at their core? People can have crash out moments. People can say things that they don't mean. People can say things because they want internet clout and attention. I don't know. I think they're both probably guilty of saying things that they don't.
CDG donate tellers, please watch all.
We're off to a blazing fast start. But since we're here and we're doing it, so
I'm not watching 3 minutes of this, dude. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
They don't mean for internet clout and attention. Right now, one's a little bit more fucking nasty to me than the other.
I just don't see how you can be my friend and also be friends with someone like that.
Well, you can't. So I already forgot about you.
I actually have a lot of friendships that are kind of that way, where it's like, you know, one of the friends doesn't fuck with the other friend, but there is someone in the middle who kind of fucks with both of them, but separately. Yeah, there's a lot of friendships that are like that. I'm not gonna make you guys like meet up and kiss or anything. I get it. You guys are in fucking, you're either my best friend who's deep throating me to the base of my cock, or you are Satan. You're the devil.
The last thing I said to Anissa, we were texting before I ever talked about it. She's like, I don't care about this guy. He's a nobody, and you know, blah blah blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right?
Mhm.
And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never replied.
Ethan, you can't even phrase it in a way that doesn't make you sound like you're being coercive and shitty. Well, then you should have no problem publicly denouncing it, right? Does that sound like a friend? It kind of sounds like something a powerful villain would say.
But it was so funny how she immediately went to comment everywhere, like on our subreddit. She immediately had to comment like, oh, he doesn't work with us anymore.
Then
But that was it. That's all she said.
But then say that you don't
Okay, do you have
agree.
anything else to say for your friends though?
One of the reasons Anissa was so quick to clarify things in your Reddit is because your Reddit was already talking about who this editor is, and they were spreading misinformation that it was our co-host on our podcast, Uncle Dane. So yeah, the last thing we wanted is this guy getting pulled into this mess, and you guys don't give a fuck. Would it have been nicer and more supportive to say, we don't agree with the things he's saying and we support Ethan and Hila? Sure. Like, yeah, that would have been a nicer thing to say. Our silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out. And then maybe we can find a moment in time, I don't know how long it'll be, but a moment in time in the future where things are a little bit easier to.
Bro, holy fuck, just saw your new post looking jacked AF. Can you do a video on your gym routine and diet? My future gains would really appreciate it, thanks.
Well, you would not want to follow the diet I'm on currently. I don't think most people would be making any gains eating what I'm eating right now. I'm barely eating anything. I'm probably going to do some workout videos or workout live streams soon. But I appreciate it, Dark. Thanks for the donation, dude.
To broach. I don't think we need to do it right now, but you've insisted that this is an important thing to address. I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me on your Instagram story. I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me and my wife on your podcast twice. I would be fine with you not brigading my comment section on my podcast that gets 3,000 views a week because I prefer to not to do harassment campaigns and instead talk about Vampire's Kiss.
Like they say something like he doesn't work for me, and I strongly disagree, and I support Ethan and Hila. The problem is
that she doesn't.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
She actually
thinks they have a point.
That's the problem.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Go fuck yourself. What about your girl? This is what I'm talking about. This aggression that you're putting out into the world. What the fuck do you think we're gonna do? You think I'm gonna fucking sit on my hands when you do this shit? Like, this is nasty. We had such a fair response to what you guys were going through. We don't support harassment. It's a bad thing, but it happens, and you're perpetuating it.
You fucking propagandist, lying scumbag, terrorist supporter. He probably sets up a mirror and jerks off watching himself. Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view on Hitler. Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi, fucking anti-Semite.
You can't expect other people to stop harassing you if you continue to harass people. Let's think about it on a
Dan Clancy is in fact an anti-Semite. Calling somebody out for anti-Semitism is not harassment.
micro level. Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop. It can literally go on forever if you don't want to touch grass.
I mean, yeah, this was kind of like a line, what happened today, that should never be crossed, even by like...
So iDubbbz is literally saying, just let people say whatever Nazi anti-Semitic shit they want, never criticize anybody for anti-Semitic behavior. Like Dan Clancy going out of his way to block Israel from using Twitch and basically shadow banning everyone in Israel. Don't ever criticize anybody for it. Like, oh, you're just gonna get into an argument. Dude, iDubbbz is a fucking asshole. Like, what a gaslighting dipshit.
The most cynical, toxic people. It's going to have ramifications in terms of how I conduct myself. In terms of these fair weather friends who are, you know, so happy to be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ethan, that is a rich thing to say. Like, you're the H3 podcast, okay? There's a lot of friends of the show. There's even more fair weather friends of the show. Let's not get into this shit, okay? That is so bizarre and insulting to suggest that I was only ever being friends with you to get something out of it. No, I'm friendly with you, and I'd say I'm a light friend because it's been pleasant hanging out with you. I've enjoyed your content over the years, and as of late, it's gotten really fucking shitty.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Who else? Who else do we want to burn today?
Who else do we want to burn today? You're making it so fucking obvious that this is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are. There was a way to approach this to say like, oh yeah, we feel hurt by you guys not saying something. You've decided to do the extra thing and attack. Now, in fairness, I am attacking back, but I feel very insulted and I feel defensive and I feel like I am speaking up for a lot of people who have problems with you and a lot of people who have been on the receiving end of your harassment.
It's so easy to be anti-racist. Everybody's anti-racist. Racism is the worst thing in the world, right? We fucking hate racists. Fuck racists.
Microaggressions.
The minute that they actually have to stick their neck out for somebody, the minute they have to actually risk something to put themselves in under scrutiny, to sacrifice something personally to stand up for racism, then all of a sudden it's like, hey, I don't want to get involved.
And that's drama.
How much do you care?
I don't do drama.
How much do you actually care? Isn't that the whole point? Like,
I realize that Ethan and Hila are more scared now than they've probably ever been. I feel like anti-Semitism is a thought in their heads now more than ever, and it's not completely unjustified to be thinking about that sometimes. You guys are just hurt, and you're kind of like dancing around and making very like loose, poorly thought out analogies for something that doesn't even apply to us. It's like me making this video is the standing up for something, and it's saying, fuck you, you guys are being bad. You know, I don't think you're bad people, but you are being bad. You're behaving poorly. You're hurting people.
By criticizing people for being anti-Semitic.
And go back to the civil rights. You think that the people who are like the white kids who are protesting with the black students, you think that they were just like not risking anything? Those kids who are marching with the black students and...
So in Ethan's analogy, he's the black student and I'm the white student, but I'm the white student that's not, you know, marching by his side. I'm not doing the difficult thing. You're gonna have to march on your own, black student.
No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying you're complicit.
Marching with the black students and...
I mean, why is it inspiring? Why is it inspiring?
Well, and it's the same thing, to bring it back to Islam just because, but it kind of is the same thing. Like, I was thinking about going to Gaza until I found out it's dangerous. He's a total performative activist that doesn't give a single fuck about the cause.
It's been performed exquisitely. Harassing one person and seamlessly transitioning into harassing another one. If anyone's been watching for the past fucking year, I'm pretty sure they have a good idea of your feelings about Hassan.
Like, people like Anissa are the perfect example because she's friends with these people. She's friends with Denims. Denims is streaming this story about our kid getting Giarda from the dog, whatever.
I'm sorry, I'll accept this position from anyone except you guys. You have laid the groundwork for this type of streaming, which is watching people shit and giving your unfiltered reaction to it. Why would you expect Anissa, of all people, to say something to Denims? Okay, so by that logic, we should be saying shit to you guys all the time. But I have a feeling you guys wouldn't like if we said shit like that to you all the time. Yeah, we've been respecting you as independent content creators. You can do what you want. We'll treat you as adults. Maybe we shouldn't have been treating you as adults.
She could say so much, and it would make her a little bit uncomfortable, right? It's not comfortable. She'll get a little bit of shit.
Yeah, just for
but
saying
that would be commendable.
And by the way, it kind of speaks for itself that saying, hey, their house is claimed, they're actually good people, like that's going to get you shit. That kind of says it all, doesn't it?
There isn't a single person that I respect who would give a fuck if I publicly said that Ethan and Hila are great with their kids, Ethan and Hila didn't kill their dog, and Ethan and Hila wipe their asses or don't have giardia or whatever the fucking...
Again, just gaslighting. There's people who are making up insane fucking lies about them. None of the people who claim to be their friends are standing up for them and saying, hey, this is not fucking true. And then here's iDubbbz. Who cares? Whatever. Fuck you, dude.
The prompt is. No one would care. The only person who would care is me, because I'm like, why did I tweet this out? I'm not tweeting out because I'm not your fucking lapdog. That's why I'm not tweeting it out. I'm not saying it to my audience because...
You're not tweeting it out because you know exactly what people would do if you did that. They'd all call you, oh, complicit in genocide, you're defending Ethan and Hila, you're a genocide supporter. That's why you're not doing it. It's because you're a fucking pathetic loser.
I don't give a fuck. It's not my business.
That's, in my opinion, doing something that's
Yes, it
difficult
does.
and standing by your principles. That's the whole point. That's what makes standing by your principles admirable, is that it's not always easy.
Why are you saying that I'm not standing up for my principles when you don't even know what they are? I get...
You have no principles whatsoever. You're just a fucking asshole.
Like, we're a little bit past directly naming me, so we might have gone off on a tangent. If you maybe accepted the phone call and we talked about it, you could have asked me, hey, what are your principles? And I can tell you the way I've been behaving is exactly in line with my principles. Now we're going to talk about the BDS list. We're going to start off with Frogan because obviously this is like as bad as it gets. If you're following Frogan, that can only mean that you're anti-Ethan. Oh, this is not a good start. Love of the H3 podcast.
Yeah, I think if you're following Frogan, you're more than just anti-Ethan. She's a fucking racist. She was part of that Twitch live stream where they were basically calling people dirty fucking Jews. She was supporting Arab supremacy. She said, like she basically said 9/11 was a good thing. She also made racist remarks to white creators on Twitch that should have gotten her banned. Who was it? Ludwig, who donated like $5,000 to some Palestinian support thing that she supposedly was in favor of, and then fucking called him a cracker and said, "Oh, we don't need your white savior, cracker." Like. By the way, while this happened, while Ludwig donated, pretty sure it was Ludwig, donated $5,000 to a charity she supported, she was begging for fucking rent money and then shaming a fucking guy for being white after supporting a cause that she supposedly cares about. Like, oh yeah, she also said she hopes American soldiers get PTSD. Like this, she also wants the United States to collapse. This is a crazy, wacko, anti-Semitic, anti-American, just fucking racist nut job. So no, you're a little more than just anti Ethan and Hila if you follow this chick.
You are following Frogan, so that means that you are anti-Ethan. Sam, Morg Pie, friend of the show. Olivia, Ian, Daily Dose of Internet.
Daily Dose of Internet is just a fucking Weasley beta male dipshit. Forgot my namification, don't need tellers. I sure hope Anissa's blowjobs and pussy grip is good enough to devolve into a retard like he's become. I don't even know if he cares at this point. Like, isn't he a millionaire? Like, he's just living off of whatever money he made on YouTube and, like, investments and shit. I don't know why he's still making content. Like, this is just pathetic. Like, he should just hide in a fucking cave. Like, him and Anissa are just attention-seeking dipshits. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification. Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see.
This is for the whale on the end. You said you have 5 kids, but have any of them popped out yet? Hey.
Yeah, this was the golden age of television. Dude, I remember Jerry Springer was the shit.
Looking at this, I had so many questions. Like, why are they black? How much do they cost? And what is their real purpose?
Yo!
N ends with R and is a word you never want to call a black person. Neighbor. Starts with
Oh. Wow. Oh my god, dude, I love parrots. That's amazing. Parrots are nice. Thanks for the donation, Sadie N-word.
Is anti-Ethan? Jesus, this is fucked up. Pokimane? Comment etiquette? Oh shit, Asmongold's in here? Asmongold follows Frogan? No, Asmon! That means you're anti-Ethan. That's fucked up. We're gonna want to avoid these creators at the top of the list, but one
This guy's a crazy whack job anti-Semite too, so is she, and obviously Frogan.
tier below them are the creators who associate with them. They're essentially endorsing all of their statements. You got me, you got Anissa, I think Hassan's in there. You'd think that Hassan would be on the top of the BDS list, but that's not the case. Hassan provides additional value for people. Ethan can turn a blind eye to people collaborating.
Like, by the way, some of these people have, like, articles for why they're fucking anti-Semitic whack jobs on the Anti-Defamation League website. Wasn't Hassan... Didn't Hassan come, like, runner-up or something for Anti-Semite of the Year? Wasn't it Dan Bilzerian or Candace Owens that was #1?
With Hassan because that's what he did. You got to be the lowest of the low to be associating with the Frogans and the Denims of the world. To associate with Hassan, that just makes sense because he's famous and he's got a massive fan base. Also, Ethan still follows Hassan on Instagram, so Hassan is in his feed.
And that's showing up right up on us Nissa's and iDubbbz's feed.
It's important to remember that this is a living document and people can be removed or put onto it depending on how Ethan's feeling that day. You have this other...
Dude, this is some, like, insane, ridiculous gaslighting. Like, as if the reason you're following Hassan is the same reason, like, Ethan is following Hassan.
Tier of creators that exist below Hassan but are still anti-Ethan, but Ethan really doesn't want to bring your attention to these ones because it's kind of unpopular, you know? A lot of them are famous. It's no coincidence that Ethan stays silent when these powerful, popular men are supporting Hassan. It's because Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. I think Ethan has an unreasonable amount of respect for these...
Right. The guy who's had to make up tons of fucking excuses to not call out friends of his for making up lies about Ethan, saying unhinged, deranged, anti-Semitic shit. Oh, it's not my business. Oh, they're just having a bad day. Oh, I like to stay out of conflicts. Why would I add to it? But yeah, Ethan's a bitch when he's the one who actually directly confronts these people.
Comedians, because they have power, they're quick, and I think he knows that they don't fuck with his ideology. But he's gonna keep that to himself because the last thing that he wants to discover is that people that he respects and looks up to, they don't fuck with him.
Bill Burr came on. It was like the worst fucking show. It was just horrible. That was like my lowest moment on podcast history. We could talk about Bill Burr ruined my life. Bill Burr made Ethan go on Lexapro. I was prescribed it and it was in my bedside. And then it was the Bill Burr episode that made me finally start.
When Stavros goes on Hassan's stream and he mocks your content nuke.
I actually saw a really interesting video about you, man, and I don't know that I'm even comfortable being here anymore.
Oh no.
It really kind of shed light on you in a way.
Yeah.
You kind of like have leftist politics and stuff like that. And I actually feel betrayed.
Yeah.
And so I'm actually just here to let you know this is the last time I'm ever coming.
You don't fire back because you're coping. So you're just going to tuck your tail between your legs and never mention on your podcast that mentions everything. You're bringing up some fucking connection I have on Twitter. Someone mocks you on a stream. You're not touching it. Fuck you. You're a coward. It's just his job. It's just what he does for his job. You know, he doesn't mean it. We're actually good friends. You know, he makes fun of everyone. It's not just just me, right? Oh, also, I can't forget about Matt Lieb. Matt Lieb is in this like middle tier. His valuable association is Rhett and Link. So Rhett and Link, conveniently, are also in this category of popular and powerful men who Ethan does not want to burn bridges with. Although he's sniffing around.
This guy, Matt Lieb, he works for Good Mythical Morning. Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, who apparently is a producer for Good Mythical Morning. Well, this guy works for Good Mythical Morning, acting like he's wholesome, and he's...
Sam Hyde broke this nigger's brain.
Yeah, Sam Hyde got him good. Sam Hyde is kind of a fucked up wacko, but he's got some good takes. Idubbbz and Anissa are just fucking scumbags, and I'm glad Sam Hyde called him out. Thanks for the donation, retard.
He's bringing on somebody that wants to kill my wife, or in a video game, and I think he should be fired, frankly.
Hey Maine. Haven't had time to keep up with your content. Just checking in on your lift progress. Any bench plans for the near future? Also, what is your spirit animal?
I'm just trying to increase, like, the amount of weight I can do for sets of 8 to 10. That's all I'm really focusing on right now. I'm dieting right now, so it's moving up very, very slowly. Last flat bench session I did on Saturday, I decided to just do a set of 5, and I was still able to do 315. But once I'm done dieting, I might try to do 410 again, just at a lower body weight. We'll see, though. Spirit animal. It's either like cats or squirrels. Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade.
Clear. And I hope he is fired. He's pathetic, and he interviewed basically a terrorist.
I think Ethan only respects power right now, which is one of the reasons I made this video in the first place, is because he thinks I'm weak. He thinks a lot of these other creators that he's gone out of his way to attack, he thinks that they're weak, and he thinks they're a target that he can bully, he can manipulate, he can send lawsuits to, and I want him to know that we're not going to be bullied. You're being a piece of shit, and we're going to call you out.
So here's the button. You've got a video, and you've got an audio. We're hitting both. Don't worry if you don't have it all now. Parents for a lot more.
Of all the things, that,
Anywho.
it always surprises me what you think crosses over.
Well, I looked at Olivia and she's like, yes, do it.
Now let's talk about the button. Ethan got this button, or kill switch, as a response to the controversy with Cutie Cinderella. He was not able to control himself in that moment, and instead of figuring out how he can change his behavior, he spent $20,000.
Dan and Ela were like, we would kill button that right now if we could. I can't change who I am.
I know. That's why the kill button is on.
Dude, Cutie Cinderella is a pathetic fucking loser. All these fucking girls on Twitch are pathetic fucking losers. They're not funny, they're not entertaining, they don't do fucking anything, their streams are boring and garbage. The only reason people watch them is because there's a bunch of brain-dead fucking simps that think they're attractive. And she just realized, with that deepfake shit, the only reason people are watching her is because of her looks, not because of her. And she was never a victim. There are deepfakes of Idubbbz. There are deepfakes of PewDiePie. Do you see any of these fucking men complaining about deepfake porn? No. You know why? It's because men know it doesn't fucking matter. Only women freak out and cry about this shit because all they want is fucking attention. It's just such a joke. She does not deserve sympathy because somebody made a fucking deepfake of her. Like, get fucked. CDG donated $2. Thanks for the donation, dude.
That's it. See, exactly.
He uses the button for everything. If his jokes don't land, he's hitting the button.
It was being presented as if the Jordan crying thing.
I hit the button.
Why?
I don't think I needed to, but you guys were giving me crickets, so I panicked.
If he's insecure about getting something wrong, he's hitting the button.
Nippard donated $2. Let me see. Ah, fuck. That's a very hungry pigeon. All right.
I thought I told you to stop reacting to Frank Tufano.
Yeah, we're not doing that. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
For me?
Yeah.
Wow, first time. I'm excited.
And mom's helping with ironing.
You know what he should do? You know what he should do? He should bang her in the kitchen in front of mom while she's ironing.
Are you cooking?
Masta back then, he told us this.
They claimed that I hit them with my wheelchair.
Did you?
I absolutely did not.
The report stated that you spit at an officer.
Right. So I suffer from acid reflux, so I normally spit. And I spat like the totally different direction.
But this is the video.
You want to listen or not? Bro.
Amasa also told us he felt humiliated during his arrest.
Bro, are you laughing at me, bro?
Because he was separated from his motorized wheelchair, which he says was damaged when it was put on a flatbed. You see one officer appearing to text someone, joking that they were going to put him on the tow truck. When we
Well, I guess that's that. Thanks for the donation, Nippard.
But okay. What? What on this frame could Ethan have responded to? Perhaps a country flag that he got wrong? Maybe. I don't know.
If he goes on a problematic tirade, he's hitting the button.
Before, look how sad. But yeah, it's not just that. Like their eyes are like big. I think you guys are wrong on this one. I think you guys are all wrong on this one.
I don't think he's unique in hitting the button. I think if all of us had buttons, we'd hit the button all the time. But if you don't have it, you operate differently. You think about what you're saying. You maybe plan for your show a little bit more. You maybe say, I'm not going to have my podcast be an emotional dumping ground for today. You instead say, ooh, it's important that we stay on topic. Also, the H3 community and Ethan himself use the phrase goblin mode all the time to excuse a lot of his shitty behavior or make it seem less bad.
I've been diagnosed with goblin mode, actually.
By claiming that what happens is he just gets into this like uncontrolled state he refers to as goblin mode.
I do not call myself goblin mode.
Yeah, oh, yeah, you did.
Goblin mode? Is that what you're calling Tourette's now?
To all victims of goblin mode, I would like to issue an apology.
You are goblin mode today. You're goblin mode. Look how many times you paused it.
I'm trying, bro.
And I don't think there's no room for using the term goblin mode. I like the idea that you're defending yourself and the little guy by going goblin mode when a big corporation or a big entity is trying to attack you.
Like if you fuck me over, if you steal money from me, if you patronize me, if you do any of this shit like you're trying to do to me, to treat me like a fucking idiot, I'm crazy, dude. I've gone fucking goblin mode over way less.
But you not thinking about what you're saying, not, reflecting on your behavior, not changing your behavior, that's not goblin mode. That's being a child. Let's talk about the crew.
This anti-Semitic bitch tries to play cute. She and her friends laugh at the screams of Israelis running from Hamas shelling attacks while mocking veterans with PTSD.
Yeah. And, oh, it's being friends with Frogan? Oh, why is that bad?
And to be quite honest, it's very hard to look at, karma will make its way. To me, it's very hard to look at it that way. I wish I had that point of view.
She's gonna be fat and broke. Like, she's already fat. She's gonna end up being broke. The only reason she makes any money at this point is because she's getting propped up by Twitch. She doesn't even have good viewership, and she is consistently on the front page for no reason. It's just Dan Clancy fixing the algorithm for her, but yeah, nobody cares. She's boring. Pretty much all female streamers are boring. They just don't do shit. She's not even good to look at. Her political commentary fucking sucks. She only appeals to fucking anti-Semites. And as soon as she stops getting handouts from Twitch, Twitch is likely just gonna end up going bankrupt or something. Like, she's gonna be not only fat, but broke. So yeah, speaking of karma.
You know what I mean? It's like, you see the shittiest fucking people at the top. I don't know if I believe in karma. You know what I mean? And I'm like, if I had to lose my career over this bullshit, at least I can say I was consistent in my views, and I have been consistently against genocide, and I consistently uplifted the Palestinian people. Others can't say that, but I can.
Jesus, what a loser.
Simp for Frogan.
And I feel like such a bitch for crying, but it's just like you sit and reflect, and it's just like, what the fuck, dude? There are some days I just sit and I'm just like, I'm just like, I'm like, what did I do to deserve this? You know what I mean?
What a loser. Thanks for the donation, retard. CDG donate $2. Is it gay to like trannies? Do you know any female passing hot trans chicks? I'm trying to prove to my cis and her friends that trans girls can be hot too. Want to show them a T-girl they can't deny is hot. Like, I mean, there's Blair White. There's gotta be a lot of trans porn stars that are attractive. The only one I know off memory... What's her name? Natalie Mars? I had a friend who was super into, like, trans girls. So, yeah, Natalie Mars is the only one I know of. Yeah, maybe look up Natalie Mars. She's pretty. But there's, like, just look up she-male porn on, like, Pornhub or something. I'm sure you'll find plenty. So, you can look up Pornhub statistics. I think something like over 80% of people who watch transgender porn are straight identifying males. So, that's an indication that it's not gay to like trans women, because, again, it's mostly straight identifying males that are watching it. It's not like gay dudes. Some sex experts consider it its own unique sexual preference, and it's neither gay nor straight, because there are actually dudes, and it is pretty much only dudes, who have exclusive attraction to trans women, so they're not interested in cis women, they're not interested in men, they're only interested in trans women, so chicks with dicks. So it's either straight or it's its own unique sexual preference, depending on the person. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
Kangaroo Jack is my spirit animal.
Oh! Hey, mate, I don't fucking fuck around here, mate. I don't fuck around. I'm fucking Kangaroo Jack.
That guy's a fucking bitch. Literally sucker punched a guy when he turned his back. What a loser. Thanks for the donation, Musashi Blade.
I think the crew has been put in the worst working environment that you possibly can be for a fucking podcast.
I've actually accidentally watched trans porn quite a few times. I was actually accidentally streaming while I was watching porn. I was looking for Asian anal videos, and there was some, like, trans porn that popped up. All I saw was, like, some Asian girl person bent over showing her asshole, and then it turned out to be, like, either a trans girl or a cross-dresser or something. That actually happens fairly frequently. I think they've changed the algorithm on porn sites to recommend more trans porn, and it's probably because they know that, again, most straight identifying males, or not most straight identifying, it's mostly straight identifying males who watch trans porn, so they're probably like looking for more conversion.
Every crew member has it bad. Like, to be around Ethan, period, it would be a nightmare right now.
I'm standing by every fucking syllable of that, okay? What she did was abhorrent. And by the way...
Just don't. Listen, your critique of her is correct. It's just, you know, people are sensitive about women being called that word, and so...
Like, how pathetic are you? You know what I mean?
Well,
I'm not assuming his pronouns. And fuck all these people. Go ahead.
No,
and I'm
no.
not yelling at you. I'm just... Kelly is a black woman, right?
Yes.
Maziel is a...
Korean.
Oh, Dan, come on. You're being such a buzzkill. Yeah, I don't know Korean. I asked if Koreans are POs. God.
You know, Dan's in the bathroom. Let's just not do this right now.
I asked if Korean people are POCs.
The one time the button didn't work and we listened to how he spoke to AB without thinking that the internet was going to hear it. It was rude, it was nasty, and it didn't have this caveat of like, I'm not mad at you. It was.
Did you see where Alex Jones had trans porn on his phone during one of his shows?
Yeah, he was trying to show the new app that they had, and he accidentally opened up a bunch of his tabs, and he was watching trans porn on his phone. It's kind of funny, and this is like the same type of person who, you know, talks about how, oh, transgenderism is like evil and it's gay and all this shit, and then yeah, there he is watching trans porn. It's always the people that are the most outspoken about that sort of shit who end up liking gay or trans porn or some crap. It's a way of coping for their insecurity. Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade. Nippard donated $2. Let me see. Oh, what a beautiful chicken. Oh, a duck walk. Oh no, don't squish the duck.
Don't do it, Jerry! Don't do it, Jerry! No! Jerry!
Hey, come here!
The duck knocked over the bowl? Oh.
Is that bad?
Oh, the duck's enjoying the movie.
Milo.
Those are really nice ducks. Oh my goodness. That's a beautiful chicken. I fucking love chickens. I love this. Don't do it, don't do it. The duck knocks it over. Fucking Gummy just, like, fucking broke my GPS for my motorcycle. It's fucking expensive, too. Just knocked it off the counter.
It's on. It's not on. I can see only black things. Nothing. No face, no everything. Okay.
I'm black. You seeing me?
I can't see you. I can't see you.
Well, he is dark. Oh. Oh, that's not nice. Oh! That's not nice. Oh.
Oh, c'est fragile. Trou de cul. Va.
Oh, that's cats.
Canada.
México, Estados Unidos.
Yeah, that's what the United States has become. Thanks for the donation, Nippard.
It was anger, and it was uncalled for.
Use they get access to cover most of it.
Doing it.
What are you
It's so
doing?
awkward and terrible.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Just like this is what I'm talking about when it's always like.
We need to get home for our kids.
It's like, bro.
Oh no, I didn't want to finish it right now. I just I'm not finishing Wednesday.
Friday. You guys, like.
All right, I'm taking my hand off.
Ay, ay, ay.
What? Okay, well,
Heard all that.
thanks, Button.
And he didn't want to take accountability for it. He immediately wanted to deflect, and he wanted to say that the button fucked him.
First of all, I appreciate the hard work.
I know you do.
And I loved it, and I really enjoy it. But it's like every time we do it, it's like the show is what it is, and
I know. I was being selfish.
No, dude, that button fucked me, dude. Can you imagine that button fucking me over like that?
The button fucked you? AB fucked you? Who fucked you? You fucked yourself by being an asshole. He makes it seem like he's not a tyrant of a boss.
We're doing it.
What are you doing?
So awkward and terrible. I appreciate the hard work.
I know you do.
And I loved it, and I really enjoy it.
Dan, his producer, is constantly clarifying.
21st Savage, Night Killer's dreadlocks look so disgusting and dirty, bro. When I see someone with dreadlocks, I automatically assume they smell bad. They don't wash their hair, they are dirty, and it just looks so bad, especially on mop head. Vegseps, you know him. I'm not a fan of dreads. I actually like braids less, especially cornrows. I think cornrows is one of the stupidest fucking hairstyles. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage. Should it be illegal to declaw cats? Yes, it should be.
Things on the air and making it clear that what Ethan said was a joke. Ethan is being overly defensive, or he's saying things that are like not true and he's exaggerating.
People saw that. They thought that was what you searched to pull up that photo. So I'm just clarifying.
Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate you doing that. God forbid.
What's okay, 'cause I buttoned it.
Why?
Because
it's not that big of a deal, man.
Just like your inability to.
No, hold on, Dan. How does it change anything? People knowing that we did it.
It's fun when it's a surprise.
Okay, well,
you just ask how it changed.
Surprise them on your show.
Okay, all right.
You know, I understand that that's his role, and he's, you know, Ethan's made that his job, or Dan's made it his job. Ethan leans on it so heavily, in the same way that he leans on the button. Ethan is leaning on all of these people to be adults and look after his behavior and give all of this emotional and empathetic energy for Ethan, but Ethan refuses to give it back to them. Also, let's talk about AB and Lena, two Lebanese employees, and you just continue to talk about the conflict like they don't exist. It would be nicer, a lot nicer, for you to shut the
if they have a problem with it, they can go find another fucking job. It's his show.
fuck up about it. You're allowed to do that.
Hezbollah in Syria alone killed double that much. All right, I'm gonna move on. I just want to play a song talking about bad empanada.
Ethan doesn't want to change, and he wants to bring the entire crew down with him, because he's putting them in this position every day, right? But it's more important that he gets this shit off his chest. It's more important that he dumps. We're all familiar with Goblin mode. Well, Ethan debuted a new mode recently.
And by the way, my ratio is pretty good.
So notice all the gaslighting. Anytime people are making anti-Semitic statements about Israel, anti-Semitic statements about Ethan and Ela, making up insane, deranged, unhinged lies about him because they're anti-Semites and they just want to attack him because he's a Jew. Oh, well, you know, they can say that. Oh, they had a bad day. Oh, I don't need to stand up for you because it's not my business, all this shit. And now iDubbbz is trying to gaslight him into saying, oh, it's not right for you to talk about Israel and the conflict because, oh, you have Lebanese employees and shit. Like, oh, iDubbbz is, like, him getting with Anissa was the worst thing to ever fucking happen to him, dude.
Like, I'm looking at like 20 goblin modes to one too far. Demon mode, let's call it.
What makes demon mode different than goblin mode is goblins aren't really like an intimidating, powerful force. If the goblin is persistent, it can get what it wants.
When I'm done with the other one, the big one that's dropping probably next week, my full attention is going to you, George. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach.
Ethan, the reason the internet got behind you when you were being sued by Matt Haas or when you were being sued by Ryan Kavanaugh is because people saw you as the underdog. They saw you as the guy who's defending the common man.
I'm suing and I cannot wait for you guys to read it. At the moment, we are writing 3 complaints for 3 people.
You are doing the classic rich asshole thing. You have a deficit of friends, you have a surplus of enemies. You feel really bad, you feel hurt, but you also have a surplus of money. So what can you do? You can use that money to bully and intimidate people. These public legal threats that you're making to fellow creators, these legal threats that you're making to people on Reddit, on Twitter, you're like, I'm hurt. These people—
Oh, you mean for slandering him and making up lies that hurt him and his business and are getting him like doxxed and shit and having CPS get called? Right. Okay, go fuck yourself.
People are hurting me. What do I do to stop it? There's nothing I can do to stop it. I'm powerless. No, you have a ton of power. You have a ton of options. You have a ton of choice. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich, is you can do all of these things.
I've never want to sue someone for defamation, but like at what point do you kind of fucking have to? I mean, this is like basically someone calling you a pedophile. Be like, yeah, no, Ethan's a pedophile.
Dan Clancy or whatever, like the CEO of Twitch, and
pedophile. Dan KKK Clancy has
Yes, these out of context clips show that he's a hypocrite when clearly he wasn't being fucking serious. Go fuck yourself, dude.
The similar view of Hitler. Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi, fucking anti-Semite. There are certain things you can accuse people of that rise above to make it like actionable, which is like wrongfully accusing someone of being a pedophile, a sex criminal, a murderer, shit like that. Dan Clancy now, in other words, he is a pedophile.
You have so much less to go off of saying that than anybody has about
based
Dream.
on his looks. Just on his based on his
Well,
looks.
at least yourself.
Like, does he actually think anybody's gonna be convinced by this stupid shit?
That's 100% a joke. I have no evidence to conclude that.
What a loser.
One of the more notable legal threats that Ethan has sent out recently is against Noah Sampson.
I have nothing but vibes to gain, and potentially your money as well.
No, I debated his girlfriend at the time, who's now his wife, Anissa Yoma. I didn't debate iDubbbz, and Anissa nearly cried in that debate. She's a fucking idiot.
Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I'll garnish your wages. You're going to be living with your parents for a lot longer, buddy. 26, you know what I mean? Try 46.
Noah made a video that was critical of Ethan and other content creators when they're talking about Israel and Palestine. I mean, the way he's talking about Noah on his podcast is so fucking creepy and weird.
Is this a new thing?
This is a new thing. This happened during the show. Upon initial examination, it seems to check out, and it's not great for young Noah.
Can I say that? Don't say it yet.
I'll say it.
So he's a rape. So of course his standard. I don't know what he's accused of, so I'm not actually going to say. But
Ethan brought on a former partner of Noah to basically just shit talk him and say that he's a bad partner. But that's all that Ethan was able to extract out of it.
you are not accusing him of committing any crimes or doing R-word or anything like that. The accusation is that he's a.
So this is one thing that I think is stupid that Ethan does. He gets on these like attention-seeking dumb bitch women who are like ex-girlfriends or something of somebody to just say nonsense that nobody cares about. Like if they haven't done anything criminal that's worth calling out, like who the fuck cares? Like this is something stupid Ethan does.
Sleaze.
Absolutely. Noah
Yeah.
Sampson, as far as I know, is not a rapist.
Fuck you to Noah Sampson, who's not just a liar and a scumbag, but also a creep. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Now let's talk about the left-leaning Democrat.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things.
The thing that made me start to question Ethan's intentions is that when he was suggested to talk to Sam Cedar, a fellow progressive, a guy that Ethan respects and looks up to,
He works with Sam Cedar at the Majority Report. I respect him and what they do there.
he kept saying that it was racist or anti-Semitic to suggest that he talked to someone who's within the same ethnic group as him.
That's why I said yesterday, like, I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Cedar. There are very thoughtful, very kind anti-Zionist Jews out there that he could talk.
Sam Cedar is a fucking idiot. He also has some of the like most dumb bitch basic retard takes on the Russia-Ukraine war. He was promoting like, you know, this sympathetic Russian pro-Russia narrative. Like, oh, why is Ukraine fighting? What's the objective? Why are we giving them weapons and ammo? Like, Sam Cedar's a fucking dumbass. And again, much more plausible case for genocide in the Russia-Ukraine war versus in the Israel-Gaza war. So I don't know why you'd take Sam Cedar's position seriously. He's good on stuff like the economy. He's good on just American politics, but when it comes to geopolitics, he's a fucking idiot. He also has some stupid takes on like the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. Like, oh, Kyle Rittenhouse is a murderer. Right. A guy who shot somebody in self-defense, only killed one person, and the guy happened to be a fucking pedophile. The only person he actually shot was somebody who pointed a fucking gun at him. Like, get fucked.
So, I adopted my sister's cat. What brand of cat food do you use? All of the pro-LGBT liberals who chant Free Palestine should go to Gaza and hold a pride parade.
Yeah, they'd get wiped the fuck out. Oh my god.
Okay. Get it.
Oh, that is a nice cat.
Watch her.
Oh my
job,
goodness.
kitty. Good job.
Oh, what a sweet kitty. Oh my goodness. I feed Gummy Benevo. We've fed all of our cats Benevo. Benevo's really good. They also have Benevo wet food, which is also appropriate for cats, but I mostly feed them dry food. Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade.
talk to, I don't think that I will be able to reach him.
What's the insinuation that I only listen to other Jewish people? You need to talk to my pre-approved list of Jews that like agree with me on everything. You know, it doesn't matter if they're Jewish, dude. It doesn't matter if they're fucking Jewish.
I think most Jews.
I don't think Jews at large view it. I don't think that is the...
In what position are you to even say that?
It's not motivated by myself. It's motivated by Jews against anti-Zionist Jews.
Seriously, how can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
Ethan, I don't know what to fucking tell you. This is like step one of having a leftist ideology, is recognizing our race, religion, nationality, all this shit, all shape our experiences as people.
That's the reason why it'd be better.
No. That's Marxist ideology, not leftist ideology.
Served to have this conversation, not with myself, but with an anti-Zionist Jewish person.
Why does it matter if they're Jewish?
Because I'm not Jewish, and you've said in this conversation that, like, how can you tell me how to feel about the situation?
Yeah, but how is one person a representative of Jews at large? I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
So yes, Ethan, on occasion you might be suggested to talk to someone who has some crossover with you.
Dude, this is just so fucking lazy. The quote mining here is just insane.
It doesn't have to be your ethnicity. It could possibly be someone who shares progressive ideology with you. It could possibly be someone who is of your same gender. I think Ethan understands this concept very well. He listened to these women on his show when they told him that he shouldn't be calling women bitches.
This bitch is intolerable. You are such a nasty fucking bitch, Cam.
I don't know if you can call her a bitch, though.
She is a bitch. She's a fucking bitch.
Okay,
I call her, see you next Tuesday.
Listen,
I'm curious what do Lena and Sam think about it.
I wouldn't be okay with that.
Yeah.
I feel like that it's for the girlies, Ethan. But
So you guys all seem to be in consensus that it's in poor form. I think to respect the women here in the room, I'm going to have to pass on saying that.
The infantilization of Ethan Klein is fucking nauseating. He's not a child. He is absolutely capable of looking into Hassan, learning about his politics, interviewing, doing loads of things to figure out where he stands.
He presents himself.
Noah Samson thing wasn't huge, but he did lie to this chick that he wasn't seeing other people when he was. She wasn't even mad about him fucking other chicks, she just wanted to know cause she didn't want STDs. Not illegal but definitely scummy emo.
Like, again, my take on that is who cares? It's just not relevant to his interactions with Noah Samson, and it just makes Ethan look like just dishonest and petty. If you want, like, there's so many things to criticize Noah Samson on. Like, why do you have to bring his personal relationships in it? Like, if he was fucking kids or something, or willingly spreading, like, AIDS or herpes, like, that's a little more relevant to bring up because it's, like, actual criminal activity, and it's, like, so disgusting and so dangerous. People need to know about that sort of shit, but yeah, I mean, his beef with Noah Samson is over his, like, anti-Semitism and horse shit, not, like, oh, you cheated on your girlfriend, you know? Thanks for the donation, retard.
Himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And for the first time, I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was. This comment from Hassan really started to sound some alarms in my head. I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
You made how many episodes with Hassan? Like, this guy made a fucking program with the biggest mega leftist on the platform. Now he's acting like he was tricked and he was incapable of figuring out what this guy's beliefs were. Bro, I didn't make the fucking leftist program. You did. You made fucking, what, 60 some odd episodes of this shit for hours talking to this guy? You didn't have a problem with any of it until, Ethan talks about being aware of Hassan's 9/11 comments and then sort of leaves it at that. Like it was just a joke. Actually, I think Ethan describes them as edgy moments or jokes.
You might remember him from such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it.
Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
No, Ethan, those aren't jokes, right? When someone makes a controversial statement like that, that's not them trying to be funny. I can understand why you would conflate the two. That is someone who is extremely frustrated and passionate about a particular topic. In this case, American imperialism and terrorism. You could have looked into that. You could have talked to
Give me a fucking break, dude. The justification for the Iraq War was wrong, but the idea of overthrowing Saddam Hussein was not a bad thing. He absolutely did have to be overthrown. It was a good thing that Saddam Hussein was killed. What America did afterwards, they just practiced poor foreign policy. Again, like, you have to see it through the lens at the time. You could say America never tried to do something like that before, and they were a little overconfident with what happened with the first Iraq War. But, like, this idea that America is this, like, imperialist state is just fucking horseshit. The Vietnam War was completely unjustified, even looking at, like, what they knew at the time. It was just stupid. But America has not had imperialist colonizing policies. It's just retarded. And, like, the idea America deserved 9/11, like, you're a fucking retard if you say something like that. And, again, Hassan is a fucking fascist. This guy wants to destroy America. Hassan saying that is just sick and fucking disgusting, and this fucking cunt should be deported.
On a little bit more and found out what his international politics opinions are, but you wouldn't even need to do that. You can look at it online. You're not a victim. You weren't tricked. You made 60 some odd episodes. If you didn't want to go down this route, you shouldn't have done it. But that was your fucking choice. You did it. You are an adult. When Ethan and Hila are watching Matt Lieb saying that one state doesn't represent all Jews, they cannot wrap their heads around the idea.
No single person represents all Jews.
I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
Notice how these are two different things. There can be different Jewish political opinions, and most Jews can interpret something a certain way, and those two things aren't incompatible.
No single person represents all Jews, as no single state represents all Jews.
This is another weird thing.
Oh my God.
Israel, this is a lie that I see Hassan and people pander. They say that Israel's going to war on behalf of Judaism. They have never, I don't believe that that's ever been stated. And I don't think Israel ever explains that it's like, I think Israel says it's a place where Jews can go.
Israel's just a place Jews can go? With that slogan, we might actually have peace. You know, if that's all you're defining Israel as, is a place Jews can go. Like, sure, it sounds like America to me. Like, all right.
I don't think that Israel said
It's the only Jewish state in the entire world. How many Muslim countries are there? How many Christian countries are there? Jewish country? Oh, that's going too far. We can't have that.
said they represent all Jews. I don't think that's a stance. We're like, hey, displacing Palestinians is all Jewish people.
Ethan is being so disingenuous here to suggest that he doesn't understand what Matt Lieb is saying. Like, like he's making a semantic argument. Like, I don't think Israel has said that it represents every last Jew on the planet. I don't think Israel has claimed that. They're not going to say that their most genocidal behavior represents anything to do with them, okay?
Please tell me what genocidal actions Israel has ever taken. None. You're just a fucking liar.
Okay? But what they are going to do is they're going to inexplicably link Israel and Jewishness together, so when they're being criticized, all of a sudden they have the perfect...
Yeah, most Jews are Zionists.
...defense. Oh.
What is it, like 80% or something? Let's see... Nearly 6 in 10 say they personally feel an emotional attachment to Israel. And a similar share say they follow news about blah, blah, blah. Just under half of U.S. Jewish adults, 45% have been to Israel. Far more Jews by religion. Wait. Attachment to Israel. I just want to see how many... There's just a Reddit thread. Jewish currents. Are 95% of Jews really Zionists? Writer Barry West published an essay in Tablet to her first piece of writing. To support her point, she noted that 95% of Jews support the Jewish state. This statistic is commonly repeated in the Jewish mainstream media. Statistic originates from an August 2019 article by a Gallup senior scientist in response to Donald Trump's controversial statements. Newport noted in his article this estimate was not based on a representative survey of American Jews, which would be designed specifically to capture the views of a niche American community. Instead, it was exaggerated from Gallup's national representative samples. He estimated that the margin of error for his calculation was between 7 to 10%. So, yeah, roughly 80% of Jews are Zionist. Like, by the way, if you support a two-state solution, you're Zionist.
Oh, another thing I need to mention. There was a tier list. It was called the Who Can Say Habibi tier list. It was presented at TwitchCon as like a...
Oh, is he gonna cope for this shit?
A panel that was just meant to be lighthearted and fun. And Ethan Klein saw that, and he decided that it was anti-Semitic.
Tier list, and we're gonna need...
Buddy. So, Sabra is the biggest hummus brand in Israel. And Palestinian supporters are asking everybody to boycott Sabra. So Arab is at the top, good. People who love Sabra is at the bottom. What do you think that suggests? So it suggests if you're Jewish or you like Jews, you're a piece of shit. And if you're Arab, you're top tier. That's not anti-Semitic? Go fuck yourself, dude. I can't believe he'd try to defend this.
BB tier list.
Like, by the way, Twitch actually deleted the stream because they knew how bad it fucking looked. So, if this isn't anti-Semitic, why did Twitch delete the fucking VOD?
It was presented at TwitchCon as like a panel that was just meant to be lighthearted and fun. And Ethan Klein saw that, and he decided that it was anti-Semitic.
Dylan, Donatillers, do you like the title of my new video? Also, who killed Safi in Life is Strange? Okay, what the fuck do you want?
I want to ask you a few things.
Formality.
Something about P1Z0. Do you consider yourself to be a good person?
Vegan Gains debates literal mentally disabled person because nobody else will debate him. That's about accurate. Technically, it was... Is the main character's name Sam? Or no, not Chloe. Yeah, the main character's name is Sam, right? She's technically the one who killed Safi. Thanks for the donation, Dylan.
Tier list, and we're gonna need your help to discuss and figure out who can say Habibi and who can't.
And also, we have tiers. We have Arab, Arab coded. They ask permission to say Habibi. You know, like you've got like white guys like, can I say it? Is it slurs? And then love Sabra, which is they're not Arab coded at all.
Now, when I first saw this tier list, I immediately knew what it was doing. I was like, oh, it's a play on the who has the N-word pass and who doesn't tier list. Granted, Habibi is very different than the N-word, but it is a cultural word amongst Arabic-speaking people and Muslim people. Like that is a word that's used. Habibi, it means my love. Oh no, don't do that, Habibi. Oh yes, Habibi. You're my Habibi, I'm your Habibi. So yes, it's meant to be a fun way that these Arab content creators can express their Arab culture and be proud of it and
they're not Arab. So, first of all, she's not Arab, she's white. And they put Hassan, who's Persian, on the Arab list. Like, on the Arab tier.
happy about it because it's not like they have massive representation on the platform.
Making a tier list based on race. And nobody has a fucking problem with that. Okay, you have a tier list based on race. Where's the Jewish panel? Where's the Jewish panel? Where at the top it says Jewish. It's a tier list based on Arab to Jew. He's Arab, which is good. That's the best thing you can be on this. That's the best. This is racist.
I will say that conveying information through a tier list is not the most effective thing, but Ethan should understand this principle. He did a white slurs tier list with Hassan.
Cracker. I mean, you know what my take is.
Buddy, this is not the same fucking thing.
We can't put this as an F. Cracker. I mean, that's got to be at least a D, right?
Paleface, motherfucker.
Paleface. I mean, again, I think that's an F. Hog.
So Hog is my favorite. I use it all the time.
Him and Hassan feel as though they're white.
They're not ranking people by race. They're making a joke about ethnic slurs and ranking them based on what's the funniest. That is not the same thing as saying, if you're Jewish, you're a piece of shit, and if you're Arab, you're, like, the best.
White guy.
Dude, this is pathetic.
So they felt very comfortable talking.
Bro, iDubbbz, he's done. Like, he's just ruined.
About white.
Like, bro, of all things to defend, this.
slurs on their tier list.
I think I'm more white than you. What do you think?
I think I'm white. Like, I'm super white.
Can you understand why Arabs might feel comfortable talking about
Dodo donates $2. The main character name is Max. Max Caulfield, not Sam. I don't know where the fuck you were getting Sam from or why you were thinking Sam. Also, VG, I like when you play Shenmue and Life is Strange in those games and horror games, of course. I mean, psychological. Yeah, I think there's some horror games coming out soon in the next, like, few months. We'll play some more. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Arab shit on their tier list, Ethan? You're the white guy. You think you're more white than Hassan.
I think I'm more white than you.
So yeah, the white guy can say all the things that he wants, like Cracker, but the Arabs can't have their tier list.
I would put him also.
That is not the fucking same thing. So again, all of this is gaslighting. It's okay if people say anti-Semitic shit against Ethan. It's not okay for Ethan to support Israel. And it's okay for all these fucking anti-Semites to say Jews are pieces of shit.
So an Arab. I know Turkish people are different.
Notice how they drop the premise almost immediately that it's about who can say Habibi. And then it's like, Hassan, okay, actually, he's Arab. We fucking love him. He's dope. He's Arab.
Habibi is an Arabic word. That is an Arabic word, Ethan.
Funny about this whole thing is that they say Habibi in Israel. Again, people underestimate just how, like, mixed Israeli culture is. Like,
we say Habibi in Israel. Yes, Ethan. Another piece of evidence as to why it isn't anti-Semitic.
This is racist!
Dumbass. I just, there's no point in saying anything else.
If you're not Arab or understand Arab culture at all, which is a lot of Americans, and Ethan Klein presents you this
so Arab culture is anti-Semitic. Okay, gotcha.
Tier list and calls it anti-Semitic, you're just gonna eat it up.
Yeah, I played Silent Hill 2 Remake. That game sucks, dude. Silent Hill is fucking garbage. That game is just pure dog shit.
It's not. Ethan is just proving his location on this tier list under Love Sabra because he doesn't understand Arab culture. There's a lot of Arabs who eat Sabra. There's a lot of people like me who eat Sabra. A lot of the times it's all that's in the store and I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna eat it, but it is not the good shit. Like the average Arab American, they're gonna go in the store and the only option they have is fucking Sabra. And that sucks that that's the only option, right? Arab communities and distribution facilities are not widespread across the US. So what are they left with? They're left with a common...
This is just embarrassing cope, bro.
Relatable, shitty hummus, which is Sabra. And what's so
dude,
fucking pathetic about this whole thing is after he was able to get these Arab creators banned off of Twitch for 30 days, he goes on.
Cam donates $2. What was your reaction to Frank's neck tattoo? When did he get it? He really isn't doing himself any favors. Holy shit, lol. It looks fucking retarded, just like all of his other tattoos. He clearly got it because he's going insane. He's suffering from psychotic symptoms. He thinks the Illuminati or something is out to get him, so he got this, like, Freemason tattoo because he thinks it'll do something for him. And, he got it recently, like, in the last few weeks. Thanks for the donation, Cam.
To talk about how bad Sabra hummus is on his show.
The cracker thing is two white guys being self-deprecating, like Jews cracking Jew jokes. Totally innocent, compared to anti-Semites laughing about Ben Shapiro and Ethan laughing Sabra and remarking that they forgot to add a Zionist category.
Yeah. Well, we know what they mean by Sabra. They just mean Jew. Again, this is all cope. We know exactly what it means. Like, again, if this was all innocent, why the fuck did Twitch delete the VOD? Just retarded. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Oh.
I don't think anybody prefers Sabra over homemade, like, restaurant quality hummus. You know, it's what's there.
Like weirdly fluffy.
It is
Sabra,
fluffy.
weird.
Yeah.
I would buy it sometimes and eat it. It's not the best.
The problem is with Sabra, in my opinion, it's only good for the first 2 days.
For some reason, like, when you eat this Sabra shit, it just feels so much heavier. Imagine eating a whole fucking vat of Sabra. That's crazy.
Yeah. I've never liked hummus. Oh, good. Well, you hate Jews then.
And Arabs. Yeah. This is racist.
Yeah, it's almost like you can have a discussion about Sabra hummus being a bad hummus without it being...
They weren't talking about Sabra hummus. They were talking about people. Jews specifically.
At all related to a Jewish thing or an Israeli thing. He can have that discussion as much as he wants on his podcast because we all know his intentions are anti-Semitic.
This is what he did. He hit his heart hard.
The Zionism is leading to not accepting other...
Did he take a clip of Elon, like, of him saying Elon Musk is a Nazi out of context to suggest Ethan Heils Hitler? Like, who does he think he's convincing with this horse shit?
Cultures embracing their own culture and instead thinking that that is an attack on you. There's this incident on the podcast where they were reacting to Cutie Cinderella and Ethan was laughing during it. So that ended up being a pretty important wake-up call for Ethan. He made an apology video directed at Cutie Cinderella and it was graded by a professional psychologist, Dr. Kirk Honda of Psychology in Seattle. And Ethan got an A+ rating.
In terms of a public apology, this is A+.
Ethan won't stop talking about his A+ rating.
You know he rated my apology to Cutie Cinderella a perfect score? A perfect 10.
A perfect 10 out of 10?
Literally 10 out of 10. Go back. I can teach you how to make a good apology. I'm the best
10 out of 10.
I know what a perfect apology is, lady. You fucking don't. Is my perfect apology in this PowerPoint? Dude, I got a perfect 10 out of 10.
This one is actually best apology, so.
Ethan Klein, you guys, oh my God.
I was trying really hard to think about an impactful moment during this video. Like, could I do something that would really wake Ethan up? And I don't know if this came from a good place or not, but I came up with the idea of getting Ethan's grade changed.
You realize, iDubbbz was looking for a boxing fight guy, because, what's his name, that Asian dude backed out of the fight, and he said he'd fight anybody, doesn't care about the weight class and shit like that. I put my name into the email, never got a response back. It's really too bad. I really wish I could have, like, given fucking iDubbbz permanent, severe, irreversible brain damage by boxing him. It's really a fucking shame the guy was too much of a pussy to give me that boxing match.
From an A to a B at least. So I went to visit Psychology in Seattle. I'm not confident that Kirk will change his grade, but it's worth trying, and, you know, we might learn a thing or two.
Xander! Probably get pretty low marks. Unlike me, perfect score, 10. I said, hey, Lud, no wig drama. Why are you such a spineless coward of a person now that you've inserted yourself and your girlfriend into this conversation?
Okay, iDubbbz, I hear you. You're in the room with me right now. I hear you. I hear your request. I understand it. I can understand where it's coming from. And I guess have a policy that when there is a grade for an apology, I am just grading that discrete apology as I see it without taking any consideration of prior or future behavior. If you're wanting me to comment on the overall behavior or the recent behavior from the clips that you have shown me, I believe that Ethan is a good person and that eventually he will feel sorrow and will feel sorry and will apologize. And I will be there to evaluate that apology when it happens, which I know it will.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Unfortunately, Kirk did not change his grade, but that's okay. Because this is the internet, anyone can have their own official apology rating system. So I'm going to rate Ethan's apology a B-. That's just based on my own feelings and my own rubric. When Psychology in Seattle was watching these videos,
Ethan never had to apologize to QT Cinderella. He basically just got bullied into doing it. She's just an attention-seeking fucking loser. Like, by the way, of all the crazy shit that I've seen on Twitch, I saw a guy get banned on Twitch. He was streaming. He was a victim of a home invasion while he was streaming on Twitch. 2 armed gunmen broke into his fucking apartment and they started beating him and pistol whipping him. And he said, like, something like, nigga, no, please. Like, he said nigga with, like, with the A at the end. He got fucking banned on Twitch for that shit. Perma-banned. Because he said nigga with an A at the end after he was a victim of a fucking home invasion and he was getting fucking pistol whipped by 2 armed gunmen. Does anyone, like, apologize publicly to, like, these dudes who, like, just get the fucking cock on Twitch? I've seen dudes get, like, 30-day or year-long fucking bans because they bend over and they're fat and their, like, ass crack is showing a little bit. Dudes get banned for that. Fucking girls accidentally show their fucking pussy on stream and they get 3-day bans, if a ban at all. I've seen girls say the hard R and not get any fucking ban. I've seen girls abuse animals, not get banned. And then, like, some fucking bitch fucking cries about a deepfake porn when this has happened to every big male Twitch streamer and content creator, Ludwig, PewDiePie, you fucking name it. nobody fucking cares. And then Ethan just laughs at some chick crying for no fucking reason, and he has to apologize. Like, it's just so retarded. Women do not deserve, like, just sympathy because they fucking cry. Nobody gives a shit when bullshit happens to men, but because a fucking girl cries, oh, you laughed, you need to apologize. Like, fuck you. Like, Ethan needs to stop being friends with these people. Like, they're all fucking losers, and he really needs to just stop streaming on Twitch and shit. Just move to fucking YouTube. I don't know if he's still streaming on Twitch at all, but it's just a joke. These people are fucking losers, and they're all gonna drag you down.
Wouldn't you have to cut weight to approximately the weight of a bag of potatoes to box him?
iDub said he doesn't care about weight class. He just wanted somebody to fight. And again, he could have hooked up some kind of fight between me and like Sam Hyde or something, or somebody around my weight class. He never did. And again, I can guarantee you part of that's because of Anissa and my bad relationship with her and shit. Like, I think people would think that would be pretty minty for me to be in his boxing match thing. Like, enough people know me that they'd find that entertaining. Thanks for the donation, though, Masashi Blade.
Hey Sneed, it's really weird how anti-theist you are but so passionately defend Jews. You know they have insane religious beliefs and use animals for ritualistic purposes. Do you assume they are all secular or something?
The state of Israel is secular. Just because there's religious Jews in the state of Israel doesn't mean the state of Israel isn't secular, you fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, dummy. Like, there's plenty of fucking evangelist Christians, Jews, Muslims, and shit that live in the United States. Does that mean I'm gonna support 9/11? Oh, well, they're, like, America's full of religious retards, so what do I care if 9/11 happened? Like, you're an idiot. Thanks for the donation.
Clips of Ethan, he said that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug. Now, of course, it kind of pisses me off to hear that shit, because I'm like, what are we doing? What are we saying? He needs a hug? No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs. I think something that's very important to me in bringing back Content Cop is to be fair. I think that was something that was not illustrated in previous Content Cops that I think should have been, and probably wouldn't have left me with so much regret. Ethan deserves all of the criticism that he's getting. I think it's very valid. But I also think, at the end of the day, we should acknowledge that he's human, because he is human. And he is in a situation that's making him extremely scared, paranoid, defensive, sensitive, and I'm sure other features and feelings. In the spirit of Kirk saying that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug, I have challenged some of his most powerful haters to put down the haterade and just say something nice and charitable about him, because I think he deserves it.
I just wanted to say that I respect that you are genuinely yourself on the internet. I think a lot of other people respect you for it as well. I think that's a big reason why people were drawn to your content in the first place. I think that's a lot of the reason why your employees chose to work with you over anyone else.
And
fucking gay. What a loser, dude. I have completely and utterly lost any and all respect that I possibly could have fucking had for iDubbbz. It is totally gone. That guy is a fucking dipshit.
Judges are now considering holding the Trump administration in contempt of court for ignoring rulings.
The White House announced today it will not obey the Supreme Court after the justices ordered the return of a man who was accidentally deported. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell is in Washington with more.
Tonight, a federal judge threatening to hold the Trump administration in contempt of court.
Dodo Donatillers, what would you do, VG? I know you would have yelled at the mom and called her a dumb bitch.
The birth rate in the U.S. is at a historic low, and some couples feel life is better this way. They like the financial freedom and the free time that lifestyle provides.
I think people think that like kids can be too much. They're annoying, like high maintenance, like too much money is being spent on them.
Family support gives me way more than the support of money or wealth, because you can always make more money, but you can't always have that experience of having a family.
When you have little kids, it can be hard to do stuff, so I feel like just more freedom in what you want to do with your life, maybe.
Parents with kids understand how expensive having a child is, but they're wonderful.
We're in St. Louis, Missouri, at the Schlafly Tap Room, where our actors are portraying two very different lifestyles.
To your promotion, right? And closing on our beach house.
This couple are dinks, or double income, no kids. They've come to the bar to celebrate their success.
Well, let's get lunch first.
But now they're interrupted by a single parent with two rambunctious children.
No, guys.
Fun table. I want to sit at the fun table. Yeah, fun table.
And to make things interesting, they'll be pretty vocal about the interruption.
I'm already sitting here. Well, come on.
What happens when patrons at this restaurant and bar see these two worlds collide?
Where's the ice cream?
Listen.
Can't they just respect each other's choices? In real life, maybe, but not when we're the ones asking, what would you do?
I remember when I was at Doomy's in Toronto with Jasmine and Isaac. Oh, man.
Sneed, crack a smile and say something nice about someone. You are always negative and judgmental. Say something nice, Sneed. Give someone a compliment, Sneed. Crack a smile, Sneed. Sneed, 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 Sneed.
Well, Dodo's a very nice person who has good taste in movies. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
Oh my gosh, mahi tacos. Why don't we get that?
Ice cream. Mom, if there's no ice cream on it, then why do I need it? Yeah.
Sophie, I cannot. Do you know what? Go get that.
We were just trying to have a conversation here.
Okay, could you please turn around and enjoy your drinks?
We want ice cream.
Does your mom normally take you guys out to bars?
We just came here to celebrate, no kids, and we're trying to enjoy ourselves. And then behind us...
I'm sorry, I think you're the one that's being disturbing.
I think you'd like to say something.
If you could just enjoy your drinks, I'm trying to enjoy a meal with my children, okay?
We're trying to enjoy our drinks.
You're mean.
Say, I think you all should leave.
Ma'am, I think you all should leave.
Yeah, take those animals to the zoo, why don't you?
Here we go.
Excuse me.
You heard me.
That's a good idea.
No. Guys, chill out. I mean, bro.
Even when our kids are
I would have backed them up. I'd be like, yeah, take your fucking animals to the zoo.
being extra disruptive, this man tells the couple to go easy on mom. But what if it's another childless couple nearby?
Do you want to play tag?
Yeah. No.
Will they also be bothered by the rowdy kids?
Why in the world did you even have kids?
Can I ask you something? Why did you even have children?
How can you ask me that?
I'm just asking. Like, it doesn't seem like you're being a very good mom right now.
I clearly heard that. Huh?
I am doing my best.
If this is your best,
Hey, why don't you guys just turn around and enjoy your meal?
we're just trying to have a celebration, that's all.
Well, then you understand. There's another part of the bar. Move.
That's what.
Yeah, I would have told her to take her fucking kids somewhere else. Take them to fucking McDonald's or a drive-thru or something. Like, it's so annoying. Oh my god. When I was in Doomy's with Jasmine and Isaac and his sister, there's some dumb bitch fucking couple who came in. Their one kid was fucking screaming at the top of their lungs. And Jasmine comes over and says, like, your kid is being so loud. It is literally hurting my ears and giving me a headache. Could you, like, calm him down? And then they freaked out, and this dude was so fucking pathetic. Rather than, like, talking to me and shit, he, like, starts screaming in Jasmine's face. Then I challenge him to a fight outside. Then after that, he shuts the fuck up and sits down. And then his wife is like, oh, I can't believe you'd say that. He's a father. You expect him to fight outside? Like, they were such weak, pathetic fucking tools. And they weren't even doing anything to, like, shut their fucking kid up. He was literally screaming as loud as he fucking could, and the mom was like, can you stop doing that? Like, wasn't, like, actually doing any kind of fucking discipline. Like, look, you cannot act like that indoors. If you're gonna behave like this, we're leaving and you're not gonna get any food. Like, no ultimatums like that. Just yeah, calm down, stop, that's enough. And just letting it go on. And the kid was doing that because he knew he could fucking get away with it. Like, that woman could not fucking parent her kids. But, yeah.
In a written opinion, U.S. District Judge James Boasberg said the White House has shown a willful disregard for his order to halt the deportation of specific undocumented migrants under the Alien Enemies Act. The order comes as another federal judge also considers holding the Trump administration in contempt over its failure to return a Maryland father of...
Guts is a beta cuck lost soul with no purpose. Griffith is a based Chad who knows what he wants and everything is subordinate to his goal. He provided every member of the Band of the Hawk with a purpose. When he needed them, they let him get mutilated.
No, Griffith is kind of a slimy, manipulative jackass who just uses people, and Guts is actually the based Ubermensch Chad. It's pretty clear that, like, by the way, the God Hand manipulated Griffith into making his decision. Griffith didn't even really make the decision on his own. They had to manipulate him. And they're clearly using him for their own goals. Griffith is just being used and manipulated, and he thinks he's, doing things, under his own free will and shit. But he's just getting used. There was a chapter that ended up getting deleted intentionally because Miura thought it gave away too much. The God Hand actually preordained Griffith's entire life, like who his parents were, how he'd be raised, the circumstances he was under. So he's just getting used. Guts is actually the one who's rebelling and, enforcing his own will. But thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
3 from El Salvador to the U.S. The Justice Department had acknowledged Kilmar Abrego Garcia had been sent to a notorious prison in El Salvador by mistake. The Supreme Court ruled unanimously the federal government had to facilitate his return. But the White House maintains, without providing evidence, that Abrego Garcia is a member of the MS-13 gang.
There was no situation ever where he was going to stay in this country. None. He's from El Salvador, he's in El Salvador, and that's where the president plans on keeping him.
U.S. District Judge Paula Zinnes is giving government lawyers 2 weeks to explain what steps they're taking to bring Abrego Garcia back. Outside court Tuesday, Abrego Garcia's wife begged for his return.
Stop playing political games with the life of Kilmer.
Maryland Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen traveled to El Salvador.
I'm asking President Bukele, under his authority as president of El Salvador, to do the right thing and allow Mr. Abrego Garcia to walk out of a prison, a man who's charged with no crime, convicted of no crime, and who was illegally abducted from the United States.
This
Retard donated $3. Let me see.
You know what's funny? I genuinely think that Sam Hyde broke Ian. And when he told me, he was like, he came and he
that was
like,
such a bizarre chapter.
He says, I'm doing a documentary on Sam Hyde. I told him, and Anissa was here. I said, that's a huge mistake. Do not do it. You guys, I don't know who. I said, do not do it. Like, trust me, because Sam's the type of guy who's going to get the best of you, really, no matter what. And it turns out he did, and he's even crazier than Ian anticipated.
Right.
He absolutely, I think it just broke him. And I mean, Sam Hyde's like super ultra right, so maybe he's just, I don't know. I'm like Sam Hyde now, apparently.
I was talking about it in the...
I don't think Sam thinks very highly of Jewish people either, so I don't know.
I was talking about it in the office the other day, but I didn't know who Sam Hyde was until iDubbbz brought him back in the spotlight.
That's it.
I think a lot of people didn't know who he was, and he kind of brought him back into the limelight, and kind of now he's like popular again.
Yeah, he's popping. And that's all thanks to Ian. Now, I'll say Sam.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
Is an extraordinarily funny guy that inspired me a lot when I was coming up. But he's also like, he's just a little crazy. That's, you know, and also like extremely right wing, and potentially a Nazi as well. Potentially a Nazi. I mean, he had when he did the World Peace Show, there was a sketch where it was just a bunch of kids going, Jews, we love Jewish people. And I was like, this makes me very uncomfortable. But that's that. Sam Hyde, congratulations. You did break Ian's break.
Ethan's just a pathetic idiot.
You know, I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Neil. I'm like, fuck, like, it's really hard to be a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like, if you come to their defense, if that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them. You know,
This guy's rich. Why does he care about anything? The only people who complain about you online are poor people. And it's mostly poor children. Poor 15-year-old children are the majority of the people who are attacking you online. And even the ones, like, even other content creators, they're all, like, what, 20? 22? And, and iDubbbz is more wealthy than they are. What do you care what, like, poor teenagers and retarded, spoiled 20-year-old dipshits think of you? Why would you cry or care about any of this? It's just so retarded. What a fucking loser. Imagine being a grown man and crying about retarded nonsense when you're fucking rich. Just fucking loser beta. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Holy shit, VG. Check out who just quit from the NIH. Thank you very much, Maha.
Oh, well, what do you know? Kevin Hall. Censorship under Kennedy. Wow, what a surprise. Yep. And he was investigating processed foods. Kevin Hall was a senior investigator at the U.S. National Institute of Health, conducting some of the world's only controlled trials on ultra-processed foods. You want to bet something about this had to do with Kennedy not liking some of the findings that, oh, well, as long as you control for calories, the ultra-processed foods aren't that bad, or something like that, or, oh, some of the food additives aren't dangerous. Kennedy didn't like it and started fucking with these people. Yeah. And he's one of the best researchers in the entire world on the subject. Thanks for the donation, Ben Overbitch.
And other issues are bubbling up and boiling over at Republican lawmakers' town halls across the country.
You gonna bring that guy back from El Salvador?
Yeah. That's not the power of Congress.
Supreme Court said to bring him back.
Kelly O'Donnell, NBC News, Washington.
Well, the White
You're watching.
This is just some insane shit.
My name is Brian. I'm joined now by the governor of California, Gavin Newsom. Thank you so much for joining me.
It's good to be with you. Thank you. I fucking hate Gavin Newsom. I really hope this guy doesn't become a Democratic candidate. That would just be awful.
So we have been in a moment where we're obviously seeing a lot of overreach by this administration, whether it relates to their foreign policy, whether it relates to economic factors. We have heard that given the fact that there's very little Congress is willing to do, very little the Republicans are willing to do to rein in their own president's overreach, that the onus falls on the states to actually step in. And that's exactly what you've done today. You've just broken some news. Can you explain what you just did?
Well, look, I just remind people the size of California. It's the size of 21 state populations combined, fifth largest economy in the world. We're the largest, and most folks listening perhaps don't know this, we're the largest manufacturing state in America, 412 billion.
You won't find any
of output, and put that in perspective. That's 41% greater than Texas and their manufacturing base. And so, no state in America is more impacted by Trump's tariffs, Trump's tax increase, Trump's regressive de facto sales tax increase, and all the uncertainty that he's brought to bear to our markets, to our allies, to our relationships and trade and supply chains around the globe. And as a consequence of that, we're already starting to see the effects in my home state, not least of which today, the markets, your 401k was impacted, the NASDAQ dropping significantly. NVIDIA, a great California company, great American company, one of the dominant global companies, took a $5.5 billion charge related to some of the uncertainty, the toxic uncertainty coming from the Trump administration. And so we sued. This is our 15th lawsuit since Trump took himself back, or rather got back in office. And we sued the Trump administration saying that he does not have the unilateral authority to impose these tariffs. And we think we're on very, very firm ground. And we used the frame around the major questions doctrine. I won't get into the details of it, except to say the Supreme Court recently adjudicated against the student loans from Biden and against Obama's Clean Power Plan on the major questions doctrine. And if they're going to be consistent using that framework, we feel very confident the lawsuit that we just advanced, that these tariffs simply are unlawful, and Congress never specifically called them out under what we call the International Emergency Economic Powers Act.
Can you talk about the fact that Trump had run his campaign largely predicated on this idea that he understood Americans' pain as it relates to the economy, as it related to rent and housing and high grocery prices and the cost of eggs? My God, how many times did we hear about the cost of eggs from the Trump campaign? And yet, the first thing they opted to do once they actually had power, once they no longer needed everybody's votes because they already got what they needed from people, is to engage in a trade war, a doomed trade war that would immediately have the impact of raising costs for everybody while at the same time gutting everybody's 401ks, including, by the way, for people who need to draw from those programs now because, they're in that phase of their life where they're living off of that.
Yeah, it's complete betrayal. I mean, the focus more on Greenland than the cost of groceries. Of course, you listen to Trump, he discovered the word groceries. He keeps literally acting like he's rediscovered a word and he's introducing it to the American people. That's serious. That's how out of touch he is. He lied to people. Today I did this, I announced this lawsuit today in the middle of one of the most densely populated Trump counties in the United States of America, in the heart of Central Valley, in the heart of one of the largest agricultural districts in America. I'll remind you, $48 billion.
Speaking of California, check out the Republican candidate for the next governor race.
Oh, Jesus.
I am pro deportation. I want, I was thinking too, first off, deport all the men. And then for the women, maybe you'll have a 1 year time to marry.
Oh, are you one of these only keep the big booty Latinas here? Shame.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, enough people have told me that I should consider that to where.
This chick is a crazy fucking racist wacko, and Pierce Morgan keeps inviting her on.
I'm just saying I would give him a 1 year timeline.
Okay.
I'm we know who you are. We know where you are. If you marry one of our Californian incels, then you can stay. But if you don't, then...
Yeah, I'm sure this guy is going to be very popular in California. An idiot. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
A year comes out of the state of California in forestry,
what
fishing,
a fucking loser.
hunting, and agriculture. No other state, 150% larger than the next state, Texas. So no state's more impacted by this betrayal. No constituency's more impacted by this betrayal than the constituency that elected Donald Trump and got him back into office.
And in your discussions with those folks, look, I understand that if you're talking to, these liberal bastions, like I live in Los Angeles, it's clear where everybody stands on Donald Trump, but he swept into office with a bigger mandate than he had the first term. He had a true net positive approval rating and a majority in the popular vote. And so there are folks who did believe him in terms of what he was saying when he came into office. In your discussions with those people, the people who actually did support him, maybe he pulled off support from Joe Biden, or maybe these are folks who didn't support Trump the first go around. What have they been saying about the impacts that Trump's tariffs are going to have on them personally, their businesses, their trade, and so on?
I mean, they're devastated and they feel betrayed. That said, I think the deeper question is do you think they would vote for Trump again? And I think they might. And it's a deeper conversation we need to have as to why. But they're devastated because of the uncertainty. They're devastated because of the impacts of that uncertainty on their business. Let me be specific. I was at an almond farm today, and the impact to her farm, which is generational, is already being felt. And she said it may never come back to where it was because they're export dependent. Almonds, pistachio, and dairy in the state of California are export dependent, 43% exports in that space. And so the impacts are already being felt. Their suppliers, their relationships are already being frayed. People don't have confidence and trust. And they experienced, by the way, this back in Trump 1.0 as it relates to China and the retaliatory tariffs as it relates to the imports of California ag. And the fact is they've already had to diversify. China already diversified, that is. And so it's already been permanent. This is a death knell. And you add that to their retirement anxiety.
Yeah, dude, democracy literally doesn't work in the United States. Americans are just far too fucking stupid at this point to actually vote. They're incapable of voting for leaders that actually represent their interests. So, yeah. You can say, oh, well, they voted for this, they asked for it, why do you feel bad? Well, they're retarded. It's kind of like letting a retard play with a gun. Like, yeah, they're going to shoot themselves. So, yeah, they did ask for it, but they're also retarded. You're never going to give a retard a gun. Why would you give a retard a right to vote?
And the fact that we know they're going to come swoop in. And these are the districts with the highest percentage of people that are on Medicaid. In California, Medi-Cal. And they know what's coming next. So it's cultural, perhaps. Maybe that's the answer, more than it is economic. But right now, the economic realities are a body blow to these communities and these folks that voted for Trump.
I think what you said is so important because we're already seeing the Trump administration take steps to use federal funds, just like it did in the first term, to make the farmers whole who are going to be impacted by this trade war. But the reality is that that's just basically putting a Band-Aid on a massive wound right now. I mean, it's like chopping off somebody's leg and sticking a Band-Aid on it, because the reality is, to your exact point, other countries have had to diversify. And we saw Brazilian farmers, for example, see their exports explode because we've been here before, and those other countries knew that they had to find other avenues to get the foods that they needed. And so the U.S. farmers never did recover. And so if we become such an unreliable trading partner, it's going to get to the point where even if the tariffs are taken down at some untold point in the future, those other countries already found their customers, their exporters elsewhere. And so it's only going to keep getting worse and worse and worse for American farmers by virtue of the fact that, yeah, sure, Trump will throw you a few bucks to make you whole this year, but what are you going to do next year? What are you going to do the year after that and for the next 5 and 10 and 20 years? I mean, if this is not a death knell for the broader agriculture sector, I don't know what is.
And all the related industries that support it. We were with someone that runs small manufacturers, small warehouses, and the impacts of the supply chain and the relationships he has in North America, the relationships he has as it relates to the relationships specifically from Canada and Mexico. Remember, California is unique in terms of the outsized impact. We are disproportionately getting slammed by these tariffs because 44% of all of our imports come from 3 countries: China, come Canada and Mexico. And we're so integrated, particularly with Mexico and Canada on supply chains. I'll give you a proof point specific. In the southern border, in the Baja Cali region, which is that sort of super region near San Diego, you've got so much that's manufactured south of the border, and then the final assembly is done north of the border. I'm talking about automobiles. I'm talking about issues around aerospace and consumer electronics. It's so historically integrated, and those relationships took decades. I'm talking decades to build, and he's destroying them in real time. But he's destroying the most important commodity, the coin of the realm, and that's trust. And that, even if he undoes these tariffs, to your point, there's permanent damage here to the reputation, brand America. And that's why this is code red. That's why I'm proud that we're the first state to assert ourselves on this macroeconomic level. And then on the subnational level, you may have seen just a few days ago, we're doing outreach, investing about $5.2 million in Canada to do outreach to our friends in Canada. 2 million Canadians visited California last year. And we're making the point, we're not Florida. We're not Donald Trump's America. We're the state of California. We're 2,000 miles away from DC. We're 1,000,000 miles away in terms of mindset and approach and in terms of our relationship. We're dusting off memorandums of understanding, meeting with foreign leaders, meeting with ambassadors of other countries, and making the case we're a stable and reliable partner. And I think all Democratic governors in every Democratic state, we need to align at this critical moment, because what you said on the outset is the fundamental point. Where the hell is Congress? Where the hell is Speaker Johnson? Where the hell is the system of checks and balances, where we're going to celebrate the 250th anniversary, the founding of our nation? And it was about 3 independent branches of government. We can get to the rule of law and the courts in a second, but this is the greatest vandalism in the history of our republic and the history of our democracy. And it is time for us to exponentially step up and push back.
Perfectly put. And I do want to dig into exactly that, because to the point of where is Congress asserting its autonomy, and we have the other branch, the judicial branch, is pushing back against this administration. The fact is that the Trump administration is opting to defy right now a 9-0 unanimous Supreme Court ruling that ordered Kilmar Abrego Garcia to be returned back to the United States. And yet I think the Trump administration views this specific.
W don't need $10. Is this good advice?
Thank you, God. Just say thank you, God. You don't even have to believe in God, and you don't even have to name something you're thankful for. I am telling you, if you are anxious, you say thank you, God. You will feel a little better. And then that might give you the energy to search up on YouTube positive affirmations and listen to them for half an hour. You're going to be skipping down the hallway by the end of the day.
Gay. Having a positive mindset is definitely helpful, but you don't need to be a basic bitch and say thank you, God. Why don't you just say thank you, Spider-Man? Gay and retarded. Hitler liked Nietzsche. Yeah, I know. I'm not watching Lex Friedman. I know Hitler liked Nietzsche, though. Thanks for the donation, W.
Case as a metaphor for their broader immigration fight. And so they know that if they relent to a lawful order handed down, lawful ruling handed down by the Supreme Court, that this is them somehow conceding defeat in the broader immigration fight. And so they're allowing this to be the test case. And so can I have your reaction to the fact that right now, I mean, I would contend that we have been in a constitutional crisis for a long time. Legally speaking, a constitutional crisis would occur when you have a ruling handed down by the U.S. Supreme Court and the executive branch opts not to comply. And so we're effectively there right now. Can I have your reaction to the fact that Trump is basically discarding the will of the other 2 co-equal branches of government to assert himself as this all-powerful deity in the United States?
Well, you said 2 things, and you said it brilliantly. Number one, this is a perfect test case for them, right? This is the perfect distraction. First of all, let's get back to the issue. This is a disgrace. This is foundational, the rule of law. This is the cornerstone of what makes America, America. To defy a federal judge's order, to be in contempt, where there seems to be in basis of the federal judge today, saying there's predominance of evidence to suggest he is in criminal contempt, the administration of a court order. I mean, again, you're on deeply, you're miles on the other side of the red line in terms of what this country is foundationally stood upon. And it's that three-legged stool that you refer to.
What voting requirements would you have so idiots don't vote stupid again? I wouldn't let people vote if they didn't pass an IQ or critical thinking test with a certain score. I also wouldn't let people breed morons without a college degree. Haha, fuck 'em all.
It's a really tricky situation, dude. Southern states have tried having things like literacy tests before you could vote. They mandated it only for black people, and the tests were designed to be impossible to actually pass. So even if you were like a super high IQ genius, it would be impossible to pass it. So there's so much political issues with getting something like that done. I don't know if it's possible. I think if we just instituted eugenics, we could bypass all that crap. But again, eugenics is remarkably politically unpopular, and I think we just really need AI. We need some kind of impartial AI to run government, not dumbass human beings that have limited knowledge, limited cognitive capacity. We need artificial superintelligence to run society, because people are just too fucking stupid to do it. Thanks for the donation, though, President Burgess.
The founding fathers did not live and die for this moment. And so if you want this democracy, this democratic republic to survive, that has to be called out with clarity and conviction, period, full stop. But you made a second point, or your earlier point, which is they do think this is a broader distraction, and they think it's the perfect argument for Democrats to get trapped into because it goes to the immigration issue. And then somehow we're, quote unquote, defending someone where they have not provided any evidence, is a member of MS-13, and somehow it gets all caught into that and conflated into that broader issue of him being tough on crime, tough on immigration. And so that's, I think you're right. That's why they on this one are being even more defiant than they normally would be. But these are not normal times, so we have to call it out with clarity and conviction. But this is part of what we have to do and not get distracted with distractions and focus on what is essential. This is
America's top law firms, universities, and media companies capitulate to Trump because standing up for what's right is such a pain in the ass. This is just another day. Did you ever have a bully in school? That person who refused to leave you alone no matter what you did? Well, if you didn't, don't feel left out, because now everyone in America gets to share one. If you've been alive lately, then you've seen how this president and his administration have been attempting to intimidate various institutions around the country, and today was no different.
T-Donators, do you agree with these laws? 48 laws of power. Never outshine the master, that's just bullshit. Never put too much trust in friends, learn to use enemies. I agree with that. Conceal your intentions, I agree with that. Always say less than necessary. That's stupid. Guard your reputation with your life. I think that's useful. Seek attention, stand out. It may or may not be useful. Get others to do the work, but always take credit. That's, yeah, a lot of these are just stupid. Yeah, a lot of those are stupid.
Well, you know, books are interesting. Some aren't. Often I dog-ear the pages of books that I'm reading if I find a line or something, you know, that I'd like to remember that I think is important. And, you know, I have some books on my shelves that, like, pages are dog-eared double because there was a really amazing thought on one page and there was a really amazing thought on the other page, you know, the facing page. And so the whole damn thing is just nothing but dog ears. And then there's other books where there's zero. When I read Nietzsche, for example, there was lots of dog ears on Beyond Good and Evil, which is a great book. And Nietzsche actually, he came up with the most arrogant statement anybody ever made about himself as an author, which is really quite impressive. To come up with the most arrogant statement, you know, that's really something. And he was great at coming up with one-liners, philosophical one-liners. He said, I can write in a sentence what it takes other people a book to write. And then he said, that they can't even write in a book. So that's pretty good, eh? It's like arrogant, and then he topped it. It's like, yes, this is a man who could really write. Anyways, the problem with reading a book like that, Beyond Good and Evil say, is that every damn sentence is a thought, and a deep thought. And so reading Beyond Good and Evil, it's like just constantly being punched. I mean, partly you're punched because you read part of it and you don't know what the hell he says, and so then you know you're stupid, and so that's a punch. And then now and then you stumble across something you understand, and it's like, it's hard on you. He said he philosophized with a hammer, you know, that he was breaking things apart, and there's no doubt about that. So now and then you run across something you understand, and then that breaks you apart because you understand it, and it takes a long time to go through the book because you have to think about it, and God, that's not good. Thinking about things, you know. Well, it isn't, because, you know, when you think about, you already know everything in some sense. You know, you've got a map that covers the whole world, which is sort of why you can function. And so as long as everything's going fine, you don't really have to adjust your map, and you don't have to think. But then if you come across something that makes you think, then what that means is that part of the way you were thinking was wrong. And so when you think something, when you're forced to, then some little part of what you were, your map, the way you represent the world, it has to die because it was wrong. And then it has to be replaced by this new thing. And God only knows how much of what it was that was there has to die. That's part of the magnitude of error problem. And so people don't like to think. And so it's hard to read difficult books like Beyond Good and Evil because you're just forced to think, and it's just exhausting. You wish that he would just go away, you know, which is why they're trying to not teach difficult books in universities anymore, so that people don't have to undergo the difficult process of actually having to think and transform themselves.
Well, that's Jordan Peterson making an inane ramble. Thanks for the donation, T.
This morning, Trump's Attorney General Pam Bondi held a press conference at the Justice Department to let the governor of Maine know that due to her continued refusal to ban trans athletes from sports in her state, the bullying by the federal government just wasn't going to stop. They are withholding federal funds and taking them to court, and Bondi felt just terrible about it.
We have exhausted every other remedy. We tried to get Maine to comply. We don't like standing up here and filing lawsuits.
That can't be true. I have a feeling somewhere there's a Tinder app that lists filing lawsuits as one of your top likes. And by the way, dislikes include having to properly follow America's deportation laws and also guys who admit they made a mistake. But bravo to Maine's Governor Mills. This is an example of the tough fights that need to be waged in this country against a relentless bully. Oh, and just a quick aside about said bully. This entire battle by Trump and everybody in his orbit crying about how we need legitimacy in our sports would be a lot easier to take seriously if his son wasn't funding something called the Enhanced Games, an Olympic disruptor that would allow some steroids in sports. Take a peek.
Today, Donald Trump Jr., Chris Buskirk, and Omid Malik's 1789 capital join other leading investors in funding the Enhanced Games, a new Olympics for a new golden age.
That's right, the Enhanced Games, courtesy of the guys who are definitely, totally against anyone gaining an unfair advantage in sports.
If everyone can take drugs, it's not an unfair advantage.
Got it. But
yeah, having drug testing causes unfair advantages. That's the whole fucking point of untested games.
Sadly, the governor of Maine is the outlier when it comes to standing up to America's bully. Take law firms. Recently, Trump has targeted some of the biggest law firms in the country, all of which have been directly tied to cases that, not surprisingly, have targeted Trump in the past. And in case you're wondering, this is not normal.
Ben Overbitch, $20. Speaking of that retarded cunt. Pam Bondi anytime someone mentions the Epstein files. Yep. Yeah, there's got to be a lot of shit in there about Donald Trump. They're really trying to hide that shit. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
How unusual is it for the president to go after?
Peterson mentions how great it is to say much with one sentence and then begins to ramble without saying anything. Smiley face emoji. Side note, this is the essence of computer hacking. Knowing how to code complex mathematical structures in the least amount of steps possible.
Jordan Peterson literally follows the opposite principle. He's figured out how to say nothing in the most amount of fucking words possible. So it's funny how he says that, but he does the exact opposite. He'd be a terrible coder. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
After a private entity through an executive order.
Yeah, it's totally unprecedented. It's totally weird. People don't know what to do.
I'll give you weird and unprecedented, but I've got to stop you at people don't know what to do, because I think the answer is follow the governor of Maine and take a stand. But sadly, a lot of them didn't. 9 firms have agreed to do deals totaling $1 billion of pro bono legal work, which will task them with working for Doge or helping do the bidding of Trump's Justice Department. Do you see what happens when you cave? You keep your money and you lose your soul. And how about universities? Since Trump took office, his administration has bullied colleges with the threat of pulling their federal funding, all under the guise that he's rooting out anti-Semitism on campus. And while Harvard recently had the guts to stand up to him, Columbia University was very different.
Columbia University will give in to demands from the Trump administration in order to restore hundreds of millions of dollars in federal funding. It appears that in some way, shape, or form, Columbia has agreed to pretty much all of the president's demands.
All of these sound reasonable aside from place Middle East, South Asian, and African Studies Department under academic receivership. I don't know what that means, but the rest of these sound reasonable.
Including banning mask wearing, a new definition of anti-Semitism, and reforms to the admissions process, and as well putting the Middle Eastern Studies Department under so-called academic receivership.
Yeah, you know the saying. First they came for the Jews, then they came for the masks. Columbia has an endowment in the billions of dollars, and still they bent over hoping that maybe they just give this guy their lunch money and he would leave them alone. But that is not how this works. Just ask the media. ABC News, another company with billions in their pockets, recently settled the case with Trump because standing up was going to be too much of a hassle.
ABC's avoiding going any further by settling. They're paying out $15 million plus $1 million in attorney's fees. They say this is going to go to a nonprofit, basically to Trump's future library. That's the idea.
Yeah, and I'm guessing every Trump library visitor will have the opportunity to pee on a urinal cake featuring ABC's logo. Intimidating the media is authoritarianism 101. Take CBS. Currently, Trump is suing CBS for $10 billion, a Dr. Evil amount of money, because of what he claims is some shady editing from a 60 Minutes piece from before the election. Now, at the same time that lawsuit is going on, Paramount Global, which owns CBS News, is currently trying to merge with Skydance Media, and in order to do that, Paramount will need the approval of the Trump administration, specifically the FCC, which, under its new commissioner, Brandon Carr, has suggested that Donald Trump's complaint will be considered by the FCC before any merger can be approved. Well, you know what? All they need is someone tough to stand up to this level of intimidation.
Enter Sherry Redstone, the owner of Paramount, who stands to make about $8 billion if this deal.
How can you be a fucking, billionaire, let alone a millionaire, and have fucked up, gross, stained teeth? Like, if you have that much money, can't you go to a fucking dentist and fix your fucking gross ass teeth? Look at this. Lady, you have all the fucking money in the world. Why in the fuck? Like, why don't you do something about that? What the shit? Like, seriously, what do rich people do with their fucking money? Like, if you're not even gonna fix your gross-ass fucking teeth, at least throw some money to me. Jesus Christ. What are they fucking doing with their money?
Goes through. Said one CBS News employee to me about this, quote, everyone expects Sherry settles with Donald Trump.
Everyone expects Redstone to settle, and yet Trump is still not taking his foot off their neck.
He called CBS, quote, out of control, and he suggested they pay a big price. Quote, they should lose their license, he said. Hopefully the federal chairman, Brendan Carr, will impose the maximum fines and punishment, which is substantial for their unlawful and illegal behavior.
Bully.
Miscellaneous vids, donate $2. Let me see. That's a cool little e-bike. Oh wait, maybe that's not an e-bike.
Own job loss. Like a day of food.
Oh no, it's an e-bike.
I ain't ashamed to admit.
Getting my PhD in Jersey.
I won't do that again. I voted.
Based. It's a little piggy.
Everything is fine at the fair. We're getting along great down here, Dan. Kathy, back
Yeah,
to
just
you.
don't go get a bacon burger or anything like that, Steve.
No, hey,
oh, just a...
Yeah, you should never have brought that up. What happened? Kathy, you gotta be careful.
Oh, poor piggy. I hope that piggy's okay.
If you don't use it, you lose it. There's a condition known as sarcopenia, which affects men and women.
What is going on with this guy's nutsack? What the fuck is that?
In the 30s and 40s, essentially, if you don't continue to build...
What is going on here?
Or use your muscles, they will start to shrink. So men will tend to get weaker as time goes on. They will have a drop of testosterone as well. But it's good to see these middle-aged guys continuing to lift weights.
Buddy, is this like a pumpkin that he has hidden under here, or is he like injecting something?
And to retain those big muscles.
AI? Okay. Thanks for the donation, miscellaneous vids. Kid Boo donate $2. This anime sucks, dude. Yeah, bro, this anime sucks. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
These do not back off unless people stand up to them. And it doesn't always take a billion-dollar company. Sometimes you just need a backbone.
President-elect Donald Trump has sued the Des Moines Register over a pre-election poll that had him trailing Vice President Kamala Harris in Iowa. The lawsuit accuses the outlet and pollster Ann Selzer of election interference. Trump ultimately won Iowa by 13 points. A spokesperson for the Des Moines Register said, quote, we have acknowledged that the poll did not reflect the ultimate margin of President Trump's Election Day victory. We stand by our reporting on the matter and believe this lawsuit is without merit.
So, the Des Moines Register, the news outlet whose city's biggest export seems to be spikes in politicians' cholesterol, has the balls to fight back. And if you think Trump's tactics are reserved for states, law firms, universities, and corporations he doesn't like, well, today, an American citizen found out that he can get bullied too.
A real estate attorney, an American citizen returning from Canada, says that he was detained without explanation.
After nearly 5 hours, Atala says he and his wife were released. They are now pursuing legal action.
I really thought things would change after this administration, when we had Mr. Trump in office. Things would change to the better. Things actually changed to the worse.
And look, I don't want to be presumptuous about who someone voted for, but if Bashir thought that things were going to get better under Trump, I'd wager to guess that he didn't vote for the other candidate.
Yeah, you're dumb, dude.
And I bring that up only to reinforce the notion that no one is safe when it comes to Trump's policies. I mean, for God's sake, ICE agents recently tried to make their way into elementary schools in Los Angeles. And the only reason they weren't successful is because administrators wouldn't let them in. So the principals of elementary schools apparently have greater principles than some billion-dollar law firms. Look, when I think about the message that I would love to send to these law firms and universities and media companies with billions of dollars in their pockets who are capitulating to our bully president, I honestly find myself of two minds. One message is, and I hate to get all Pollyanna here, but the idea of pursuing justice equally or promoting diversity of thought in a university.
Nigga, holy fuck nigga, you have the worst taste in anime ever. Your political takes are booty cheeks. You use monkey nigga logic. You got no swag. You can't dress well. Nigga, what the fuck do you actually enjoy? Nigga got no taste in anime.
No. Demon Slayer just sucks, dude. It's fucking terrible. It's one of the most dog shit fucking animes ever made. You know what anime really sucks? Fucking Devil May Cry. Holy fuck, dude. I tried watching some of that new Netflix Devil May Cry anime. Holy shit. That is unwatchable trash. Everything is wrong about it. They made some, like, weird fucking political message with, like, the government, like, conspiring and fucking over the demons and crap. Why is that in the fucking show? The art style is completely wrong. It looks like a Saturday morning cartoon, which is weird. The original Devil May Cry anime wasn't great, but like the art style fit like the video game. You know what I mean? It was like dark, high contrast, lots of shadows. The cartoon style is so flat, like a Saturday morning cartoon. Just everything about it. The music is wrong. Dante isn't even Dante. It's basically like what they did with Spider-Man. They made Spider retard. They basically turned Dante into half devil man retard. It's not even Dante. They didn't follow the storyline from the video games. Just so terrible, and it's fucking boring. Oh my god, that was bad. I'd rather watch Demon Slayer. So that's one good thing I can say about Demon Slayer. It's better than the Devil May Cry anime. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
Or holding our leaders accountable to the truth is what America is really all about. But the other message is, how do I say this?
That's what the money is for!
Exactly.
Volatile lately due to Trump's policy, the trade war. And today, Federal Chair Jerome Powell made some comments on that. I want to go over some of the highlights of what's going on around the market, and let's just jump right in. So this was the headline today. Trump's tariffs are likely to push prices up, Fed chief warns, prompting a market slide. Then you also have this, Powell indicates tariffs could pose a challenge for Fed between controlling inflation and boosting growth. And this is what this is all about, right? How do you keep inflation under control, make sure everyone has a job, and is our economy still chugging along? Trump is so erratic, and essentially what we're seeing is just the world reorganizing, like, okay, if Trump's going to be like that, let's just not mess with the USA and do our other things. Let's read some more of this. It says, Donald Trump's tariffs are, quote, likely to put a risk the Federal Reserve goals of keeping prices and unemployment in check, right? And for those of you who are like, you know, prices are too expensive, we want deflation, everything to go down in price. No, not exactly. Some inflation is healthy because it basically shows that, hey, there's demand out there. Because think of it this way. Let's say you put a house on the market and no one wants to buy your house, right? You're like, oh, crap, no one wants to buy my house. What's going on? And so then you lower the price. and still no one wants to buy your house, and you keep lower and lower and lower, right? You can see the dilemma with that. And there's many reasons, like maybe no one wants to buy your house because no one has a job, they don't have any money, right? So that's not a good sign. Or no one wants to buy your house because it's really difficult to get a loan at the bank because the credits markets are frozen up. And so what I'm saying is that don't think that inflation is like terrible all the time. It's just you want to keep inflation in check. So that's why the Fed always talks about that mandate, right? Keep unemployment, make sure everyone has a job, full employment, doing okay, and keep inflation at that we're in right now. And yes, and it's
rambling.
It is without question Donald Trump's single biggest vulnerability right now, and the greatest threat to his standing even among his own voters and supporters. Remember, many Americans signed up for a wholesale disruption of the status quo and are not yet startled by the dismantling of federal agencies. Many of them wanted to turn the tables on some of our most trusted alliances, and many approve of more aggressive policies on immigration and deportations. But what no one, not a single voter, signed up for was an economy that is right now flashing red, in a state of mortal danger. Just look at how the Dow closed today, down around 700 points. Related or not, just this afternoon, Jerome Powell, chair of the Federal Reserve, expressed some...
Donators, do you think if the Israeli government were in control of the South Korean government, they would have taken out Kim Jong-un by now? Probably not. Especially now that North Korea is sending all their troops and artillery shells to Russia. They are depleted. What would Israel do? I doubt their artillery and munition stockpiles are depleted. So I don't think Israel would probably intervene. It would likely cause more issues. Like, it's much safer with the Kim regime to play a long game because, like, their government is so unstable. They're experiencing a big population decline. Nobody's having kids. So if you could just wait, like, a few more decades where, some of the Kim family are likely going to be assassinated or just die because they're unhealthy, fat, obese fucks who are alcoholics. Gradually, a lot of North Koreans are defecting and realizing the Kim regime is just fucked. And with their population decline, like, they're probably just going to collapse. And rather than going to a full-scale war where people are going to die and you have, like, all these issues with China and shit getting involved, just play the long game and wait for the regime to collapse. That would be the safer option. So I doubt Israel would actually intervene if they were in control of South Korea's government. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donators. The Israelis are very smart and good about setting the environment around them to favor their objectives, creating environment conditions that lead to better outcomes for them militarily, you know what I mean? Well, yeah, I'm sure they could do some, like, ultra super duper spy shit and all that crap, but I don't think they'd ever directly go to war with North Korea. Unless there were very unique circumstances, but yeah, right now, I don't think they'd bother. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
I'm concerned today, suggesting tariffs and the uncertainty surrounding their implementation could soon force the central bank to balance two somewhat conflicting goals: controlling inflation and supporting economic growth. The New York Times today adds a new layer to all this. Quote, economists and policymakers are still rubbing their eyes in wonder that an American president single-handedly threw the world into such economic turmoil and then celebrated. Consumer and business confidence has plunged. Uncertainty is paralyzing purchases, from a new home or car to a new factory. Investors have signaled their lack of faith in the U.S. economy by selling off Treasury bonds. That's the traditional haven when the outlook darkens. Again, these developments aren't just a threat to the people of this country and our nation's general sense of self and well-being. They also happen to represent what could be the gravest threat to Donald Trump's political standing ever since he came down the escalator. Recent polling suggests Trump is underwater on the economy. 56% of Americans disapprove of his handling of it. Just 44% approve. But that's the top.
Well, you know who the retards are.
Top line. Look deeper. Puck reports this quote: even Trump's own voters are starting to express real concerns about his ability to bring down costs and manage the economy, an area that was once seen as a key strength of his, given his status as a quote-unquote businessman and candidate and president. Echelon found that while 74% of Trump 2024 voters strongly approve of his immigration policies, just 53% of his voters strongly approve of his handling of the economy. Indeed, there are red flags for Trump.
Dodo $2. Couldn't you say the same thing about Iran, though? Play the long game because it's safer and the government is unstable. Iran government has 1,000 times less support from their people than North Korea, so wouldn't it make more sense there, actually? Yeah. Iran seems to still be dead set on creating a nuclear program. If they're going to go along with their nuclear program, then absolutely. Their government should be toppled. So it seems like that's likely going to happen in the fairly short term, like under Trump's presidency. So yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Lurking in every corner and crosstab of the Echelon poll. Only 44% of voters approve of his handling of the economy, down 5 points since February. On tariffs, 55% of voters disapprove, up 6 points from February. A massive 70% of all voters now say they are concerned about tariffs. A measly 11% of voters say tariffs should be a top priority for the U.S. economy. A hilariously bad number for a key presidential priority. Today, those starved for signs of life from Trump's political opposition would be heartened to see what is actually happening, especially what California Governor Gavin Newsom announced, that he and his attorney general are suing the Trump administration in federal court over those sweeping tariffs. Watch.
We're asserting ourselves on behalf of 40 million Americans. And I imagine if you caucus those 40 million Americans, you'd find few, I don't care where they were in the last election, that are celebrating this uncertainty, that are celebrating the largest tax increase in modern U.S. history.
It's where we start today with some of our most favorite experts, reporters, and friends. CNBC senior economics reporter.
I mean, it's fucking obvious. It's just a bad idea.
Should I get this LAN Cool 207 case? What do you think? Would you say that as long as PC case fits everything you need, N looks okay, so only real important thing is thermal performance like this case?
This is the new best performing case on our thermal charts, and it's $80. This is the Lian Li LanCool 207, and the reason it performs so well is because they've moved the power supply to the front bottom of the case, and what that does is it opens up the traditional shroud top in the case for two intake fans directly into the GPU. Additionally, Lian Li has made it so that the front of the case is shaped to fit these two sunken 140 millimeter fans. And at the back, it is entirely ventilated with wide porosity and spacing of the holes to provide a lot of exhaust here for the positive pressure and then a lot of intake here. From a usability,
that looks good. Seems like a pretty dope case. Yeah.
So like
if it fits everything and has good thermal performance, go for it.
They're $100. The G400A seems like a decent option, huh? What? No. Just zip ties and little screw.
Yeah, I'd get that Lian Li. Thanks for the donation one. Fuck.
When we were in Vegas at the Dragon's Lair, not the planned WSM prep, regardless, I'm going to pull 1,100 pounds from 18 inches today. We got some squats as well, got a little bit of grip, and I think we're going to go head to head towards the end of the video.
Maybe on the grip. I'll let you kind of outlift me on the squatting and the deadlifting, but yeah. Obviously we're here, you've got business to do, but we still have to train for competition. We've got a big deadlift that we want to do later in the year. We cannot back off the deadlift at all.
1,100 pounds coming at you. Wish me luck in the comments. More evidence. Perfect setups are overrated.
I was just going to say, you know, the fact that we're traveling a lot and training in different places actually really helps when it comes to competition.
Yeah.
And you don't know what the setup's going to be like. So
Yeah.
it's very easy to get used to your own setup in your gym and get comfortable. We don't have that luxury. So hopefully we'll pull something decent. It might feel very different to what you've done the last few weeks back home, but it'll get us in a good position as we lead into Worlds.
Gravity is gravity. Weight is weight. It will be fun. I sort of on a whim last week, as I was building up, I went to double overhand 220.
Yeah.
And I like kind of got here, just dropped it, whatever. And there were so many comments about how can you not double overhand 220? I know amateur guys who could do that, blah, blah, blah. So today you'll see it. It will be fine. Wow. Okay. We're gonna have to adjust the setup a little bit. Looks like it's gonna fall. That feels better, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Feels a bit safer. In strongman, safety is not number one priority, but might be like number 4 priority. It's still a thing, kind of.
What's number one priority?
Street vegan, donate $3.
I really like my boobies big, I also like them small. I like them when they're in my face, I really like them all. I really like to smack those boobs and watch them fly around. And when I don't have boobies, you'll get an honored frown. I'll grab them with my big strong hands and give a little wink. I don't care if your nipples are dark brown or if they're pink. So when you come to my room, there is only one strict law. You better like my chopper, and you best not wear a bra. Tidikaye, tidikayo. Boot grabbers in the night.
I didn't know Arnold Schwarzenegger was in a band. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
Lift it by any means possible.
If it's to the layperson, I think number one priority.
Dude, I fucking hate this shit. Doing deadlifts off a platform is so... Oh, it hurts my head. The amount of pressure that it like puts in your brain with the amount of extra weight lifting off an elevated platform for a deadlift just fucking sucks.
Is effort. Yeah. That's like the overwhelming lack of
in terms of training.
Yeah.
Yes.
Effort and consistency.
Yeah.
Done. You'll make progress.
You hear probably both of us talking about that.
Would this be going too far as a joke? If I had a cat like this who every time they'd approach me in any room that I'd throw up a Nazi salute shouting Heil Hitler.
He doesn't really have a Hitler mustache, it's too wide. Don't attribute Nazism to a cat, it's disrespectful to the cat. It's not his fault he has a little kitty mustache. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. Or not Street Vegan, Knee Guard. Street Vegan don't need $3.
What?
You know how to answer this. You got it.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh, you got to give them the hot and spit on that thing. You get me?
I don't get you. I think you gotta demonstrate.
Hawk and spit on it. Spit on it. What?
Imagine getting famous for that horse shit. What the fuck, eh? That Haktua girl's just a fucking dumb bitch. And then she scams her fans, and then, like... It's like, oh well, I guess she's a scammer, still got an audience. No one has any standards anymore. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
Time and time again.
Yeah.
People are always asking about what's the perfect program and stuff. I don't really think there is a perfect program out there.
No.
But effort over a long period of time, usually going to help you get somewhere.
Absolutely. I think your hands would be stronger than mine, though.
I don't know, that felt hard.
What's your best 18-inch ever?
465.
Okay.
Kilos.
That's respectable.
It's respectful.
Respectable.
Yes. I was one of those guys that found I didn't like pulling from height.
Right.
Very powerful off the floor, lots of leg power, lockout strength nowhere near as good.
Well, you're one of those people who, like, your leg strength is how, your leg and your hand strength is how you got through everything, yeah?
Sure. Yeah.
When you were competing, would you take that advice on board? Were you quite good at that? Yeah.
Street Vegan donated $3.
Well, before I say anything else, I want to say no matter what you've done, you deserve respect. Even if you make mistakes, you're lovable. And it doesn't matter your looks, skills, age, or size, or anything. You're worthwhile. No one can ever take that away from you. I mean, they're trying to help him. He runs up and he grabs one of them, man. Like a guy that big can snap a woman's neck like a pencil stick. So I fucking ran up behind him with a hatchet. Smash, smash, smash. Yeah, that woman was in danger. He just finished what looked like at the time killing somebody. And if I hadn't done that, he would have killed more people.
That guy was unhinged. He probably had, like, psychedelic-induced psychosis and, like, probably severe ADHD. But, yeah, you could not keep that guy on track to have a conversation. But, yeah, these Arnold Schwarzenegger deepfakes are good. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
Yeah, I was pretty good at taking advice, but there wasn't, like, we were talking, we didn't all have coaches back then.
Yeah.
Like, everyone has a coach now, whereas you go back to when I was competing in my prime, very few people had coaches. Sure. Maybe you'd have a friend that would help you out, but it wasn't like now where you've got, like, experienced guys that are all helping, you know, the top level athletes.
There's a whole industry that's been created, isn't there?
Well, it's great. It's great to see that the sport is getting bigger, it's getting better. You're fighting the cause for all the athletes now and things are improving, and hopefully it'll continue to get bigger.
Yeah. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Oh. Nope. Not for me. Not today.
No.
Street Vegan donated $3.
This is some classy shit here. Oh shit. I'm sorry, I want to apologize. I'm not even confident which end it came out of. Whitney?
Anyway, take a look around.
Yeah. Oh, this is nice.
I don't know what to say. You look... Megan, are you okay?
My dress is probably just tight.
Oh my God.
Doesn't matter to me, I just gotta get off this white carpet.
I need the toilet!
Oh, man.
Oh shit, no shit. Come on, come on.
No, no.
Look away.
Megan,
Stop
no.
it.
I'm so sorry. Get away from me.
What did we eat? There's shit everywhere.
What are you doing?
It's coming out of me like lava.
Bloody hell.
Don't you fucking look at me.
You know, they probably should have made the movie this way. It would have actually been much more entertaining and better. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
It's hard. Let's try with some straps.
Being strong is a lot more about the equipment than it is being strong. If you guys had the equipment that we had, you would be just like us. So if you're coached by Laws, make sure to ask him lots of questions about the additional equipment you should buy.
Starting with some straps.
I did a list in a video the other day, like what you should do if you're a novice competitor all the way up to pro. The only piece of equipment I said as a novice that you definitely should have is lifting straps.
Sure. And even if your grip is good, I think straps are a good choice because there's certain movement, like when you're working your back, you don't want grip to be the limiting factor. You know, you're having like upper back work, for instance. Over time, your grip fatigues. So you don't want that to be the factor that kind of stops you having a good workout.
But you know, there's so many lay people, like casual exercisers, when they do their deadlifts, they'll say, oh, my max deadlift is 500. And they do it double overhand, no straps. You're leaving so much off the table for the rest of your body. Easy work, Lars, come on. Easy work. I have an admission. I don't feel my lats when I deadlift in any way at all.
Okay.
And that's it.
And you feel that's a problem?
I think other people would say it's a problem. I don't feel like it's evidently it's not a problem.
Your lats will work regardless of you using them or not.
Sure.
They'll work in a supporting role. There's a lot of people that want to feel the lats working, and I understand that. And probably the simplest cue to really feel the lats working is to kind of squeeze your armpit, because you're still trying to keep the arms as long as possible, so you don't want to be pulling the arm back. But if you kind of squeeze your armpits,
yeah, you'll tear your lat if you do that.
And try and bring the arm down, your lats will tighten up, and you'll keep the back engaged. Mitch just naturally will engage his lats without thinking about it. But I was the same. I never consciously thought about my lats when I was lifting. I'm actually focusing a lot more on my leg drive, my glutes and my hamstrings, and my core. They would be kind of my main key points.
It's now been over 4 months since you dropped that deadweight, Jasmine. When will your divorce be finalized? And do you wish you could go back and dump her sooner?
I don't know when I'm gonna get the divorce finalized. Probably by around summerish time. I'm not in any rush to do it. It's not like it's an urgent thing. If I win the lottery and then there's like problems that are created because of that, I'll have regretted doing it sooner. But yeah, I'm not like, it's not like it's a big fucking deal. Like, in theory, we could live the rest of our lives without ever technically getting divorced because it just doesn't affect anything. But yeah, this year at some point. Do I wish I could go back and divorce her sooner? No. Assuming that things would have happened differently as a result, no. I don't regret not divorcing her sooner, because if I had divorced her sooner, I probably wouldn't have moved to Ottawa and then done the magic mushrooms I did and then had that trip that cured my depression. So I'm glad things worked out the way they did, because I ended up curing my depression, which is huge. That literally, dude, if like the only thing that really matters to you at the end of the day is happiness. Like, everything you want in life ultimately just comes down to happiness. Like, if you want things and desire things, it's all for this, like, goal of happiness. And doing that mushroom trip that got me out of my depression, that, you know, finally made me happy, all the fucking bullshit I went through with everything, because it led to that moment of doing that mushroom trip, I'm grateful for. So, assuming I couldn't have been happier or happy, like, through some other means, I'm glad that I stayed with Jasmine for that period of time leading up to that moment, so. But if I could have cured my depression and divorced Jasmine sooner, then yeah, obviously I would have chosen that. Thanks for the donation though, Smegma.
And I think it's very easy for people to overthink and kind of try and come up with too many cues. If you're naturally good at something,
Am I ever going to do mushrooms again now? I don't know. I don't have any plans on doing them. And there's always a risk with psychedelics that you could develop psychosis. So, given that there is a risk present, and I just don't feel that I need them, I'm not going to just do them recreationally, just to see what happens and for fun. I've never just done any drug for the fuck of it for fun. It's for some sort of medicinal purpose, so I don't plan on ever doing mushrooms. If I feel I need them, then I'll do them. But right now, no, I don't plan on ever doing mushrooms again.
Richard, please give me money. Think of the animals, you piece of shit. Please, 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 I'll suck you dry, please. I miss your purple hat, please.
Well, the tip of my penis isn't purple, it's pink. So I know you're not the real Jasmine, but thanks for the donation, Jasmine.
If I could get a new guy come to me, I'll just watch them. I won't even give them any cues. And if they're lifting perfectly well for them, there's no point in confusing that. I was going to say, if you come around the side, you can see as soon as he engages, he gets ready to lift, and he's thinking about that power, his lats actually switch on. Even though he's not thinking about it, he doesn't need to think about it, it just happens automatically. And that's when the best lifts are done, is when you're not really overthinking the cues, you're just applying power.
You guys know, I always talk about this. I like to feel effort before I put equipment on to help me lift more, because I want, at a lower, safer weight, to know if something feels off. I would rather feel that suitless, beltless at 370 than throw a belt on in a suit and find out at 440.
How did mushrooms cure your depression? It just changed my whole mindset. I don't want to go, like, I've gone into detail about this a million fucking times on stream, and I'm sure the people who've heard the story are kind of sick of hearing it, but basically I just learned that everything is a matter of perspective, and happiness or any emotion just comes from within, and you can just choose to be happy, you can choose to be sad, you can choose to be angry, and it's all up to you. You have the power and control of your own mind to view things any way you want, and if you want to be happy, you can just choose to be happy. Just what I saw and learned from the mushroom trip, like, it just changed my whole mindset, and I just choose to be happy, positive, enjoy life, and just feel the way I want to feel. And dude, since that mushroom trip, holy fuck, my workouts have been amazing. Like, I feel like if I wanted to bench 500 pounds, it'll go a lot smoother and easier than leading up to that 410. Training through depression leading up to that 410 bench was absolutely fucking grueling. And right now, I'm doing like some really fucking tough training sessions while dieting. I've never had strength growth like this through such an aggressive cut. Last time I did an aggressive diet like this, like a couple years ago, I was very slowly losing strength. Right now, I'm very slowly gaining strength, and actually, some lifts are increasing pretty quickly. Just like the mood and the motivation I have, and just how much I'm enjoying lifting, and the lack of stress, huge benefit.
Because if I put a belt and a suit on at 370, as soon as I put any level.
Like the amount of, just like the last couple years, the amount of muscle I put on, huge fucking difference. Like my arms, shoulders, chest. Let me see. I'm gonna scroll down to the last diet I did. Yeah, this was, oh my god, I hate how... I think this was like a couple years ago or something. So that was me a couple years ago while dieting. Versus like now, just the size I put on is crazy.
Level of effort in, the bar's just gonna pop. I have no idea if my hamstring feels funny or whatever. Just my quad power will pop that to lock it without thinking. So that is why I like to do it this way. Did you do a similar way, or did you like to put equipment on earlier?
No, I didn't like to wear equipment. I hated suits. It'd be very rare that I put a suit on, unless I had a competition coming up.
Sure.
But the majority of my training would be done raw. And like yourself, I'd probably go pretty heavy before I even put a belt on. Early on in my...
Do you think this process can be learned through just hearing it? There's kind of a difference between knowing something and like actually internalizing it and really knowing it. So I think, yeah, some people can hear things and it clicks with them and they internalize it. Other people, I don't know. They're like, when I had the mushroom trip, it was a visual experience. Like, I saw it. I saw happiness on my shoulder. Like, I saw the way, like, the world works and my mind works and how my mind can just change the way I see the world. So, like, I think some people can hear it and then, you know, internalize that message. I think it might be hard for some people to, like, internalize it and actually alter their mind state to actually like get that knowledge. So yeah, I think some people can hear it and like get it right away, but yeah, that mushroom trip, it was very visual and I saw it and experienced it. And I think that's what really that really helped for me.
My career, I hated a belt. It actually threw me off, and then I had to learn to get comfortable in a belt, and that's something that you have to do as well. You can find putting on equipment straight away just throws you off completely, so you have to learn how to lift in it. But yeah, as much as you can do raw always helps. How does that feel if we go in RPE?
6.
Yeah. So
it's just, you gotta mentally get over that like initial hit. So like, once it moves, how is it?
Yes, absolutely. And one thing, I'm sure Mitch will agree, other lifters.
I don't really believe in bad mushroom trips. It's again, all a matter of perspective. I've had mushroom trips where I experienced just crazy, insane fear and just dread, but I still took something from the trip that was valuable. Like, I think, depending on the type of person, I think if they experienced the same trip I did, they would consider it a bad trip. Because that last mushroom trip I had, I completely and utterly internalized nihilism. I zoomed out from the universe, and the entire universe was this like little tiny white dot. And I just saw everything for what it was, like this pointless, stupid, meaningless fucking joke where nothing is worth anything. And when nothing is actually worth anything, like only your mind can apply value to anything. And it's entirely your choice what you apply value to, like how you take things. You can take a bad situation as horrible, you can take it as funny, anywhere in between. And again, that was like the kind of thing I took from it, where it's like, oh yeah, everything's just... The only, like, your mind is what applies value and meaning to everything, right? So all of it is internal. So all the anger that you feel from something happening to you, all the happiness that you feel, like all the fear that you feel, it all comes from within your mind. There's no value or meaning or anything that's actually generated from the universe. It's all meaningless and pointless. All of it is just projected from your mind. So if you don't like have that sort of mindset where it's like, oh, I'm in control of this. I can take this meaningless, stupid, pointless existence and just choose to get happiness and joy and all this like good shit from it. And you just saw nihilism like I did. Everything is pointless and meaningless. Like, I could see somebody with like a bad mindset just being destroyed and killing themselves because, oh my God, this is pointless. So many horrible things can happen to me and everything else. Like, I'm just going to kill myself and end it. It's all a matter of perspective, right? So I don't really believe in bad mushroom trips. I just believe in like bad mindsets. So if you're feeling like intense fear and you're just getting overwhelmed by like what you're feeling and shit, you have to have like a bit of bravery and acceptance of what you're experiencing. And if you just like accept what you're experiencing, like, yeah, I'm in fear right now, or I have anxiety, or like just shit is coming at you so crazy from the trip and you don't know how to handle it. If you just kind of, if you just accept certain things and you try to just gain something from what you're experiencing, I don't think you're ever going to have a bad trip. It's kind of like a roller coaster ride. Like, yeah, like a roller coaster can be exciting and thrilling and fun, but they can also be scary and shit. But that's what a roller coaster ride is. And again, depending on how you look at it, it can be good or bad. Quarteron donated $2. Did you see this? Let me see.
What's wrong, everyone? Jeremy here from the Quartering. I wasn't sure I was going to go public about this, but it appears I have to now. Many of you know that I've got a lot of irons in the fire. You've heard me say, hey, I've got my Mega Mixology cookbook to help fund the new studio. Obviously it's a meme, but you all know I have my coffee company. Well, the coffee company has also been expanding to take on Amazon, to try and compete more with bigger names, and to hopefully by the end of the year be on the grocery shelves. And for the past 3 years, I've prided Coffee Brand Coffee on remaining completely apolitical, and that's literally why I called it that. Some people think the name is goofy, I get that, but it would have been easier for me to sell liberal tiers coffee or something like that, but I want my coffee to be on coffee shelves one day. there's a big difference between what I do and what most everyone else does. I don't drop ship my coffee. We roast our own special blends. We hand flavor our beans. We pack our orders. We ship our orders. We handle our customer service. We are not a drop ship outlet. We're a real coffee company. And I made that investment with the plan of having something that could grow. Well, we've never been at our most vulnerable, but right now we're stocking up for Mother's Day, which is an important.
Give me 1 second. Forgot my namification, donated $2. I took a microdose after your stream, tried my best to keep in mind what you explained during my mini trip. After about 2 weeks or so, I completely understood it. My main strategy was to find a contradiction, never came up with one solid. Well, that's dope, dude. Like, I think the main issue that people have with it is acceptance. I was kind of talking a little bit about this with, what was it? Not ContraPoints. You know, the guy I debated yesterday or a couple days ago. When we're thinking of things like meaning and value and morals, it feels so real. And it feels like, you know, meaning and value and morals expand outside of ourselves. It's like we're discovering something that's true of the world and not something that's only true of our mind, and our mind projects that value onto things. So people get caught up in this idea that there's some meaning out there. There's like some truth of things that makes me have to feel a certain way. And that can really fuck you over because, again, if you're going to have this mindset that you're kind of a slave to the world is going to have to shape the way you think, then you're going to be stuck in this rut where, well, if you're stuck in this rut where you're depressed and miserable and you think things are shitty around you and you're feeling crappy, then there's no way out of that. You've convinced yourself the world is projecting this truth onto me that everything sucks and I have to feel shit about it. And there's no way out of it because that's just the truth. The world's projecting, you're convinced that the world is projecting like these values and truths onto you. But when you recognize everything around you is fucking meaningless and stupid and pointless, and it's just all idiotic nonsense, and you're the one who projects values and morals and meaning onto the world, then you can finally be in control of your mindset. You can finally say, oh, I don't have to get angry at this. I don't have to feel miserable because this happened. I can just be fucking happy and appreciate things. And it's really hard when somebody's fucking depressed and miserable, like for them to realize I just don't have to think this way or feel this way. it's hard to get out of that mindset. And I think if you just finally internalize and accept the truth of nihilism, that nothing has any fucking meaning, and you finally realize that there's this strength within your own mind to see your own mind and understand that you can control your own mind and control the way you see things, it's hard to accept that and see it, but once you finally get to that point, like, everything just fucking clicks and you're good. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification.
Tell the chat right now who called and dox him. Was it your mom or ask yourself?
No, it was not my mom or ask yourself. It was my best friend. We're talking about playing Call of Duty later. Thanks for the donation, though, Tool.
Time of year for us because we do so well for Mother's Day gift boxes, and we're trying to compete on Amazon. And I'm trying to build a new office. All of these things have stretched basically me to the absolute max. It was fine. You probably saw I was selling my Neo Geo collection. I'm selling my Nintendo collection. I'm selling all this stuff to help fund this stuff. And it's because I believe in the things that I'm doing. But now we hit a roadblock that I need to try and reach out and give you an understanding of why I could use some help. I can't confirm this for sure, but right now with Coffee Brand Coffee, we are basically completely vertically integrated. We roast our stuff, we pack our stuff, we print our own bags, things like that. The only thing that we were reliant on anyone else for was some of the boxes for our K-Cups and some of the procedures around that. It's our coffee, but we had someone else helping, put these boxes together so we could do all that. Well, apparently that person, I don't know this for sure, but I suspect it, saw my YouTube channel and didn't like my politics. And while we have a 20,000 K-Cup order, basically decided to tell us, to pound sand, or I don't know what's going on. We haven't heard anything back. This is absolutely crippling.
Ben Overbitch donated $2. Let me see. Life is difficult, Stoics, bro. I'm straight up having a good time. Fucking right. And I mean, again, with that mindset that you control your own mind and you project whatever you feel onto the world, very fucking difficult, stressful things you can fucking appreciate and enjoy. You can just choose to not care and fucking ignore it. It's great. So, yeah, and it's helped a fuck ton with training. Like, there are some days where you're just not particularly feeling it. But you can just say to yourself, I'm not feeling it, but I want to feel it. And then just turn it around, and then you just have the sickest, most fucking dope workouts. Like, every workout I've had for the last year has just been fucking awesome. And, yeah, it's great. Control what you can, mute the group chat. Fuck yeah. Me finding another Stoic in the real world. Someone told me that it wasn't the circumstances that were the problem, it was my response that was the problem, and I took that personally. Yeah. Me a Stoic, people and things happen. Yeah. Well, thanks for the donation, Ben. Appreciate it.
I'm already so overextended with Coffee Brand Coffee. I feel like they knew this was the time that they could really cause maximum damage. What is the solution? Well, it's to buy about $80,000 in equipment. And
Dodo donated earlier. You said you need to add weight or reps every week for training. Is that for hypertrophy or strength? Both. Also, Brian, well, you need to at least match what you did the week before. But ideally, you'll add weight and reps. And usually you can do that if you have a appropriately designed program. Also, Brian Johnson swears his hyperbaric oxygen chamber is the #1 therapy he's doing right now. Do you think that's pseudoscience, or is it really that big of a deal? I mean, is that going to make him live longer? I can almost guarantee you with 100% certainty that is not going to make him live a day longer. Does that have therapeutic benefits for healing, recovery, giving you more energy, making you feel better? Very likely, possibly. But is it going to make him live longer? The don't die thing, no. I can guarantee you with almost 100% certainty. But yes, it likely does have therapeutic benefits and probably performance-enhancing benefits. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Jasmine donated $2. Richard, stop ganging up on me. What's the most annoying thing Jasmine's done, or most annoying argument you had with her where she was just being a complete bitch that just pissed you the fuck off? There were, I would say, 2 or 3 things that she did consistently that annoyed me a lot. Those were the like biggest pet peeves. One thing was, I like peace and quiet, and I just like to focus on what I'm eating. I don't like to be interrupted. I don't want to be eating, finishing like half my meal and then being told, can you do this? Can you do that? Oh, like, I just want to focus on what I'm eating and sit down and relax. There's a few reasons for that. One, oh my goodness, this is a nice kitty. Oh my god, he's cuddling with me. Oh, I love you, Gum Gum. One of the reasons is, like, I'm typically following a, like, fairly strict diet, and I just like being able to enjoy the meal that I have, and just being able to sit down, relax, focus on what I'm eating, and just enjoy the taste, flavor, feel my stomach filling up. It just helps me mentally. And when, like, she did this all the fucking time. While I'm making my food, oh, can you check to see this thing? Oh, can you help me with that? Can you, like, do this over there? Can you change the light bulb? Like, no, I'm making my food. I'll do it after I eat. Why can't you fucking do it right now? It only takes 2 seconds. It's super easy. That if it's so easy, it only takes 2 seconds, then you can do it on your own. I'm done making my food. I'm sitting down and eating. Why can't you fucking listen to me when I'm talking to you? Oh my god, this and that. Oh, this thing over there only takes 2 seconds. Shut up. I'm fucking eating. And, like, she knew this. I explained it to her. I don't know why the fuck she'd bother me all the fucking time. For no fucking reason. Like, oh my god. I don't know why she would always wait until I was making food and eating it to fucking make me run around and do all this fucking shit. She'd always wait until I was fucking eating. It was retarded. That fucking annoyed me. Another thing is, she'd be a massive fucking hypocrite. So, she had stupid spending habits, and this only happened like a couple times where we were really in, like, having financial problems. So when my YouTube channel got banned, that was a huge issue. And when we moved from Guelph to Toronto, a bunch of really stupid, fucked up shit happened. I had to pay out like a bunch of months' rent ahead of time. I had to pay like first and last on the next apartment. There was a bunch of vet bills, and I ended up getting arrested, and there were like court fees. Like, my bank account was fucking drained at that point. So there were a few points where we really had to tighten our belt, focus on not spending. And she would lecture me on, like oh, do you really need to buy that? Like, we're supposed to be saving money. And I'd be like, yeah, I should probably choose this cheaper option or get less or something like that. She then, after lecturing me on this shit, she'd spend like $300 on like new clothes, or I'd have to eat nothing but fucking potatoes, and then she'd go and buy like $100 worth of Gardein chicken at the grocery store. Well, I'm eating nothing but fucking potatoes. I would buy like a $4 bag of fucking potatoes that would last a week. Really fucking pinching pennies on my food, trying to save as much money as possible. She'd go out to the fucking grocery store, literally spend $100 on nothing but Gardein chicken. And I'm like, you literally just lectured me on like not spending any fucking money, and then you go and do that? Fucking hypocrite. And this is also kind of related. She wouldn't appreciate shit. So, I wanted to get a motorcycle, and then she'd like say, oh, you're getting a motorcycle? I want a motorcycle too. Like, oh, what? Like, I want, like, why don't I get a motorcycle too? Like, you know I don't work. Oh, that's not fair. Like, why don't you buy me a bike too, and then we can go out and, like, ride together and stuff? And I'm like, okay, fine, I'll, like, buy another bike for you too. Never fucking rid it. Like, always excuses. Like, I don't want to have to put on all my motorcycle gear. Oh, it's too hot. It's too cold. It's raining. It's too windy. Like, oh, I'm afraid of going on the highway. Like, always excuses. Never fucking appreciated shit. I would buy her, like, expensive things because she said, oh, well, I want to be involved with this with you. I want to do it with you too. Never fucking used it. And like I noticed late in our relationship, like pretty like right when we were about to break up, she would try to make me, like, guilt trip me into spending anything, and I mean anything. If I ever spent money on food just to treat myself, if I ever, like, bought video games, if I ever, like, you know, did anything, she would guilt trip me in spending money. We need to save. You're spending irresponsibly. And then she'd go and the only reason she did that was so that there's more money for her to take from me. She never had to save anything. There was always some justifiable reason for her to spend as much money as she possibly wanted. She would try to make me, like, just fucking live off of fucking nothing. If she could convince me to live off the fucking bugs that crawl around in the basement, she'd do it. She tried to minimize, like, my life to fucking zero. I could never have any fun, spend money on anything, even if it's my money. I'm the one who's working. I should be able to do whatever the fuck I want with it. She would try to, like, make my fucking life, like, as dull and boring as fucking possible. Not ever, like, let me spend money on shit so that she would have more money to take from me and spend on the shit that she wanted. That fucking, as, like, when I realized that and just thought about it over time, like, that's when I broke and I said, look, you're paying for your own shit from now on. If you want to, like, have these hobbies that you have that are very expensive, like the horse and everything, you can pay for it from now on. I realized that she was just trying to weasel money away from me and fucking reduce my own fucking life to zero, where I could have no hobbies. I couldn't, like, invest money in my motorcycles, video games, rollerblades, mountain bike. She was trying to fucking make me get rid of all of that so that she could take all the money and enjoy everything for herself. When I realized that, I'm like, you know what? I'm fucking done. you're a fucking lazy bitch. You're doing nothing. You can get a job and pay for it all yourself. And then, wow, what do you know? 2 months later, she decided to break up with me. The jig was up. Couldn't fucking weasel any money away from me anymore. So yeah, those are the 3 big fucking pet peeves that just fucking sent me over the edge. Thanks for the donation though, Jasmine. Donate $2. Don't you just need to train to failure in order to grow muscle? No, you don't need to train to failure. You need to train within a close enough proximity to failure to stimulate muscle growth. And that's around 3 reps or less in reserve. Technically, you can train within a further proximity to failure, probably around 405. You can get away with still making progress. You're probably going to need to train with more overall volume, but your muscles respond to mechanical tension. And if you have enough weight and you train within a close enough proximity to failure, then that's going to be a stimulus for muscle growth. Doing more total sets seems to also be beneficial for muscle growth because you're generating more stimulus, you're exposing the muscle to more mechanical tension. But that's what really triggers the muscle growth response, your muscles detecting mechanical tension. So if you can do that without adding reps every week, then is it a problem? So you don't need to add reps and weight every single week. Again, all you need is an adequate stimulus to trigger muscle growth. So say if you, just for an example, you can do 5 sets of 3 on the bench press with 200 pounds. And that's like to failure. Or within very, very close proximity to failure. Maybe you have like 1 rep in reserve. You could do that for like many weeks. So let's say you could do that for 8 weeks. At some point, 3 sets of 5 is going to be so far from that necessary requirement of, you know, around like say bare minimum 4 or 5 reps shy of failure. It's going to end up not being enough mechanical tension to actually stimulate growth. So yeah, you can have a system where you don't increase the weight because the stimulus is high enough for a long enough duration to trigger muscle growth, but there's not really much point in doing that. If muscle growth is triggered by mechanical tension, then if you're able to add more weight every week, you're going to grow more muscle by adding weight every week. So yeah, you can get away with, you know, not adding weight every week or not adding reps every week, but you're going to end up growing less muscle. So what's the point? There are situations where you may want to do that. So you may have gotten strong enough to a point where your soft tissue, so tendons, ligaments, are really stressed out, and they have trouble keeping up with the amount of weight you're lifting, and you're at high risk of injury. In order to allow those other soft tissues to adapt, you may want to keep the weight the same for a long duration of time, so like around 8 weeks or so. But outside of that, assuming there's no injury risk, there's no issues with your other soft tissues of adapting, then yeah, just add more weight or reps every week because you're just going to grow more muscle. Also, how many reps are you talking, and like what point do you just go to infinite reps or weight so when you do stop? So you can't just do an infinite amount of repetitions and grow muscle. Again, your muscle responds to mechanical tension. The ideal range for hypertrophy seems to be somewhere between about 60 to around 85 to 90% of your relative 1 rep max. So if you're doing bench, you probably want to train somewhere in the 60 to 85, maybe to 90% range. That will be somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 to 5 reps. Maybe higher for some people. That might be as high as 20. That might, like a 90% might be as low as 3 reps. Generally speaking, for hypertrophy, you want to train somewhere between 5 to 20 reps to failure. You can extend that out. There does seem to be a hypertrophy benefit to doing 30 rep sets. I don't generally recommend that because there's issues that come along with that. A lot of lifts, you're likely going to just have cardiovascular fatigue. So your muscles aren't actually reaching failure, your cardiovascular system's reaching failure, so you're not truly going to muscular failure there. There's also tracking issues. It can be very hard to actually tell if you've truly reached failure. The amount of like pain you're going to experience from doing a 30 rep set, it may trick you into thinking, oh, I've reached failure, but you could have actually done like 5 or 10 more. Also, adding weight in a 30 rep range is very difficult. So generally speaking, you probably want to train somewhere between 5 to 15 reps for hypertrophy. Some exercises you can maybe extend that out to 20, but that's kind of the limit that I recommend. Once you can do more repetitions than that, you're going to be training it with such low weights. The amount of hypertrophic stimulus you're getting is going to be pretty low. Again, your muscles respond to mechanical tension, so you want high mechanical tension. So again, 5 to 15 rep range in general is probably going to be ideal. Sometimes you can extend that out to 20, but so I hope that answered your question. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. If the hyperbaric chamber helps him recover faster and perform better, then you can argue he will live longer because of it, because he can exercise better, which is associated with longevity and probably good for his lung health. Well, it's a question of what is sufficient for living to a certain age. So let's say, like, there's clearly a genetic limit to how long somebody can live, right? So let's say his genetic limit is 100. He may have a more ideal protocol in theory to live to 100, but once you get to a sufficient point, doing any better than that is not going to have him live any longer. He might have better fitness by the time he gets to 100. So he might be stronger, might be able to run further or whatever, but he's not going to live any longer. So you can make an argument that he might have a higher level of fitness as he ages, but in terms of actually extending his life expectancy, it's not going to actually make him live longer. All it'll do is increase his fitness as he ages, but not actually extend his life. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Whenever I work out and I start feeling really huge pain but from lifting, not like ouch pain but good workout pain, I tend to laugh instead of whine. Whenever I see horrible things happen in movies, I laugh instead of go, oh no, wow. Is that stoic?
It could be. So, like, the idea of stoicism is that you're in control of your own mind. If you're controlling those things, then yeah, I would say that's stoic. if that's just how you react, then I don't think that actually aligns with stoicism. That's just how you react. But thanks for the donation, Stoic Bro. Dodo donated $2. I don't think Jasmine waited until you were eating on purpose. Well, probably not. Like, when I was living with my mom and grandparents, similar things happened. It may just be coincidence. And it may just be the way I perceive things. She might have been doing this all day long, and I only noticed when I'm eating because that's when it really bothers me. So, you know. Regardless, I had this kind of boundary that, look, you do not bother me when I'm eating, and she just fucking did it constantly. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. CDG donated $2. She sounds really annoying. Geez, dude, no wonder you're burnt out on relationships, lol. After the mushroom trip, like, again, I just have self-love. I just appreciate myself. I only need myself. And going through what I experienced and just knowing, like, what I want and need and what my goals are, what I desire, I'm only interested in a relationship if it will make my life better. The only point to choosing to keep existing is to get the benefit from existing. So if I'm in a relationship and I'm not really getting anything out of it, I'm just with somebody and it likely comes with downsides, like, I don't want to bother. If I'm with somebody who shares the same hobbies and while doing my hobbies, I enjoy them more. So, like, if I find a girl who also likes working out and I enjoy my workouts more with her, if I play video games and I enjoy playing video games more with her, riding motorcycles and, like, again, riding motorcycles is more enjoyable with her, then, like, yeah, I'll pursue that relationship. But otherwise, if somebody is not going to add anything to my life and they're just there, I'm not interested. And again, a lot of relationships come with downsides, like bullshit nagging, problems, nonsense. I'm just not going to bother. So I'm perfectly happy and content being alone. And I'm only going to be in a relationship with somebody if they can add to my life. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Bro, it's not only Jasmine. It's all women. My mom, exes would always, fucking always, wait till after I finished cooking my meal and sit down, and as I raise my spoon they open their yap for requests. It's on purpose to see what power they have over you.
Women do bullshit to test you and just nag for no reason, so that could be the case. I remember, like, I straight up fucking told her after she wouldn't let up, you shut the fuck up, I don't want to hear it, you're gonna wait until I'm done fucking eating and I'm not doing shit, and you're gonna shut your fucking mouth and go in the other room until I'm done. And she was really fucking pissy with me for days after that. And I refused to apologize. And then she was just like, oh, well, I guess that's just how it's gonna be then. Like, she would never, like, just accept it. Like, that, like, just, that is a boundary that you don't cross. Just leave me alone when I'm fucking eating. She would never move on. Just always hold it against me. So, yeah, I'm done with that fucking nonsense. So, I'm sure not all women are like that, literally, but, like, yeah, a lot are. Thanks for the donation, Stoic Bro. Dodo donated $2. VG, you're turning 34 soon and you have virtually no money in your bank account. You didn't even start saving until a few months ago. I have money in my fucking bank, dude. What in the world were you thinking when you got married to that hoe that she would work? Did you really think that, or what were you thinking? Well, I didn't really care that she didn't work because I made enough money where saving would be easy, assuming she wasn't like some fucking insane leech. But yeah, she ended up being a fucking insane leech. It got bad by the time we ended up moving to Guelph. So, yeah, but it is what it is. Like, it's not a big fucking deal anymore. I have a high enough income and like my monthly expenses are low enough where it's really fucking easy for me to save money, so it's not a big fucking deal. So it's whatever. We're all gonna die anyway. What is money worth? What is your life worth? Nothing. So there's no point in being like, oh, I could have saved so much money and I could have done this and that. You're gonna be dead. Like, it's irrational to think this way. Like, we have what we value is like continuity of thought. We know we're going to live tomorrow and we're going to live the next day and the next day. And we know how our actions that we do now are going to affect us tomorrow and the next day and the next day. And yeah, to some extent, it's logical to think, oh, well, I could have saved this, or I could save now, and then I'd have more money in the future, then I could do some of the more things I enjoy, and it'll benefit me. But at the end, that continuity is going to end. You're going to die. So all of this ultimately is fucking irrational. There's no point in fucking thinking, oh, I could, what was I thinking? Oh, I wasted all my money in this. You're dead. You just don't know it yet. And you could be dead tomorrow. So, like, all this fucking shit about, why did you buy this? Oh, you're not going to have money for retirement. Well, would you be thinking that if you're dead tomorrow? Like, yeah, you're going to appreciate buying some stupid thing like a fucking car that you didn't need that's too expensive, or like a big sport bike, or whatever the fuck you want, because you're dead. Like, just appreciate what you've done, what you have, while you have it, and you're dead, so there's no point in fucking worrying about anything. You're fucking dead anyway. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Forgot my namification, donate $2. Do you think she is a big enough scumbag to stop being vegan? It's possible. I'd say there's a low likelihood, but it's possible. Especially since she's a woman. Women are far more likely, I think, to become ex-vegans. There's a few reasons for that. One is they'll do whatever the fuck their boyfriends do. Every fucking vegan chick I've ever seen who is in a long-term relationship, if their boyfriend or something isn't vegan, they end up becoming ex-vegans. Like, almost 100%. Women, again, like, they have no personal accountability. That's just the way they, like, most women are. And they're very fickle. When it just ends up not being convenient for them, they're gone. Like, just look at the totality of ex-vegans on YouTube. There's a disproportionate amount of women who are ex-vegan. Like, there are dudes who are ex-vegan, that happens, not saying it doesn't happen, but there's clearly a disproportionate amount of ex-vegan women. So, I'm not saying it's likely, but it's possible. Did Jasmine become vegan because of your videos originally? No. She turned vegan and ended up seeing my videos. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification. Jasmine, donate $2. You are a beta male, Richard. You let her spend $100 on Guardian vegan chicken lathered with vegan mayo twice a week. While you ate potatoes, you didn't tell her to return it or anything. Didn't tell her to get a job. You were being a cuck. I should have been more assertive. I'll admit that. Love is very blinding. And when you're convinced that, you know, it just does something where rather than thinking pragmatically, you're thinking, I just love this person and I want to give them the best life possible. That gives them the opportunity to take advantage of you. And yeah, she took advantage of me, but that's never going to happen again. Thanks for the donation, Jasmine.
Richie, 2 months ago, I'm not going to talk about the breakup. We just had our disagreements and weren't happy and decided it would be best to separate. That's it. Now Richie is telling us the stories. Good. Don't let her keep holding you down, nigga.
You know, there's some stuff that I'm not gonna share, but, you know, it's whatever. Some of it I wanted to hold off on talking for sure until she, like, got all of her stuff out and, like, she's just gone. But I think this is fair. I'm sure she's venting to some of her friends and family and shit, so whatever. But thanks for the donation, 21st. Jasmine, donate $2. You're telling me that Jasmine never saved money while always ridiculed you for buying anything remotely unnecessary. If she saw you say what you just said, what would her response be? I'm assuming she has a reasonable response. She'd just gaslight me. So there were a few things that I bought. One of the so the V-Strom 1050 that I bought, she was hounding me about that shit, like, you shouldn't have spent that, like, and like, you know, I'm a big bike guy. My life is bike. Bike is me. Bike, me is bike. You know, like, I'm just bike. So I needed it. I need a fucking motorcycle. And the Kawasaki Vulcan I had, it just wasn't working out. I wanted a bike that had higher displacement, more power, because I did a lot of highway riding. I wanted a bike with more storage and shit, so I got the V-Strom. And again, I wasn't being completely unreasonable. I could have gotten a BMW 1250 GS, which would have been a lot more expensive, like 10 grand more. But the V-Strom was what I needed. It was still fun. I could have gotten a cheaper bike, but I wouldn't have been as happy. And it was like a good balance between, you know, price, performance, enjoyment, what I needed. So I made some compromises there. She still fucking hounded me about it. And, again, like, I told her, like, look, this is just like my... Like, for one thing, I don't have a driver's license, and a driver's license would have been more expensive and shit, too. So, like, I would have been paying a lot more for insurance than just getting that bike. And, again, her fucking response was, oh, well, you could just ask me to drive you places, like, what? And it, which is horse shit. She said, like, oh, just ask me to drive you anywhere, I'll take you. Why do you even need a bike? Every fucking single time there was a situation where I couldn't ride my bike, either because I had to wait for the insurance to renew, or it was snowing, or there was like a mechanical problem and or like my brakes went out and I needed to wait for like my brake pads to come in or something. Never fucking once would she ever drive me. I think there was only one occasion where I fucking had to get into this huge argument with her and shame her that she ever fucking drove me, and all she had to fucking do was drive 10 minutes to like basically down the street to let me pick up some like fucking groceries or something. So she fucking lied. Like the biggest fucking lying jackass. Oh, don't get a bike, I'll just drive you wherever you want. Anytime I had to rely on her to drive me. No, I don't want to. I'm feeling bad. I feel sick. I'm too tired. I had a long day. All the excuses you could fucking imagine. And like, again, like when she was hounding me over buying that fucking V-Strom, like, oh, you shouldn't have spent the money on that. Why do you need that? It's my fucking money. Like, I'm the one working. What? Like, fuck you. Like, this is my money. I can do with it what I want. I'm a biker. That's just what I am. Bike is me. Me is bike. This is my hobby. This is what I do. This is how I get around. This is how I want to spend my money. Who the fuck are you to judge me? And then nothing but gaslighting. We work as a team and we have to make financial decisions together and what's best for us and we're building life together and all this shit. And I just wasn't, I just wasn't having it. You know what? Fuck you! If you feel that way, then why don't you get a job and contribute? Well, I guess that's just how it's gonna be then. And then she just storms off into her room, doesn't talk to me. Okay. Jackass. Just fucking jackass. Selfish. Only thinking about herself. How she can benefit from every fucking situation. Never takes responsibility or accountability. Fucking hypocrite. Immature fucking child. But thanks for the donation, Jasmine. Dodo donates $2. If Brian Johnson is fit at 100, then it would or could extend his life or have been responsible for doing so because he's minimizing his chances of chronic disease or like a life-threatening injury from falling or something. So how can you say that doesn't extend? So, yes, avoiding, like, a injury that could result in death would technically extend your life, but you're kind of talking more about risk avoidance than actually extending life. Like, presumably you could do the same thing by just avoiding risky behaviors. So, like, again, there's a genetic ceiling for your life expectancy. You are just going to conk out at a certain age, no matter what you fucking do with current technology. There's greater survivability when you have a higher level of fitness, but even with that, there is a sufficient amount of fitness that you need to avoid certain things. So let's say if you're elderly and you are at risk of breaking your hip, that could kill you. Now, if you doubled your bone mineral density, you can avoid like that kind of fall that could kill you. Now, if you double it again, is that going to help you live any longer? No, because you've already reached the sufficient threshold to avoid that problem. So, something like that hyperbaric chamber, you're probably not getting any additional benefit when you're talking about a level of fitness that's sufficient to avoid those problems. Just simply weight training and following a proper exercise routine, it's probably not going to give you any more additional benefit past that sufficient requirement where you're going to be even more protected against some of these things. But, like, again, time will tell. I could be fucking wrong. Maybe he'll live to 130 or 40 or some shit. But, again, chances are by that time, when he reaches, like, 80 years old, there's going to be some other fucking technology that's going to far surpass, like, the hyperbaric chamber that's going to be responsible for his life extension, not the hyperbaric chamber. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
So weird that more women aren't vegan, seeing the similarities between women and cows. No, I wasn't making a fat joke. I mean the connection. They both have tits, give milk, exploited, trafficked for their bodies. I dunno, maybe I'm wrong. I hate gaslighters.
There is a higher proportion of women that are vegan. So there may be something to that. I honestly think more women are vegan just because they're more empathetic and emotional, not because they kind of rationalize things in that sort of way. But yeah, there are more women who are vegan than men. But it's probably due to temperament than like them being able to rationalize in that kind of way. Thanks for the donation, Bike Me, I'm Bike. I should make a t-shirt of that phrase with like some funny graphic. Me bike, bike me. Or I'm bike, bike me or something. Forgot my namification, donate $2. So is the issue with women really a problem with men not holding them accountable? Like for every retarded woman that doesn't know how to be an adult, there's an even bigger idiot dude bro who just wants her holes and ignores her red flags. Yeah, I'd say that's primarily the problem. Men just have more power and control. They just do. And in practically every way. Like, men are stronger. So, like, if a chick is violent and hitting you, you can just beat the ever-living fuck out of her and teach her, like, she's not going to get anywhere by using violence. Men are ultimately the ones who hold the gate to the relationship, whereas women hold the gate to sex. So, like, as long as you don't get married, you can always walk away. Women are as hungry for relationships as men are for sex, and I think a lot of men don't realize that. So the way women gatekeep sex, you can also gatekeep the relationship. Men are also just more willing to work. It's funny, you can see these kinds of statistics in countries where women have better access to education and have more opportunities to like become doctors and lawyers and get these high-paying jobs. They actually choose not to at a higher rate compared to other countries, and the reason for that is in these countries where women have more opportunities, men also have more opportunities, so they have more access to men who are higher earners. So they don't have to get an education to get the kind of lifestyle they want. Like, even in these positions where they do choose to be high earner boss babes, they work less. So, like, men kind of hold the, like, they have all the tools, right? Like, you have the greater physical strength, you have a higher willingness to work and earn more money, and you're ultimately the one who gatekeeps the relationship. You can always choose to walk away, whereas women don't really... It's less of a bargaining chip for women because, like, again, women are kind of the, like, hungry simps for the relationship, whereas men are the hungry simps for sex, but you don't need a relationship for sex. So I think dudes kind of lose sight of the power they have, and they get so blinded by pussy that they forget, oh, I can just tell her to go fuck herself and walk out and leave and tell her, okay, well, I'm not, You can dangle so many carrots in front of women, and they just don't realize that, and you don't have to play their games. So yeah, if you just realize the kind of power and control you have, you don't have to play any of their fucking games, and you can hold them accountable and keep them in line. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification. Dodo donated $2. You said you're sure Jasmine's venting about you to her friends and family. What do you think she's saying to them? Sure, just a bunch of bullshit. Like, I'm crazy. Bro, it's insane. I remember I would have, like, rage freakouts back when I had anger issues, but I never, ever physically threatened her or, like, attacked her in any way. Never fucking pushed her, shoved her, smacked her, never said, I'm gonna fuck you up if you do this or that. Never did any of that. Anytime I had a rage freakout, the only violence I committed was against, like, furniture or something. So I remember I punched a hole in a wall, I broke my glasses, I smashed, like, my PlayStation controller, something like that. She actually hit me. And one time she attacked me, like, pretty fucking bad. I tried to leave the apartment one time when we were having a bad fight, and I just wanted to cool down, have a walk. She literally jumped on top of me and tried to tackle me down to the fucking floor to prevent me from leaving. You know what happened one time when I had a rage freak out, and I chose the best method I could at the time of dealing with it. I walked into the other room, I grabbed a pillow, and just started punching the pillow. You know what Jasmine fucking said to me? You're scaring me. I'm worried you're gonna freak out and, like, beat me up or kill me or something. What does she have to be afraid of? She was the one who fucking hit and attacked me. Never fucking hit her, never threatened her once. So I'm sure, like, she's blabbing to some of her friends or something. Oh, he's dangerous. He's unhinged. He's a wacko. He could hurt somebody. I felt scared. Like, this is just something women do. I don't care. Nobody cares what she thinks. She's just some fucking nobody. So whatever. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh, wait. What could she possibly tell them? That you kept giving her money and let her buy everything and do whatever without... Yeah, I know. Like, again... like, within some degree of reason, she literally had everything she wanted. When she asked for a car, bought her a car. When she asked for a motorcycle, bought her a motorcycle. When she wanted a horse, bought her a horse. Paid for her gas, paid for insurance. She could practically eat any food she wanted. Like, we went out to eat, like, fairly fucking often. Like, my God. Like, she had it all. And, dude, even when she gained weight, like, I loved her so much. I didn't care. Like, I just loved her and I wanted her to be happy. And I never shamed her for how she looked. Never tried to bring her down. Like, bitch, you're getting fat, lose weight. I was always supportive, and I said, baby, I love you. There's no way you could, like, get fat, and, like, I could ever think anything less of you. I love you for who you are. If you want to lose weight and feel better about yourself, I'm here for you. I know about training and diet and nutrition. I can always help you. You can always work out with me. I was always fucking supportive. And, like, I wasn't perfect in the relationship. There were some stupid fights we had. I could have, like... acted a little better here and there, but, like, I always tried my hardest. She cannot say the fucking same. Lazy, manipulative, complacent, just gaslighter, and just trying to take advantage of me at every fucking step. So, she can say whatever the fuck she wants. I know I'm a good fucking person, and I am the best person I can be. And I'm just glad that I'm the person I am, and she can't say that about herself. So she can say whatever the fuck she wants. I don't care who fucking even believes her. I know that I'm a great fucking person, and she's not gonna bring me fucking down. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donate $2. What are your top 3 favorite positive moments or memories with Jasmine? Well, most of them were earlier on in the relationship, so like the first 3-4 years. Like, it was just nice being around her. Like, we had a very similar sense of humor. You know, we'd kind of say things at the same time. We had a great time watching horror movies. Me and her really liked horror movies. We also really liked bad B movies. We had some really great times out, just like spending the day together, just doing whatever. And again, to her credit, it's not like she was the most awful person in the whole fucking world. She did help me through some really like bad times with my depression. So when I was really fucked, she was there and told me, like, I know you're feeling like shit and I know you like want to kill yourself, but I just want you to know, like, I love you. And, you know, she at least the first, like, I'd say like 4 or 5 years, whatever I like told her I needed when I was feeling that way, like if I wanted her to stay in bed with me and watch something with me, or if I just wanted to be alone, she'd just accommodate me that way and be like, all right, I'll just stay in bed with you, we'll watch a movie, stuff like that. That was really nice. Later on, though, when she realized she could just take advantage of me and shit, she just exploited the whole fucking situation. But yeah, early on, you know, there were a lot of good times. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Do you think gay guys or even lesbian females have these kinds of relationship problems? I'm sure they do. I think gay dudes probably experience it less, but yeah, everybody does. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And I didn't know what else to do. I can't miss Mother's Day. It's our biggest sale of the year. And so I said, okay, fine, put it on my credit card. We're going to just figure it out. And that's a lot of dimp to put on your credit card. And but we're going to save Mother's Day, and we're going to bring this last piece of the puzzle in-house. We're even getting a machine to make our own coffee scrub for the ladies and guys out there that want to, you know, do it for skincare. But anyway,
we didn't buy a horse from a breeder. We rescued a horse.
To help pay for it, we've done this one other time before. And what I did was I put together this very cool Founders Vault Pack. There's only 1,000 of them, and 200 of them are already gone from my live stream earlier today. It includes our freeze-dried strawberries, which are not available anywhere else and will never be available as far as I'm planning anywhere else. You will also be the very first person to get our exclusive spring flavors, tangerine, which trust me is delicious, and cherry cordial, which is also really good. You also get a founder's coin and a signed, numbered thank you card from me specifically. I'm be signing them every night for the next 2 weeks. Plus you get a free gift. If I sell out of these, we can afford the machine, and this can never happen again. Many people have probably noticed, hey, we've been out of stock on stuff and things are running behind. It's because of this one hiccup. But if I can convince you to give our coffee a try, which I tell you all the time, I think is the best out there. If you try our spring flavors, you're going to get it before anyone else. You're going to absolutely love it. And you're going to help stick it to this stupid company that has screwed me over and keep me out of, hopefully out of debtor's jail or whatever. And if you don't like coffee, I still have my Mega Mixology cookbook, which I'll link in the description down below. It's a pre-order that will be shipping around the end of April. It's hilarious. We already have almost 50 recipes done. They're like different memes of.
Dude, what a fucking loser. By the way, I'm not sure if this is legal. He's using Trump's likeness. I don't know if you can do that. Like, maybe you can? It's kind of weird. There might be some, like, weird legal issues with this.
Of, like, cocktails, mocktails, coffee, tea drinks, summer drinks, fall drinks. But it's all got, like, you know, our sense of humor. And the tailgates for Trump I put back on sale too, to try and put money together. I just know, and if you don't like flavored coffee, we have tea, we have regular coffee. Our blueberry cobbler is really good. Our silky ultra dark roast is really good. Our 004 is good. Our Ethiopian's good. We have something for you. And so I'm hoping today you'll give Coffee Brand Coffee a chance, or you'll pick up a cookbook to help me get out in front of this a little bit. I know once we get this equipment in the office, there's nothing stopping Coffee Brand Coffee from being in the grocery stores, maybe as soon as the end of this year, hopefully by next year, and in convenience stores and things like that. We really are at an inflection point where a lot of companies would take on investors, you know.
Dodo Donate Chillers, can we do a real quick poll in chat? Question: VG's relationship with Jasmine is representative of romantic relationships. Answer is mostly true, somewhat false, mostly false. We can do that. God damn it. There you go. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I've got $300,000 almost floating right now in debt. I'm just being dead serious because of the huge stock up for Mother's Day. Now I got to buy this machine I wasn't planning on buying. And but if we come out the other side of this, we will be fully stocked on Amazon. We'll be fully stocked on our website. We'll be fully vertically integrated. So we'll be able to lower prices and lower costs. We are doing so much. We handle our own customer service, by the way. Maggie works full-time covering the customer service for our company. I take this seriously because I love this company. And, you know, I don't know why.
This is very weird. He was probably lying about the amount of wealth he had. He said he was making like $1,000,000-something per year on YouTube alone, just through AdSense, plus like other, like he said he had a job and stuff. He was probably lying about how much money he was actually making if this made him 300 grand in debt. Like, even at a top marginal tax rate of like, what is it, 43% in the US? That kind of money he was making, either he's like really irresponsible with his money or he's lying about how much money he was making.
This guy did this, why this is happening now. It's literally the worst possible time with Mother's Day only 2 months away. Like, our Mother's Day gift boxes keep us for the whole year. And if I don't buy this machine, you know, get this stuff handled, get this equipment handled, or, you know, we're going to miss that. And I just can't do it. I can't, you know, I could find somebody else to make the boxes, but they're still going to be 5 or 6 weeks out. And then I could still run into the same problem later. So I think this is basically the last piece. We're actually moving into a new building where I'm going to make a storefront where people can walk in and get the coffee, which I think would be really awesome. That should be open later this year. And I have no interest in opening up coffee shops, but maybe a couple of pop-up shops where it's available would be cool. But I am reaching out, hoping, asking for you to pick up this pre-order Founders Vault Pack. I'll be signing everything all night tonight. And if you don't like flavored coffee, you can just go to shop and you can go to coffee or K-Cups. And we have all of our, you know, double calf. We have decaf. We still have some gingerbread coffee available. That's 50% off right now. We have our cold brew coffees, which is really good. We have everything in K-Cup form, strawberries and cream, blueberry cobbler, all this stuff. We have something for everyone on coffeebrandcoffee.com. And I'm hoping you can help me stick it to this guy and just no more relying on anyone else. Lesson learned. Hopefully, I mean, this will cover a chunk of it, a nice chunk of it. And, you know, once Mother's Day comes around, I'll be able to pay off all the rest of it. Or if we sell a bunch of Trump books, but those are supposed to be for the studio. So literally the worst time imaginable to have this happen. And you guys have all been so helpful and thoughtful and supportive with all my various endeavors over the years. Some of them worked, some of them didn't work, but the coffee company is working. I'm not taking on any investors. We want to do this ourselves, but I can't do it without your help. And I sincerely hope you'll consider picking up this Founders Pack, which will be linked in the description, or if you just...
Well, Quartering's a dumbass.
There as well. Warm-ups can feel really hard.
Yes.
Because you're not mentally switched on. Of course. And sometimes it'll take a big weight to then start thinking, all right, I need to get myself fired up now. So sometimes 370 can feel worse than 420, for instance.
Yes.
It's just getting the head in the right space to, right now I need to kind of create that fight or flight sensation and apply a lot more force as you kind of approach this lift.
The power seems to be more of the actual hit or miss. So I have days where my power seems low, but my strength is the same. So all the warm-ups, just a bit more grindy, a bit awkward.
Sure.
But then the heavy reps feel the same grindy and awkward as they would if you felt good.
I had so many sessions where my lighter reps would feel worse than my heavies.
Right. It's so easy. It's so easy.
It's so interesting watching you pull because your 370 moves the same as the 420.
Yeah.
And he's just got this tiny little spot and then suddenly just pops up. Gets engaged, then you have a little stick and then it's pop.
Yeah.
That's way too heavy for me to lift right now. And Mitch is making it look like what it is for him, a warm-up.
I'm gonna get a lever belt. I've actually lost so much weight that the weight belt that I have right now, it doesn't go small enough.
Still fucking easy.
That's ridiculous.
It's still too easy. I need more weight. I need better gravity. The whole lift is too easy.
That's ridiculous.
Dangerous territory. Dangerous, dangerous.
Wait.
You know what I've found recently too? Hydration is so fucking important. I've made sure that I drink at least 2 liters with an electrolyte supplement before I weight train, and I feel so much better and I have way more power production before I lift. So when I wake up in the morning, I'll get 2 liters of water, put in like a Pedialyte, electrolyte powder, and then drink that. And again, massively, massively helpful.
Still believe Trump got shot in the ear, retard? That's about as believable as you saying your cat didn't die due to a vegan diet. I've never seen you fight anyone, by the way. You probably go to MMA classes and do extra moves to impress coach, you autistic nig.
Currently, the evidence suggests that he didn't get shot in the ear. So, no. But thanks for the donation. Vegan Gains isn't it. So let's see. 41% of people said my relationship. Yeah, the relationship with Jasmine is representative of romantic relationship. Somewhat true, 41%. 20%, somewhat false. 20%, mostly false. 17% mostly true. I don't know why it ordered it like that. It's kind of weird. Weird. It looks like he has a camel toe.
Oh, so uncomfortable.
Dude, pulling from an 18-inch block, how much would a fucking deadlift suit actually help? He's already, like, perfectly upright. I'm surprised the suit would give you any leverage.
Easy. Still too easy.
Easy.
More uncomfortable, but still too easy.
So we're going to go for a double.
At 500?
Good night, Penn. Sweet dreams.
So it's going to be his top set today. We're gone 505, because why not? Supposed to be in 500 for a double. Warm-ups look so easy. It's genuinely scary to push someone this hard, especially in training. But he's just looking so good, and as much as you want to hold him back, you've also got to push to see what he's capable of. And we need to go into World's Strongest Man feeling as strong as possible. So with the warm-ups he's done, this just makes sense.
World's Strongest Man has its problems. We all know that. But for too long, people have talked about the problems without doing anything about it. I want to take one of these problems into my own hands, with athletes' family having to pay for spectator tickets. Now, this might be rectified. I've had conversations with World's Strongest Man. It looks promising, but I'm not going to wait. 30% of all coaching sales and 15% of all LHBK sales will be going directly towards the athletes' family and friend tickets at the link in the description. I would love if you guys go pick that up. I'm going to put in some of my own money as well, and I'm reaching out to some other people.
Biggin Gains is a hypocrite. Donate $2. When it first happened, you were getting all pissed at people saying it was a conspiracy. Now you want to double back. You are a pathetic punk. Yes, our food we eat is poisonous and vaccine should be looked into more. You want to be Dragon Ball Z character Nig. Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate the donation, dude.
People, and we might be able to do something a little bit more substantive where if the World's Strongest Man does end up copying Family and Friends, which I strongly believe that they should, then this will go towards travel expenses for the athletes, friends, and family. We're going to do something special this year. We're going to do something properly, and we're going to stop complaining without doing something. We're going to take it into our own hands. You can be a part of that, and I would love if you were. Click the links down in the description, and let's make a change.
Let's go! Down!
Jeez.
Down! Nice. Woo! Fucking good one.
That is a lot of motherfucking weight, dude.
Woo! So that was 505, just to make it fun.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Could you please take my suit off before I explode, before I get to World's Strongest Man?
VG, I need to know how I can obtain a gum in my life. Well, you need to know an old lady who has a cat that wandered into her backyard. That's how you get a gum. Oh, gum. Dude, he is the most cuddly, sweet kitty. Yeah, you're a good gum.
Thank you. Woo!
Oh. Dude, squatting after that would be fucking brutal. I wonder if he does anything for spinal decompression. That's like so much axial loading.
Tight. Great. When it comes to strongman, particularly with squats, is
where dipping forward with your torso is beneficial at all. So if I wanted to max my squat, I would wear flats. I would train in flats. But context depends.
Jeez, he has a lot of power production.
deep breath between each rep. Nice and easy. Really whipping about, isn't it?
Really whipping about.
Really, for a power bar.
And those plates were like way out. I felt that from the get-go.
25 this thing.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shit. Let's see. Oh wait, it would be 13 times 45. Fuck. 13 times 45. 585 plus, I'm assuming that's, are those bumpers, or that one's thinner? I don't know if that's a 25 pound. I don't know if those are bumpers. Yeah, so there's like over 600 pounds.
How long would you normally rest?
I would estimate 4 or 5 minutes. But then maybe someone walks past and I start chatting in 7, 8 minutes. You know, it doesn't really matter.
Unless I've specifically put to be ready is not a bad thing. Yeah.
Never.
He's always trained on his own, so to have someone there spotting him probably feels weird. But for most people, it's quite normal just to have someone keeping them feel safe. You know, him.
I hate it when people spot me when I'm squatting.
We'll just make him feel uncomfortable.
He just wants to be close.
Whoa, he doesn't put the safety pins up. 675, Jesus. Oh no, he has a safety pin, but only on the one side. I guess they couldn't find the other one? No, wait, it looks like it's back there. What the fuck? Why does he only have the safety pin on the one side?
Deep breath. Easy, good. Deep breath, get stable through the core and go again. Nice. Good.
Too easy, still too easy.
You ready? Ready? 3, 2, 1, lift. $25, $26, $27. 30.
Okay, come on. Two, 1, and good. I love the ability to hold like this.
Sure.
And dig it into my palm. So much stronger.
You can use that wrist strength as well, I guess.
But when it gets to fingers, I've been working on it. You know I'm working on it.
Yeah, we're working on it.
It's
trying to get the fingers stronger.
Yeah. I find it's a very slow thing to respond.
It is. It is. Finger curling and just finger strength in general takes a bit of time, but it's coming. We're working on it.
What's the main finger motion that you would want to train?
Mate, I think that's a separate video that we'll focus on.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Alright, well, it is late. I am going to go head to bed, but hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs, really appreciate it. Should be on tomorrow night around the same time, so I'll see you all then. And sweet dreams.